What's up, guys? Don't forget to smash that like button, drop a comment, hype up the video, and if you're new here, hit that subscribe and join the family. Guys, if you want to support the channel and get something cool, check the first link in the description. Use my code HugoHenriqueMore to get 10% off on anime lamps. 3 years ago, Earth underwent drastic changes. Animals and plants began evolving in insane and inexplicable ways. To protect the world from destruction and preserve peace, humans awakened the power to control monsters and use them in battle. Those who gained this ability became known as monster trainers. A woman slammed the blackboard, demanding the class's attention and shouting that monster trainers should focus more. Her name was Murong Cheye, teacher of Class 3, second year, at Chang'an 3rd Secondary School. She explained that this event marked the beginning of a new era for Earth and reminded everyone that it would be on the exam. The bell rang and the teacher ended the class, warning that the monster breeder exam would take place the next day and recommending they watch it with their parents. Leaving school, a boy named Gao Peng, 18 years old and a student of Chang'an 3rd Secondary School, walked deep in thought. His greatest goal was to become a monster trainer. However, something strange had been happening. Ever since turning 18, he started seeing panels floating before his eyes. One of them read, "Dear host, congratulations on successfully activating the Monster Evolution System. This system can help you identify relevant information about any creature. Please make good use of it." The system displayed precise details: species, level, grade, attribute, condition, weakness, and even the requirements for future evolution. Gao Peng arrived home wondering if he was going crazy from stress. As he climbed the stairs, he heard a noise and looked to the side. There was a strange spider. The system immediately identified it. Species: striped gray plate spider. Level 3. Grade: normal. Attribute: wood. Condition: healthy, irritated. Weakness: fire. Upgrade requirement: excellent grade. He stared at the panel, astonished by how real it seemed, remembering it was Grandma Chen's pet spider. Teacher Murong had said that kind of spider was usually docile, but suddenly it leapt from the wall toward him. He shouted that there was nothing gentle about it and dodged quickly, running upstairs while calling for his grandmother. Sure, the spider wanted to eat him. The creature shot webs but missed, and Gao Peng realized how fast it was, panic rising. He wondered what to do, then remembered the system message. Its weakness was fire. Quickly, he lit a lighter and threw it, causing a small explosion that set the spider ablaze. Yet he realized the weak fire wasn't enough. Burning, the spider became even angrier, jumping up the stairs with killing intent. A red warning flashed before his eyes. It was just more enraged. Desperate, he ran faster, shouting that he only had one floor left. If he made it, Dazi would help. He sprinted with the spider close behind, its legs clattering against the steps, fear pushing him to keep moving. Finally, as he reached his door, the spider leapt to grab him. Gao Peng shouted for Dazi, who flung the door open so hard it hit the creature straight on. The impact sent it flying back, and another monster emerged, making the spider tremble with fear. The protagonist stood beside Dazi and asked with a half-smile if it still wanted to fight. The spider backed away and then fled, climbing up the walls until it disappeared. Peng watched and commented that it sure ran fast, but he'd let it go this time. Anyone who makes a contract with a monster can communicate through a mental link. Dazi, still grumbling, said he was starving and asked why his master came home so late, nearly fainting from hunger. The creature had two forms: combat and rest. Out of combat, its body shrank to conserve energy and heal minor wounds. Peng reassured him, patting his familiar and saying he'd make something to eat soon. He asked Dazi to hang the bag on the rack and headed to the kitchen. The boy grabbed a knife, spinning it between his fingers, muttering it was time to show his true skills. He then sliced meat and vegetables with incredible speed, and within minutes, a fragrant, nutritious dinner was ready. Dazi smelled it and began drooling, saying he couldn't wait any longer. Peng laughed and told him to eat slower or he'd choke. As he watched his companion eat, the system reappeared, showing his monster's data. Species: purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. Level 7. Grade: normal. Attributes: yin, poison. Condition: healthy, happy. Weakness: lightning. Upgrade requirement: excellent grade. Reading that last part, Peng was stunned. Could requirement for excellent grade mean his familiar could evolve from an ordinary monster to a higher grade one? The thought left him speechless. Such evolutions were extremely rare. Monster grades ranged from normal to excellent to perfect, and the higher the grade, the greater the potential. Excited, he thought that if Dazi could truly evolve, maybe one day they'd reach the perfect grade together, something legendary, reserved for leaders among monsters. Overjoyed, Peng hugged his companion, promising to help him reach the new level no matter what. Dazi wobbled from the affection, his antennae twitching. The protagonist looked back at the panel and tapped the upgrade requirements. The screen changed. Evolution requirements for excellent grade. Shadow grass, a special plant that grows in areas with strong yin energy, extremely beneficial for monsters of that attribute. Required 10 stalks. Luminous wood, a rare material born when lightning strikes a tree with affinity to wood and thunder attributes. Required 500 grams. The Thunder Core crystal was a rare item from a thunder attribute monster's body, filled with immense electrical energy. Only one was needed. The protagonist noted that Shadowgrass would be easy to find, and luminous wood could be bought, but the Thunder Core crystal would be the hardest. He analyzed the situation. Crystals of common elemental types cost around 8 alliance credits, and one from a rare element like thunder would be at least 10. Closing the system window, he sighed that it was too expensive. Since the Allied government's founding in the New World, a unified currency had been created: Alliance dollars and Alliance credits. Credits were a high-tier currency where $10,000 equaled 1 credit. When his parents died in that accident, the government had granted him 20 credits in pension. Now only 11 remained. With that, he could still afford the materials for Dazi's evolution, but they'd be left with no money to live on. After eating, Dazi went to his master complaining he was still hungry. Peng stared at him in disbelief, asking if he really was a centipede. Annoyed, Dazi stood up and demanded more food. Peng laughed and promised another dish. Soon he handed it over, warning not to complain if he got sick. Watching Dazi devour the meal, he thought money truly was the biggest problem in the world. He had the recipe for evolution, but no resources to make it happen. Frustrating. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If the system was real, maybe he could become a true monster breeder. Discovering how to evolve a monster's grade had always been a mystery breeders tried to solve. And if he could access that information freely, he could become the greatest breeder of all. A grin spread across his face as he laughed, saying that when that day came, he'd have all the money he wanted. Then he remembered his teacher's announcement about the breeder exam the next day. Quickly, he grabbed his phone and searched the registration site, hoping it wasn't too late. Finding the page, he saw only 3 minutes left and immediately confirmed his entry. The system processed it and displayed a success message. He must appear at 9 o'clock the next morning at Chang'an City's Monster Breeder Division. Happy, Peng raised his phone and shouted that he'd do his best. The next day, he went next door and knocked. A beautiful woman, still sleepy and wearing pajamas, answered. It was Tang Tang, Peng's charming neighbor. Embarrassed, he greeted her and explained that he was taking the exam, asking if she could look after Dazi for a few days. Tang Tang, delighted by the small familiar, gladly agreed and promised to take good care of him. Peng smiled and thanked her, saying that with her watching Dazi, he could focus on the exam in peace. Before rushing off, he promised her dinner when he returned. Tang Tang smiled and wished him luck, saying she'd look forward to that meal. However, once he left, her smile vanished. She looked at Dazi with disgust, muttering that he was weak and ugly and wondering how Peng ended up with such a pathetic familiar. Dazi becomes irritated by the scornful look and prepares to attack, but Tang Tang quickly crouches, runs her hand over his head and strokes him, teasingly saying that Grandpa will be furious when he finds out about this. Inside her apartment, her phone rings. It's a call from her grandfather, the president. As soon as she answers, Tang Tang explains that she had called earlier only to report something. Peng made a contract with a purple-backed, yellow-clawed centipede of normal grade. The old man explodes in anger, shouting if that's true, outraged that a normal-grade monster has such limited potential and will never have a future, demanding to know why she didn't stop the boy. Walking across the room, Tang Tang calmly replies that she couldn't stop him. His grandson is as determined as he is. Outwardly, they may seem indifferent, but inside, they're both equally stubborn and relentless. She reminds him that the centipede was left behind by his daughter and son-in-law, Peng's parents. With a sharp tone, she asks if the old man still hasn't finished what he set out to do, adding that perhaps it would be better to eliminate the disobedient and replace them with the obedient, since talent is something the world has in excess. She then looks out the window and sees Peng running down the street, sighs, and apologizes for saying too much, assuring him he doesn't need to worry because as long as she's around, the boy will never be in danger. She hangs up. In the president's office, a woman rushes in, asking if he called for her. With a cold expression, Ji Han Wu orders her to inform the experimental department that they have a 5-month deadline. If they fail to deliver results by then, they no longer need to exist. Regarding the Qinghai branch, he gives Li Ye 7 months to solve the problem, or he'll go there himself. The secretary trembles, bows, and says she'll carry out his orders immediately. Ji Han Wu, now calmer, picks up the phone, looks at a photo of himself with Peng, and murmurs that he'll set everything right within a year at most. He promises his grandson that once he returns, he'll never suffer again. In the city of Chang'an, the Monster Breeder Division building is packed. Peng looks around amazed by the crowd, commenting that Becoming a monster breeder has really become a trend. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice and turns to see his friend Li Zigong, accompanied by Zhang Hong and Li Hongdu. He smiles and greets them. Zhang Hong asks if he came to watch the exam, but Zigong laughs, proudly pointing at his mother, saying they're there to see her take the test. Even though she's failed 3 times before, he insists she'll pass this time. Hongdu lightly taps her brother's head, calling him an idiot. Zigong complains that she hits him so often he's actually turning stupid because of her, and she retorts that he's always been stupid, it has nothing to do with her. Slightly embarrassed, Peng interrupts the banter and reveals that he's also taking the exam. The three of them are surprised, and Zhang Hong places a hand on his shoulder with an encouraging smile, saying it's great to see him so determined, that he believes in him, and that maybe today they'll witness the birth of the youngest monster breeder in Chang'an. Peng laughs awkwardly, saying he's not that talented but will give it a try. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice cuts in, sarcastically asking who the youngest breeder in the city is supposed to be, mocking that the exam must be too easy if anyone thinks they can pass. Zigong gets angry and asks what that idiot just said, but his sister tries to hold him back. The man keeps provoking, saying it's ridiculous for a foolish kid to think he can become a monster breeder. Peng stares at him coldly and replies that if someone could become a breeder just by talking, that man would already be the best in the world. The blonde man gets annoyed and tells him to wait. Soon he'll see what that means. Zigong asks who that idiot is and how anyone could be worse than him, and Zhang Hong answers that it's Wang Shu, heir of the Wang group, someone who has failed the monster breeder exam 4 times. So seeing a young newcomer like Peng must have gotten under his skin. Suddenly the doors open and people begin shouting, announcing that the exam is starting. The head examiner of the Chang'an City Monster Breeder Division, Feng Shu, steps forward to welcome everyone. He declares that the exam will begin immediately and instructs everyone to enter and collect the written test in an orderly line. Inside the division hall, Feng Shu welcomes them again and explains that the evaluation consists of 2 parts, a theoretical test and a practical test. Peng listens carefully as Feng Shu emphasizes that they'll begin with the written exam. 3 videos will be shown on the screen behind him, and participants must accurately describe the monsters displayed. He turns on the screen and steps off the stage, saying he doesn't want to waste time, so the video starts right away. The first shows a monster swimming underwater, darting back and forth. When the screen goes dark, the chief examiner checks his watch and announces that was the first video. Everyone has 20 minutes to write their answers. People begin complaining, saying they've never seen that creature before, that it must be a new species, and the clip was too short to see anything clearly. They might have to try again next year. Feng Shu gets irritated and yells for everyone to shut up, warning that the next person who speaks will be immediately disqualified. Silence fills the room. Wang Shu smirks, thinking the written exam this year is harder than usual, but he's grateful for the insider information he received beforehand. Glancing at Peng sitting calmly beside him only makes him angrier. That idiot better enjoy laughing while he can. Meanwhile, Peng is fascinated, realizing the system seems to be responding to his thoughts and providing exactly the information he needs. The monster is a Gale dolphin. It enjoys soft music, tranquility, sunbathing, and eating fish and shrimp. Its weaknesses are darkness-type attacks and chaotic sound waves. Peng writes all of it down. The second video shows a monkey-like monster, and the system identifies it as the muscle gorilla. It likes climbing trees and eating bananas, is vulnerable to poison attacks, and has an impatient, easily irritated nature. The final video shows the third monster, identified as the claw mantis. It's strong, brave, and carnivorous, feeding on all kinds of insects, and its weakness is fire-based attacks. At exactly 10 o'clock, the examiner announces time is up and the tests are collected. Another proctor walks around gathering papers and asks everyone to wait for the results. An hour later, Feng Shu returns holding the papers and announces that the results are in, saying he will now read the names of those who passed. Liu Xueqin and Lin Celine are among them, and Zhang Hong also passes, sighing in relief when she sees her score of 81. Wang Shu, with 86 points, struts proudly, saying that was expected. Feng Shu taps the paper on the table and notes that everyone mentioned so far made a few mistakes but still passed, wishing them luck in the practical test. Wang Shu turns to Peng and says that if his name is Peng, he didn't hear it called, so maybe he didn't pass. The blonde keeps mocking, saying it's a shame. Looks like today won't be the birth of the city's youngest monster breeder after all. Peng listens silently, trembling with anxiety, thinking that's impossible. The system couldn't have been wrong. Just then, Feng Shu speaks again, saying there's one final name left on the list of those who passed. He asks the candidate to stand up. Confused, Peng rises and the examiner begins clapping, saying he truly didn't expect the candidate with a perfect score to be so young, praising the talent of the new generation. The crowd begins to murmur in admiration, saying he scored perfectly on the written exam, even though he's still in high school. Proof of an exceptionally bright future. Many whisper that they might be witnessing the rise of Chang'an's youngest monster breeder. Peng smiles and, looking directly at Wang Shu, says that Gao Peng has just been announced with a perfect score, apologizing for the disappointment. The blonde man seethes, shouting that the bastard just got lucky. As the announcement ends, the chief examiner leads all successful candidates into another room. Peng looks around, finding the place huge. Feng Shu welcomes them to the second phase, explaining that the practical test is simple. Each room behind him contains a monster provided by the association, and the goal is to increase that monster's grade within 1 week. He emphasizes that all necessary materials will be provided by the association, but anyone who fails to upgrade their monster must repay the market value of the resources used. There's also a strict limit on the amount of materials allowed. Exceeding it means automatic failure. At that moment, another figure walks in, clapping. It's Li Jin, manager of the Monster Breeder Division. He calls for everyone's attention, saying they'll now assign rooms and asking them to line up to draw a card from a red box. One by one, the candidates step forward to take their cards. As he waits, Peng thinks that since the selection is random, there's no way to know what kind of monster he'll have to handle, which explains why the Monster Breeder Certificate is one of the hardest to obtain. Wang Shu watches him closely, thinking he can't wait to see if Peng will stay confident once he finds out what card he drew. When Peng reaches into the box, he jokingly asks the heart of the cards to bring him luck. But as he tries to pull out a slip, a tiny creature bites the paper and refuses to let go. Both he and Li Jin notice the odd scene. Smiling, Zhang Hong says she got room 6 and asks Peng which one he picked. Peng smiles back and shows that he got room 10. Feng Shu then orders everyone to head to the rooms corresponding to their cards, declaring the practical exam officially begun. Peng walks to room 10 and is greeted by a man who introduces himself as Zhou Yuan. Peng shakes his hand with a polite smile, saying he'll be counting on his help. As Zhou Yuan swipes his card and opens the door to the 10th room, a terrifying roar echoes from within. So powerful it makes the floor tremble slightly. The moment Peng steps inside, the system immediately identifies the monster. Species: Red River Monkey. Level: 10. Grade: Normal. Attribute: Earth. Condition: Sick, dying. Weakness: Yin. Then another notification appears listing the requirements to evolve it to excellent grade. Peng grows uneasy and asks what happened to that monkey. Zhou Yuan explains grimly that it underwent countless experiments, which caused conflicting negative energies to build up inside its body. In truth, the creature should have been put down, but due to a lack of available test subjects, it was assigned for this trial. Earlier, Zhou Yuan had questioned the manager, asking why, among so many healthy monsters, they'd pick this one. On the phone, Li Jin told him not to worry. He had his own reasons. In that same call, he was speaking with Mr. Wang, assuring him that everything was going as planned and that the candidate wouldn't pass the practical test, not even if he were the greatest monster breeder in the world. Back in the present, Zhou Yuan sighs and says the monkey has only survived this long because of its incredible will to live, but the chances of recovery are extremely low, far beyond normal difficulty. He offers to help Peng register for the next exam, allowing him to start directly in the second phase. But Peng looks at the monkey locked in the cage, breathing weakly, body trembling, eyes filled with tears. He thanks Zhou Yuan for the offer, but firmly says he won't give up so easily. Zhou Yuan smiles faintly, saying he understands, and allows him to enter. As soon as Peng steps through, the door closes behind him. The monster, lying on the ground, trembles as tears roll down its face. In its mind, flashes of painful experiments and voices calling it useless torment its thoughts. It screams in despair, staring at Peng with raw suffering. Peng slowly approaches, places a hand on the monkey's head, and gently tells it not to worry. Just trust him because he'll do everything he can to help. Using the system, Peng analyzes the Red River monkey's evolution path, and the results shock him. The first screen shows the normal path, purify bodily impurities, and evolve into an excellent grade Red River monkey. But then a second screen appears, darker, surrounded by a shadowy aura, offering an alternative. Yin path. Absorb yin energy to eliminate the body's weakness to the yin attribute. High chance of evolving into a new species and achieving excellent or higher grade. Peng can't understand why this creature has 2 evolution routes, but new windows appear listing the requirements for each. For the normal evolution, 5,000 grams of spiritual aura herb, 4,500 grams of concentrated aucuba scent, 10 bottles of first-class antidote, 5 elite-level monster crystals of the wood attribute, 2,500 grams of spirit-calming wood powder, 10 bottles of heart-cleansing dust, and 10 kilograms of tranquil leaf tea. For the distorted yin evolution, 250 grams of black candlegrass, 1 elite-level carrion attribute monster crystal, 2 or 3 pouches of luminous powder, 1 or 2 skull mushrooms, and 3 stalks of withered grass. Peng compares both lists and realizes the normal path demands an absurd number of materials, far exceeding the limit allowed by the examiners. He reasons that his choice makes sense. It's easier to continue painting on a stained canvas than to scrub it clean and start from scratch. So, he decides to take the risk and choose the distorted path. The system updates and displays the yin evolution formula. Mix a portion of black candlegrass into the creature's 3 daily meals for 3 days. Then feed it the carrion-type crystal and place it in a bath containing sulfuric acid solution blended with luminous powder, skull mushrooms, and withered grass. After that, let the process occur naturally. Reading everything carefully, Peng calls Zhou Yuan and hands him a note. Zhou asks if that's the material list, and when he reads it, he's stunned by the names. Black candlegrass, skull mushrooms, withered grass, all toxic ingredients. He frowns and says every one of them is highly poisonous, asking if Peng intends to raise the monkey's grade or kill it. Peng calmly replies that desperate times call for desperate measures, assuring him he knows what he's doing before closing the door. Zhou Yuan storms off, pacing anxiously, muttering that this boy couldn't possibly have gotten a perfect score on the written test. He's just a fool with a bit of theoretical knowledge, acting like a genius. 3 days pass. In room 2, one participant has already failed. In room 7, another candidate also failed, lamenting that the monster's grade almost increased, but she couldn't figure out what went wrong. In room 8, someone else loses it completely, shouting that nothing makes sense. He followed every ratio perfectly, yet nothing worked. Meanwhile, in room 10, the Red River monkey starts to recover. Peng watches, noting that once again the system was right. The black candlegrass stimulated the monkey's body and healed most surface wounds. After 3 days of feeding, its body and spirit are at peak activity, and the carrion crystal has begun to take effect. Peng holds the cage key and says that now all that's left is to put it into the sulfuric acid solution and wait. He remembers Zhou Yuan's warning when handing him the key, that it was meant to open the cage and that all monsters provided by the association were supposedly docile. But after all the suffering the Red River monkey endured, it could react unpredictably, so Peng must be careful. Looking down at the key in his hand, Peng reflects that it's hard for a monster to communicate with a human without a blood contract, and letting it out could be dangerous. But he's already decided. It's the only option he has left. He approaches the cage and speaks gently, saying he's going to release it, but it needs to promise to behave. The monkey nods as if understanding. Without hesitation, Peng unlocks the cage and calls it out. Though he tries to look confident, he still feels a twinge of fear, until the monkey suddenly runs toward him and jumps into his arms, showing gratitude and affection for the kindness it received over the past days. Peng smiles in relief and pets it lightly, saying it can be free now, because the most important thing is helping it evolve. The two walk to the bathroom where the bathtub is ready. Peng tells the monkey to get in, assuring it everything will be fine. But the creature hesitates, pulls out a handful of fur from its tail, and throws it into the tub. The fur sizzles instantly, and frightened, the monkey refuses to enter. Peng is impressed by the creature's intelligence but keeps smiling, urging it to trust him, promising it can become stronger if it has the courage. He then places his hand on the monkey's head, radiating calmness. Slowly, the creature gives in and steps into the tub. Peng watches with a tight chest, saying that sight would make anyone uneasy. The moment the monkey submerges, thick, dark smoke begins to fill the room, startling Peng and triggering the alarms. In the security booth, a voice comes over the radio announcing that the fire alarm has been activated in room 10 and they need to contain it immediately before it spreads. Teams rush in with extinguishers while other participants panic, whispering that whoever's in room 10 must have caused an explosion. From afar, Wang Shu watches with satisfaction, murmuring that the investment wasn't wasted and that manager Li Jin really kept his word. The alarm keeps blaring as people run to room 10 and force the door open, only to find there's no fire, just heavy black smoke drifting through the air. Peng turns startled and asks why they barged in like that. Zhou Yuan explains that the fire alarm had gone off, and as a precaution, everyone rushed to check the situation. The protagonist apologizes, admitting he was so focused on the process that he didn't even notice the system trigger. Zhou grabs the radio and reports that room 10 has been inspected and everything is under control, asking the others to disregard the alert. Moments later, Feng Shu arrives, demanding to know what happened and whether that was truly the result of an evolution process. The details are explained to him, and gradually the tension in the air begins to fade. Meanwhile, bystanders whisper among themselves, saying the whole thing is a mess. After all, that boy is far too young and inexperienced for such a task. Watching from a distance, Wang Shu smirks, saying it looks like not even a piece of the monster remains, meaning he failed the test. Though he plans to watch closely, he wants to see that smug grin vanish for good. Suddenly, the bathtub that had appeared empty begins to bubble, and a skeletal hand bursts out, wrapped in a dark, terrifying aura. The monkey begins to rise, but now with a completely different and horrifying form. People recoil in shock as the creature stands up fully, shattering the tub in front of it. The enormous being glares at the protagonist with hollow, menacing eyes. Feng Xiu demands to know what it is, and Li Jin, equally stunned, asks if that thing could really be the same Red River monkey. Zhou Yuan smiles faintly and says that the kid isn't just a theoretical fool, he's a true genius. The system flashes a notification. Yin distorted evolution completed successfully. The Red River monkey has transformed into a skeletal carrion monkey. Name: Skeletal carrion monkey. Level 11. Tier: Elite. Grade: Perfect. Attribute: Undead. Condition: Weak but animated. Weakness: Light. Peng's face lights up in disbelief. It actually worked. He's overjoyed but mutters that the system is ridiculous. This was only supposed to be a qualification test. In the future, with enough materials, he could evolve and mass-produce creatures like this. Scientists gather around, noting that after the evolution, the creature's body has grown massive, the gas surrounding its bones is incredibly resilient, and the bones themselves look as strong as steel. Li Jin comments, amazed, that this must be an entirely new, uncatalogued species, and more than that, an exceedingly rare undead type, making it a priceless discovery. Feng Xiu smiles, observing that undead types are indeed uncommon, even among the allied government's ranks. But the real treasure isn't the creature. It's the boy who created it. Peng turns around and realizes the chief exterminator is watching. Smiling proudly, he calls out to the examiner, asking him to verify the results. He's successfully evolved the Red River monkey. Feng Xiu smiles and tells him he's done exceptionally well, worthy of the top score on the written test. The now transformed monkey tugs on Peng's clothes, trying to communicate. Peng touches him gently and says he understands. He's already helped him evolve. Shouldn't that be enough? But the creature's eyes show it isn't satisfied. Li Jin, consumed by greed, starts grinning. Evolved monsters are usually handed over as rewards to the association staff. Normally, he wouldn't care about such things, but this time is different. That new species has to be his. Feng Xiu, seeing the situation, calmly states that it seems the monster has formed a bond with the candidate. And if that's the case, he should be allowed to keep it. Everyone is shocked, even Peng himself. Feng Xiu repeats firmly that Peng may indeed keep the creature. Li Jin, outraged, demands to know if the chief is serious. Feng Xiu replies yes, because this is a new species, and all data about it is unknown. He adds that the evolution was a complete success, making the monster incredibly valuable, then asks what Peng intends to do with it. Peng pauses, recalling the examiner's earlier words about advancement. But what truly amazes him is something else. Before, the monkey had only been at normal grade and could only reach elite tier upon hitting level 20. Yet it has now achieved elite tier at level 11, skipping the excellent grade entirely and jumping straight to perfect. Even more astonishing, the system indicates it could still evolve further to the epic grade, and it's already an extremely rare undead type. Zhou Yuan approaches, stunned, saying no one could have guessed that creature was once a Red River monkey, and points out that it clearly wants to stay with Peng, so he should take it with him. Li Jin interrupts, raising his voice and turning to Feng Xiu, insisting that can't be allowed. According to association rules, monsters that successfully evolve during evaluations must be handed over to the institution. He also argues that the Red River monkey underwent numerous experiments and only evolved because of them. Wang Shu seizes the moment, siding with Li Jin, saying the monster should have been destroyed long ago, mocking Peng for being so young and claiming it's impossible someone like him could improve a dying creature. Li Jin insists it's absurd to let him keep it. A novice like that doesn't deserve such a thing. Wang Shu reinforces the claim, saying Peng had no merit in any of it. The president then asks sharply how exactly the boy could have cheated. Realizing Feng Xiu's irritation, Li Jin tries to soften his tone, saying maybe Peng didn't cheat, but the test's difficulty far exceeds what a junior breeder could handle. He claims Peng probably just got lucky healing and evolving the monster, which means the test can't accurately measure his real ability. Feng Xiu replies with biting irony, is Li Jin suggesting that Peng took a dying monster, evolved it by accident, discovered a new species, and that still doesn't count as a valid result? Li Jin quickly backtracks, saying not exactly. He admits the test result stands, since the boy did evolve the creature, even if by luck, and the certificate should be issued to preserve fairness. However, the evolved monster must remain under the association's ownership. Feng Shu laughs out loud, saying this is what comes from narrow-mindedness. It's shameful to see such petty thinking. He remarks that there are few talented breeders in the city precisely because their minds are trapped like frogs at the bottom of a well. Turning to Peng, he asks if the boy would mind showing those two how vast the world truly is. Peng takes a deep breath and replies that all he wants is his breeder certificate. He has no idea how he got dragged into such a mess. Then, looking directly at Wang Shu, he calls him old man, asking if he really thinks this was cheating just because he's young, concluding that such thinking belongs to a real idiot. He then points at Li Jin and says that just because he can't do something doesn't mean no one else can, asking sarcastically if the man is blind and didn't just see what happened. Peng goes on, calling them incompetent and ignorant for refusing to accept the truth, staring them in the face, clinging instead to excuses to justify their disbelief. Seeing people like that, he says, is truly pitiful. He then explains that although the name Red River Monkey includes the word river, its attribute has nothing to do with water. The name simply refers to the area where the species is found. But at some point, someone assumed it was aligned with water and yin because of that word. And that person, he says, was a complete fool. Judging by the monkey's condition, plenty of other fools believed the same thing since they had flooded it with materials of those types. They were all blind to the fact that the creature's true weakness was yin. Not knowing something that basic, he says, means they've wasted their lives. Wang Shu angrily protests that this is nonsense. Everyone knows the Red River Monkey's weakness is wood. Feng Xiu interrupts, clarifying that while the creature does have some connection to wood, its true weakness is yin, and adds that Wang Shu will lose points for not knowing it. Peng continues, explaining that because of the monkey's strong vitality, it survived even after yin energy had invaded deep into its bone marrow, but purifying it would be nearly impossible. That's why he chose the opposite approach. Over the last 3 days, he fed it black candlegrass to strengthen its spirit and, using yin as a foundation, added undead-type materials, along with an elite tier crystal of the same attribute. While it might sound simple, he stresses that he didn't just mix them randomly. The real key lies in the order and ratio of the materials. Without that understanding, any attempt would have failed completely. Furthermore, anyone who tries without understanding the process could cause unpredictable results. And if the Red River monkeys were to go extinct because of that, he wouldn't be able to bear such responsibility. Feng Shu begins clapping, praising the brilliance of the new generation, and declares that since Peng has demonstrated such remarkable talent, it would be a waste to grant him only a junior breeder certificate. Therefore, the president personally guarantees that the protagonist will receive the official monster breeder certificate. Feng Shu adds that, unfortunately, issuing an advanced level certificate is beyond his authority. But if Peng travels to the main headquarters in Yanjing and undergoes a new evaluation, he's certain that with the talent Peng has shown, he will undoubtedly achieve that level, as long as he keeps working hard. Peng bows deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude for everything. The president then rises, faces the two men still standing frozen, and returns to the subject of cheating. He demands to know who the real cheaters are and asks if they think he's too foolish to uncover their schemes. He reminds them that someone just admitted the Red River monkey was an experimental subject meant for disposal. Feng Xiu says he too would like to know why a failed experiment scheduled for elimination was assigned to a test chamber in the first place. Zhang Hong confirms she already suspected Wang Shu's comments, and the other candidates start speaking up, saying Manager Li was clearly involved and that Peng was their real target. Zhou Yuan raises his hand and states that he can testify, revealing that Manager Li Jin personally added the Red River monkey to the exam's monster list, even though there were many healthier options available. Li Jin tries to silence him, but Zhou continues, pointing at Wang Shu and explaining that Li acted under the candidate's direct orders. He adds that proof of this is recorded in the association's official monster allocation reports, and a quick investigation would verify it. Wang Shu collapses to the floor in panic, desperately denying everything. The president then declares that based on the evidence as head of the Chang'an City Monster Breeder Association, he officially announces that candidate Wang Shu cheated and is hereby disqualified from the current evaluation, banned from participating in any future exams for the next 3 years. He continues, stating that former manager Li Jin is permanently expelled from the association and will never be reinstated. The surrounding crowd erupts in cheers, saying justice has been served. Feng Shu turns back to Peng, admitting that what happened was disgraceful, apologizing and inviting him for a cup of tea in his office, not only to apologize but also to make a special request. Sometime later, Peng now holds his intermediate breeder certificate in hand and has named his skeletal carrion monkey Dumby, meaning idiot. Because the creature often stares blankly into space when left alone. Looking at his new certificate, Peng jokes that he heard it's worth 30 bonus points on the college entrance exam. He boards a bus with a smile, thinking how incredible the whole evaluation had been. Not only did he obtain a perfect grade monster, but also an intermediate certificate and an identity card for Dumby. He remembers that the association usually takes ages with such paperwork, but everything changed after befriending the president. Yet, just minutes earlier, inside the association office, Feng Shu had told Peng he wanted to invite him to represent the city in the World Monster Breeder Competition. The protagonist asks if he's serious, and Feng Shu confirms firmly. He explains that, as he said before, the top breeders in the city are mediocre, which is why they've never achieved strong results in major tournaments. But if Peng represents Chang'an, everything could change. Feng Shu emphasizes that the world has only been different for 3 years, meaning both old and young stand on equal ground. Thus, the World Monster Breeder Competition has no age limit. The president, now excited, slaps the desk and exclaims that in terms of potential, young talents like Peng have an overwhelming advantage. Peng tries to hide his growing interest, but his expression betrays him, and Feng Shu teases that it would be a shame for him to refuse, especially since the top competitors receive large cash prizes, with the top 10 earning at least 10,000 alliance credits each. Feng Shu then looks aside, slightly embarrassed, admitting that he was selfish for wanting Peng to join so suddenly and that he'll take full responsibility for it. But Peng interrupts him, telling him not to say another word. With a determined expression, he declares that with great power comes great responsibility, and for that reason, he'll accept the invitation to protect the city's honor. Back in the present, on the bus, Peng sits deep in thought, wondering whether he should really enter such a competition, as everything seems complicated. Around him, passengers whisper in awe at his familiar, marveling that it's such a rare undead creature. But as always, there's someone foolish enough to do something stupid. One man leans closer out of curiosity and loudly asks what would happen if he pulled a bone from the monster. Without thinking, he reaches out to try. In an instant, red threads shoot out from Dumby, wrapping tightly around the man's arm. Within seconds, the undead completely restrains him without even turning his head, while Peng, lost in thought, is still daydreaming about the 10,000 credit reward for placing among the world's top 10. After all, someone poor like him can't afford to ignore that kind of opportunity. Dumby rises and stares at the man who dared to touch him, raising a hand toward his eye, ready to strike. Peng quickly calls his name, and the undead instantly releases the man, returning obediently to his master's side. Peng sighs, muttering that with both him and Dazi around, he has no choice but to join the competition. After all, Dazi eats too much, and now, with Dumby's size, feeding them both will be tough. Smiling, Peng jokes to his new familiar not to worry. It's his own fault for being such a genius, so young and talented that even the heavens must be jealous. The passengers keep whispering, amazed that the boy hasn't even signed a formal contract yet and still commands absolute obedience from the creature. Many wonder who this mysterious prodigy is that no one in the city had ever heard of before. After getting off the bus, Peng says it'll be good to talk to Tang Tang and tell her everything that happened. Suddenly, something rushes toward him. Dumby senses the danger and pushes him aside, blocking the attack. The undead looks back concerned, checking if his master is unharmed. Peng gets up, wincing from the pain in his back, and asks why Dumby pushed him so suddenly. The creature remains in a defensive stance, guarding him, until Peng realizes what happened and smiles, saying he was just worried. He walks up to him and says there's no need to worry. From now on, they're all family. When he turns toward Dazi, Peng is shocked at how much the centipede has fattened up. Just then, Tang Tang appears, waving and saying that she and Dazi came to pick him up. Peng asks what happened, and she smiles, explaining that Dazi is much healthier and stronger now because she fed him very well. The system automatically analyzes and reports that Dazi is severely overfed, making Peng suspicious, as he questions whether he's really stronger and healthier. Tang Tang replies cheerfully that he is, saying he was too skinny before and that she gave him something highly nutritious to eat. Dumby glances at Dazi's huge belly and starts flexing, showing off his own muscular frame. Tang Tang laughs and tells him not to get caught up in such details, changing the subject by saying what really matters is how Peng did on his exam. The protagonist explains that it went very well. The monster he received had undergone many experiments, and he managed to improve its grade, earning an intermediate monster breeder certificate. Afterward, the association president gave him a new monster as a gift, in gratitude for saving and perfecting the other one during the test. Peng points to Dumby and says he accepted him out of respect for the president. Tang Tang looks surprised and asks if he really obtained an intermediate certificate. He confirms, showing the document, and she smiles, impressed, saying he's grown up so fast and truly amazed her. Peng notices her expression soften slightly, her gaze now warmer and more curious. Tang Tang says she wanted to discuss this later but decides to ask now. Does he know why monster trainers hold such a high status? She says she'll be direct. No matter how powerful familiars are, they're still external forces, and a single shooter or bullet can easily kill them, since humans themselves are fragile. Peng looks shocked and asks if that means the high status comes from the trainers having their own means of protection. Tang Tang smiles and replies, exactly, then asks if he'd like to learn how. The secret technique Constellation Shift was, in fact, a powerful damage transfer ability that allowed its user to completely redirect any wound they received to their own familiar. However, its range was limited, and it could only be activated with the familiar's conscious consent. Despite that limitation, the potential of the technique was immense, since a monster's vitality and endurance far surpassed those of a human and continued to grow as the monster evolved. That meant that, over time, the technique would become increasingly useful and efficient. After fully understanding how it worked, the creator and his familiar began to feel a subtle bond, as if connected by an invisible thread. After some time meditating, the protagonist stretched and commented with satisfaction that he seemed to have successfully learned the technique. He thought to himself that for Tang Tang to grant him something so valuable, her support surely wasn't simple. Looking at Dazi, he joked that the creature had gotten too fat, looking like an obese purple pig. Dazi was indignant, but Peng asked Dumby to bring a mirror and showed him the truth. Seeing his reflection, Dazi was shocked, almost falling into depression. The protagonist then scolded him, telling him to stop pretending to be dead and get up to start exercising. After all, by losing all that fat, he could increase his rank. Even so, Peng thought that if his familiar stayed that fat, it would really be a problem. After all, who would want a fat flying centipede? The next day, in the city center, Tang Tang and Peng met. He apologized for making her wait so long, but she smiled and said it didn't matter, since he had already become an intermediate monster creator and still agreed to help her with her small studio. So waiting a bit wasn't a problem at all. He felt a little embarrassed, and she joked that she would stop teasing him, asking him to come in because she needed to explain more about the studio. She told him that some time ago she had partnered with others to open a small monster creator studio and invested a lot of money in it. But her partners had fled with both the money and all the creators who worked there. Peng commented that the studio was located in an excellent area, right in the heart of the city, and the rent must be sky high. Tang Tang laughed awkwardly, trying to hide her discomfort, saying that the business had been going very well before the betrayal, which was why they had rented that place. But after the creators were taken away, things collapsed. The protagonist began to feel that something was off and wondered if it was just his imagination or if she was acting differently that day. Tang Tang called him and asked him to follow her upstairs, explaining that the studio was on the third floor. She emphasized that, regarding payment, as she had said before, he would receive the best salary possible for the position, and even 20% of the shares. She added that he didn't need to worry as the job wouldn't interfere with his studies. He only needed to come on weekends, since the work of a monster creator was relatively easy. Peng, surprised, asked if that salary wasn't too high, since with such an offer she could attract much more experienced creators. Tang Tang replied casually that it wasn't as good as it sounded, explaining that she didn't want to draw too much attention. Even so, the protagonist remained suspicious. After all, first she had given him a secret technique, then invited him to a store in the very center of the city, and now offered such a generous deal. If it weren't for the trust between them, anyone would say it was too suspicious to be coincidence. But since it was Tang Tang, Peng saw no problem. After all, she had secretly taken care of him for the past 3 years, ever since the day he became an orphan. Holding his bag tightly, he took a deep breath, trying to drive away unnecessary thoughts. He knew Tang Tang would never harm him, no matter how generous her offer seemed. And in the end, with the help of his system, he really was worth all that. Maybe even more. If he could help her profit from it, it was a fair exchange. So he said he accepted all the terms, and that from that moment on, she was in charge. Tang Tang smiled, satisfied, wishing for good cooperation between them, though inwardly she sighed in relief. That had been harder than she expected, and thankfully he hadn't suspected anything. Shortly after, they reached the third floor. A young woman with a gentle and cute appearance ran toward them, smiling, saying that Miss Tang Tang had arrived just in time. Tang Tang then introduced the protagonist, saying his name was Peng and that he was the monster creator she had just hired. Then she introduced the young woman, explaining that she was the studio's receptionist, and her name was Shun Quan Quan. Right after that, Tang Tang returned to the elevator and told Peng that she had already explained everything to Quan Quan, who would be responsible for showing him the studio and introducing him to his colleagues. She added that she needed to leave because she still had a lot of work to do. Without giving him a chance to say anything else, she simply said goodbye and left, leaving the two of them there. Peng ran a hand through his hair, chuckling softly since he had already guessed she would do that. Even so, he murmured, wondering if she was really okay. Quan Quan kept her charming smile and asked him to follow her, saying they would handle his registration. While filling out the information, she glanced at Peng discreetly, surprised that someone so young was already an intermediate monster creator. Deep down, she thought Tang Tang had probably been deceived. Meanwhile, Peng sat reflecting on how the studio operated. If he wanted to generate profit for Tang Tang, he would need to set a fair service rate. Unlike other creators, he had the system, and following its instructions, his creation success rate would be practically 100%. Therefore, it wouldn't be fair to charge the same as everyone else. Although he wasn't obsessed with money, charging less would be a waste, and in a way, even disrespectful to the system itself. So he decided to charge 3 times the maximum price normally asked by an intermediate creator. When the registration was complete, Quan Quan approached him and handed over the certificate, saying the process was finished. Peng thanked her, but the receptionist looked at him with slight concern and asked if he really intended to charge 3 times the maximum rate. She explained that maybe he didn't know how a studio worked, but warned that such a price could hurt their reputation. Peng frowned and asked what she meant by that. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open. A man rushed in, looking irritated and desperate, saying he would get straight to the point. He stared at Peng and declared that if Peng wanted to charge 3 times the maximum rate, he would have to prove he was worth the price. Stepping forward firmly, he stated that if Peng could heal his familiar, no matter how long it took, he would pay 10 times the requested amount. He repeated with conviction that if his familiar truly recovered and advanced in rank, he would pay 10 times the fee without hesitation. Quan Quan panicked the moment she heard the offer since that amount was absurdly high, and she desperately begged the man to calm down. Peng, however, remained calm and confident, saying it was fine. He remarked that this would be his first client and that, for that reason, he would give a generous discount, charging only 3 times the normal rate, not 10. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really that confident in being able to heal his familiar. Peng asked him to calm down, explaining that he could only give an accurate answer after examining the creature's condition. The man then opened a box and with a worried expression revealed his small familiar. Quan Quan stepped closer anxiously as the animal began whimpering in pain and trembling in its owner's hands. The man looked at Peng in despair, asking if he could do anything. The system immediately activated the analysis. Purple electric rat, conflicting variant, level 19, elite tier, excellent grade, lightning attribute, condition, minor injuries and weakness due to mud contamination, promotion requirements for perfect grade, incomplete. Moments later, a red warning flashed across the system panel. Danger detected. Resolve the conflicting variation immediately. Peng widened his eyes and, unable to contain his irritation, shouted at the client asking what he had fed the rat. The man, startled, replied that he had given it blood jade ganoderma, thinking it would trigger a mutation and help it evolve. But the result had been the opposite. Now, desperate, he asked if there was still a chance to cure it. Peng began reasoning. The electric rat had already been in the process of evolution, but the forced attempt caused a conflicting variation between the lightning and blood types, leading to the collapse. The system reappeared, displaying the variant evolution plan. 5 shadow fruits, 5 grams of scarlet maple from the well, 50 grams of golden lightning leaves, grind and boil into soup. Add 1 bloodbat crystal core, elite tier. Peng realized that if he followed the system's plan, he could turn the conflict into a complement and trigger a unique variant evolution. He then asked Quan Quan to gather the ingredients as quickly as possible and turned to the client, asking if he knew the creator's rules. They used their own materials, but the client had to reimburse everything afterward. The man agreed immediately, so willing to pay whatever it took. Peng approached the small rat and spoke to it calmly, promising that he would make it evolve successfully. Once everything was ready, they went to the treatment room. When the preparation began, both the client and Quan Quan were horrified by what they saw. The man, pale as a sheet, asked if that was really how Peng intended to heal the electric rat. The scene was absurd. The little rat was lying on a chopping board, and Peng, holding a huge cleaver, looked as if he were about to slice it up. Seeing that, both of them shouted in disbelief, calling it madness. But Peng, unfazed, grabbed the rat and threw it straight into the boiling pot. The client tried to stop him, and Quan Quan nearly fainted, crying that this would cause a massive loss. Even so, Peng continued stirring the pot calmly, and after a few seconds he lifted a ladle of the broth and, with the most serious expression in the world, asked if the client would like to taste a sip of the rat soup, claiming that, according to legend, it nourished the yin and restored the yang. The man began to panic, but Peng simply smiled and told him to relax, explaining that it was just a joke to lighten the mood. Then he lifted the lid and asked the man to take a look. Mr. Ma leaned in curiously, and to his astonishment, What was inside wasn't soup at all. It was a medicinal bath Peng had prepared for the familiar. The heat was only meant to help the creature absorb the medicine more effectively. Even so, the client kept watching with his heart pounding, trying to stay calm. The protagonist covered the pot again and with a confident smile said that the heavens were about to bless that rat, so it needed to boil a little longer, about 10 more minutes. Mr. Ma thought about how there were only two advanced monster creators in the whole city, both prestigious and impossible to schedule. That was why his only option had been Peng, an intermediate creator. But if the boy made a mistake, he wouldn't forgive it. 10 minutes later, the client returned to the room and asked if it wasn't done yet or if it was taking too long. Peng calmly replied that it was almost time. Suddenly, the pot began to shake and rumble, and Peng announced that the moment had come. The lid flew off, a small explosion burst out, and the rat leaped from the pot, trembling and radiating energy throughout its body. In an instant, it destroyed everything around it with incredible speed. The client began shouting with joy, celebrating that it had worked, and that his familiar had truly evolved. Quan Quan, however, panicked as she watched the treatment room being completely destroyed. The system analyzed the monster again and displayed Name, Purple Blood Electric Rat, Level 20, Tier, Elite, Grade, Perfect, Attributes, Lightning, and Blood. Peng crossed his arms and remarked that the client was very lucky. His familiar had reached perfect grade with dual attributes, and with a bit of training, it could even advance to commander tier. Mr. Ma, overwhelmed with emotion, apologized for having been rude earlier and thanked him sincerely. Peng replied professionally, saying there was no need for thanks since the man was paying for the service. He then handed him the invoice, including the consultation fee and materials, and the cost of the damage to the treatment room. He called Quan Quan Cutie and asked her to send the list of materials to the client's home, explaining that the cost would be deducted from his commission. Mr. Ma, still excited by the result, asked if Peng could examine another of his familiars and whether he had time the next day. However, Peng refused. The man insisted, saying he would pay 3 times more since money wasn't a problem. Peng then asked him to calm down and explained that wasn't the reason. He simply had school the next day and wouldn't have time. The client was confused and asked if it was some kind of association training or a lesson with a renowned master. Peng packed his things and, with complete composure, said that he was still in his 3rd year of high school and needed to go home to do his homework. Mr. Ma was left completely stunned, unable to believe that someone so young could possess such talent, muttering to himself that students these days were terrifying. Quan Quan was also speechless, remembering that Tang Tang had bought the studio just a few days earlier for an enormous sum, fired all the previous monster creators, and told her to keep it a secret from Peng. But now, seeing this, she understood that he was a true super genius. Meanwhile, inside her home, Tang Tang held something in her hands and commented that it was the last remaining crystal core. She ordered her familiar to deliver it to the right destination. An open window led in the wind, and in the protagonist's room, Dazi rested peacefully. Tang Tang's small familiar threw the crystal core through the window, and both it and the other creature watched the scene unfold. Dazi quickly darted forward, swallowed the core, and within seconds began to feel something strange. Dumby, alarmed, tried to help him. Meanwhile, Peng was walking home calmly, mumbling that those 7 kilos of yin cedar needles should be enough to feed Dumby for a month. He reflected that his familiar had already reached perfect grade, and if it continued evolving, it could reach epic grade, something so rare he had only read about it in books or seen on TV. Even so, he decided it would be better to ensure proper nutrition before thinking about new evolutions. On the other hand, Dazi's case was more urgent. To evolve, he needed a crystal core from a level 10 or higher Thunder-type monster, an extremely hard-to-find item, and even if he found one, he probably couldn't afford it. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from his house. Peng froze, recognizing Dumby's cry, and realized something might have happened. He ran frantically, knocking things over on the way until he reached the door. When he opened it, he saw Dazi rolling around, wrapped in an unstable aura. The system immediately ran an auto-analysis. Yellow-clawed, purple-backed centipede. In evolution. Current grade, normal. Level 8. A large amount of Thunder Titan centipede meat has been consumed along with a Thunder Titan centipede crystal core. Condition. Requirements met for one of the evolutionary paths. Evolution initiated. Peng's eyes widened. He didn't know whether to be amazed or terrified. He shouted, demanding to know what kind of evolution this was and where such a rare crystal core had come from. When he turned around, he noticed Tang Tang watching from a distance. He called out to her, angrily asking if she had given Dazi the core. She tried to play it off, avoiding his gaze, but thought that if she had told him, he surely would have refused. Changing the subject, she pretended to act natural and said she had only come to drop off his groceries since he'd left them halfway home. Before Peng could respond, she hurried off. grumbling that he'd been spending too freely since he started making money. Peng tried calling her again, but she told him to rest and promised not to bother him anymore before slipping into her own apartment. He sighed, realizing she obviously knew he needed that core and had done it on purpose. Turning back to Dazi, he gave his familiar a light tap on the head, scolding him for being such a glutton and eating whatever he found. Sitting down beside him, he opened the system and remarked that it didn't matter anymore. What really mattered now was finding a way to accelerate the evolution. He rummaged through the clutter in the room, muttering that nothing there would work until he found something interesting, a purple poisonous flower. Holding it up, he said that if he ground it and mixed it into a medicinal broth, it might help with the evolution. He quickly prepared the elixir, handed it to Dazi, and told him to drink it at once. The little monster swallowed the liquid and suddenly, its eyes gleamed brightly. A powerful surge of energy burst from its body, lighting up the entire apartment and shattering the windows. The transformation began instantly. Dazi's body grew larger, his claws and shell became tougher, and amid the blinding light, he successfully completed his evolution. The system analyzed again and reported that Dazi had now become a purple-backed thunder centipede, level 9, excellent grade, with thunder and poison attributes. To reach perfect grade, he would need to grind a silver leaf into powder, mix it with water, and make Dazi drink it daily for a week, as well as provide a crystal core from a commander-level thunder-type monster. Peng sighed in relief, saying it was finally over. He hadn't expected Dazi to advance to excellent grade so easily, and remarked that this was the benefit of having someone amazing backing him up. Suddenly, Dazi collapsed from exhaustion, and Dumby rushed over in concern, checking if his friend was okay. The protagonist was surprised since Dazi usually picked on Dumby, yet he was showing genuine worry. Peng reassured him, saying Dazi was just tired. Then he offered Dumby some food, telling him that despite his looks, he was very kind, and that's why Peng had bought that meal especially for him. Dumby took a piece carefully, tasted the delicious flavor, and soon began eating eagerly. Peng smiled in satisfaction and told him he was a good boy, asking him to just keep eating. He added that Dumby had gone through a recent evolution, so it was best to let him stabilize for now. And later, once they gathered the right materials, they would work on helping him evolve again since he would certainly become a very powerful familiar. Sometime later, Dazi woke up and saw that both Peng and Dumby were asleep. An idea crossed his mind. He grabbed a blanket and quietly walked toward his master. Tang Tung, watching everything through the window, commented that it looked like the calm before the storm. Seeing how surrounded by affection the protagonist was, she said that he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible. The next day, inside the principal's office, the man slammed his hand on the desk and shouted that he completely rejected the proposal. He demanded to know how they could even consider allowing monsters into the school, given that the students were still young and defenseless, asking if the higher-ups weren't concerned about their safety. Another man tried to calm him down, explaining that in times of peace, such an age might still be considered childish, but in ancient times, people that young were already taking up arms to protect their families. The principal was shocked, asking if things had truly come to that point, and the superior replied that, although new technologies were being developed all around the world, progress was still slow. And if things continued like this, when the day came that their current technology could no longer face the threats ahead, it would already be too late for regret. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Peng felt uneasy as everyone stared at him. One of the students turned around and asked if it was true that he had earned an intermediate creator's certificate. Peng asked how he knew about that, and the boy showed him a newspaper, revealing that he had become famous, a real celebrity, which made their class seem even more impressive. He added that the news had also deflated Zigong's pride, who had been unbearable ever since learning that his mother had passed her exam too. The group then said they had a somewhat bad favor to ask, but Peng cut them off, saying that if they themselves already considered it a bad request, then there was no reason to make it at all, as it would be unpleasant both for the one asking and the one doing it. In other words, it wasn't a good idea to insist on bad favors. The boy frowned in irritation, but before he could reply, their teacher suddenly appeared behind him and smacked him on the head with a stack of papers, shouting to know why everyone was just standing around. She then ordered everyone to sit down immediately because she had an important announcement to make. Mudong walked to the front of the classroom and explained that, starting that day, all schools around the world were undergoing an emergency reform. The second year of high school would now include a new course about monsters, along with a special recruitment channel. It was a joint project between the Ministry of Education and the military, and the top students could be directly recruited into prestigious academies or military institutions. She informed them that military instructors would arrive soon and that any students interested in joining those academies could begin training that very afternoon. Mudong added that anyone who wished to become a special student should meet her after class to register. The entire class was stunned by the sudden announcement, whispering among themselves that such a direct collaboration with the military wasn't normal, raising suspicions that something serious might be happening, perhaps even outside the city, since they had heard rumors that the situation out there was tense. While the students murmured, the teacher called Peng and asked him to follow her because she wanted to speak privately. Outside the classroom, Murong smiled and praised him, saying he had done something truly amazing by obtaining the Intermediate Monster Creator Certificate, and that even the principal had personally congratulated him in the earlier meeting. Then she revealed that the following day the high school students from the 7th school would be visiting, and the school wanted him to serve as the representative for the new students. Peng tried to refuse, saying that sort of thing was too showy and not really his style, since what he truly wanted was to become a special student and a monster trainer. Murong grew curious and asked why he had made that decision, acknowledging that being a trainer was admirable, but that she didn't quite understand his urgency. Suddenly, noises came from outside and she noticed that the army had already arrived at the school. She then remarked that his grades were excellent and, combined with the bonus from his creator certificate, he had enough points to get into the best universities in the world. For that reason, she told him that he could choose any academy inside or outside of China, and that he had full control over his future. She further explained that if he truly wished to become a monster trainer, he could use his current achievements to enter a military academy and specialize there. There was no need to rush. Outside, soldiers were already unloading various monsters for the afternoon training sessions. Peng watched the movement outside through the window and sincerely thanked his teacher for her words, saying that he understood her concern but believed the military path was the safest place to start. However, he emphasized that the process was too slow and that he wanted to learn real combat techniques and grow stronger as soon as possible, something that would only be possible if he passed both exams at the same time. For that reason, he couldn't afford to miss the opportunity. He asked Murong not to worry about him. The teacher sighed, saying he was still young, but upon seeing the determination in his eyes, she eventually gave in. She said that if that was truly what he wanted, she wouldn't stop him, but warned him not to act recklessly. Peng bowed respectfully and thanked her for her support before heading on his way. Groups of students were gathering for training, filled with excitement and confidence. After all, it was an incredible opportunity and everyone wanted to give their best. Suddenly, someone in the crowd called out to him, asking if he had also registered as a monster trainer. When he turned to see who it was, he recognized Tianjin. The boy ran up to him enthusiastically, saying that he was already a monster creator and that his grades were excellent too. Curious, Peng asked why he wanted to register. With bright eyes, Tianjin replied that it was his childhood dream. His favorite animated movie had been God's favorite treasure, and the monsters in it were amazing. That's why he wanted to become one with the strongest trainer and couldn't miss the chance. Peng teased him, asking if that strongest trainer happened to be a man, would he still want to become one with him? Annoyed, Tianjin said it was just a figure of speech. Peng ended the teasing and told him it was fine, but they needed to keep moving, since the training field was just ahead. When the group of students arrived, they were stunned by the sight of the muscular soldiers. It was the first time they had ever seen people so imposing and serious. The colonel stepped onto the stage and Tianjin whispered if that man was really the instructor, since, aside from his muscles, he didn't seem that special. The colonel heard the remark and, with a single glare, made Tianjin almost faint from fear. Peng observed and thought that murderous aura was terrifying, realizing the colonel was anything but ordinary. The man began to speak, first praising them for having courage, unlike those who had given up. But then he broke the atmosphere, saying that courage alone was worthless. Without a steady mind and iron will, they would wet themselves the moment they saw a wild monster, their legs turning to jelly. They wouldn't even be able to run. The students grew irritated and shouted that it wasn't true, that they wanted to become monster trainers and had already seen many monsters before. The colonel smiled and asked if they were really that sure, then ordered that a wild beast be brought in. The monster was dragged in and placed beside a thick metal plate. A soldier explained that the target was a Type 3 armored plate, 10 centimeters thick. The colonel gave the order and the beast charged at a frightening speed, completely shattering the plate with a single blow. The students stood speechless and terrified at the display of power. Even Peng was shocked, wondering how something so thick could be destroyed so easily. The colonel asked if they had all seen that, explaining that this was the power of a trained familiar, and that the monsters they would face in the future could be even stronger. He then said this was their last chance. Anyone who wanted to quit could leave right now. People started walking away and Peng was surprised to see that almost everyone left. Apparently, they had only come for the excitement of the moment. The colonel shouted, asking why they looked so down, saying that what they had done wasn't wrong. He smiled and told them that those who went back should study hard because studying was also a fine path and they weren't deserters. They had simply made the rational choice to return to class. The colonel then turned his gaze to those who remained, his eyes wild and his aura so heavy that everyone felt the air grow thick. He said that those who chose to stay were different, but warned that if anyone quit now, they would be true deserters. And he hated deserters more than anything. He asked if they understood, and with trembling voices, the students answered yes. The colonel yelled for them to repeat, saying he couldn't hear them. The group, terrified, screamed in unison that they understood. By the end of the day, Peng arrived home and collapsed on the couch, completely exhausted. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he hadn't expected it to be that tough. Despite his fatigue, he noticed his familiars were upset and hungry, so he went to the kitchen. As he walked, he recalled Colonel Chen's words. Within a month, every institute in the city would conduct elimination tests until only about 1,200 students remained. The cut rate was brutally high. When Peng opened the refrigerator and found it empty, he began rummaging through the cupboards, wondering aloud where all the yin cedar needles had gone. Only one remained. He walked into the living room confused and asked what had happened. Dazi pointed at Dumby, saying he had eaten everything. Peng approached and calmly explained that next time, if Dumby wanted more, he just needed to ask. Dumby lowered his head embarrassed, and Peng patted him gently, saying he wasn't angry. He just wanted him to let him know. Then he sat on the couch and opened the system, checking the data. Dumby needed to absorb 250 kilos of yin cedar needles to complete the first stage, meaning he was almost there. Peng placed an order for 15 kilos of needles and 5 kilos of thunderflower fruit. Calculating the costs, he thought to himself that half a kilo of needles cost 1,000 alliance dollars, but only 1.5 credits for 10 kilos, affordable for daily use. Even so, the faster Dumby ate, the faster he would evolve, which meant the materials would become increasingly expensive and rare, perhaps even requiring a legendary crystal, which would be like burning money. And then there was Dazi, the glutton, who needed 100 kilos of thunderflower fruit to reach perfect grade. Fortunately, those fruits were cheaper. Half a kilo cost only 100 alliance dollars. After finishing the calculations, Peng held his head and murmured that supporting a family really wasn't easy. The next day, upon arriving at school, he was stunned by the sight before him. The place looked like a true monster park. Students and creatures everywhere, even a colossal body occupying half the courtyard. Peng approached a girl and asked if that was her familiar, complimenting how healthy it looked, but telling her she'd need to make some space. Confused, the girl asked what he meant, and he explained that her monster was completely blocking the gate. The girl made a desperate face, remembering that she had bought it when it was small and cute, but it had grown out of control. She pouted, almost crying, saying it wasn't like that when she bought it. Peng sighed and asked if she really didn't understand what he had just said. At that moment, a soldier appeared asking what was going on, and if her familiar was indeed blocking the path. With a grin, the man turned toward Silver and said, the monster was his now. The wolf growled, releasing a fierce aura, and the giant pig began to tremble in fear until it finally stood up, clearing the way. The soldier commented that it looked like the show was over and that they could now begin real training. Everyone gathered in the training field, and he explained that he knew some wished they had formed more familiars to build a complete squad, but that today's focus would be on their own combat abilities. Even though this was a basic step, it was essential, because no matter how powerful familiars were, if they didn't listen and obey commands, they were useless, and everyone had just seen a clear example of that. The girl with the pig looked visibly embarrassed. The officer crouched down and told them that if they wanted to train their familiars, they first needed to understand their habits and preferences to build a proper bond. As an example, he mentioned his own silver moon wolf, explaining that he always bought the armored black pork it loved and fed it personally. He even joked and slept beside it every day. Thanks to that, the wolf now trusted him completely and obeyed every order. Everyone recalled how the colonel's familiar had shattered a steel plate with just its tail. But the soldier explained that originally the tail hadn't even been the wolf's strongest weapon. It was only after months and months of training that it became tougher, faster, and more precise, turning into an additional attack method alongside its fangs and claws. That was the colonel's training style, developing multiple forms of attack. Next, Li was called to demonstrate his own familiar's abilities. He explained that his was also a silver moon wolf, like many others, but due to a different training method, it had evolved differently. Throwing a rock forward, the wolf dashed at lightning speed and shattered it completely with a single bite. Peng was impressed by the power of that strike. The officer then continued, saying that familiars were divided into 5 classes: attack, defense, support, healing, and control. However, it wasn't uncommon to train a familiar for more than one role. For example, the green demon vine could be used for both defense and control. Finally, he clapped his hands and said that the basics had been covered, so the official training would begin. The first exercises were simple. Start by testing bite strength on wooden blocks and gradually increase the difficulty. While a group of monkeys unloaded a truck, the soldier explained that all those materials were for the students to use during training, so they didn't need to worry about resources. He emphasized that anyone who had already chosen their training style should register and collect the appropriate supplies. The protagonist began thinking about the best way to train Dazi. Since he was strong in offense, perhaps the ideal would be to strengthen his defense. However, he had no idea how to begin training that aspect. Peng, on the other hand, watched the small monkeys curiously as they carried enormous crates and concluded that they had likely specialized in physical strength. Suddenly, he remembered seeing a file at the studio about a species of mutant monkeys with sparse hair known as boxing monkeys. They were incredible attackers but extremely weak defensively. According to the document, these monkeys were trained by their own parents from birth, going through a harsh process where they repeatedly struck their bodies against tree trunks, then against piles of stone, facing tougher challenges as they grew. Over time, their constantly wounded skin dried and hardened, forming a natural armor of calluses and scars. As adults, they developed powerful muscles and a tough hide, capable of protecting them even from heavy impacts against rock. Inspired, the protagonist studied the training materials and thought he might adopt a similar method to improve Dazi's defense. After selecting the equipment, he walked over to his familiar, who was lazily lying in the shade of a tree. Calling him over, Peng said he had chosen their new training method, explaining that it was for Dazi's own good. Better to feel a bit of pain now than suffer for life. Holding something in his hand, he assured him it would only hurt a little, and smiled as he raised a hammer, saying that Dazi just needed to trust him because it wouldn't be that bad. Terrified, Dazi started trembling and bolted in panic. The protagonist ran after him, shouting that he didn't need to run, that it wouldn't hurt, and that it was all for his own good, insisting that it hurt him emotionally too. When he finally caught up, he sighed, complaining that the hammer was so heavy it had nearly broken his own arm. A week later, at 7 in the morning, the alarm went off. Peng turned it off and rolled over in bed, mumbling that he wasn't training today. He'd sleep a little longer. But a thunderous roar made him jump up immediately. Annoyed, he left the room grumbling that Dazi could stop making such a racket already, heading to prepare breakfast. While cooking, he commented that his familiar had indeed grown stronger, though completely exhausted physically, so something he found deeply unfair. Even so, he noticed he had improved a bit himself, gaining strength and speed. Even his cooking, like making pancakes, seemed faster. Looking at his two familiars, he remarked that it was good Dazi hadn't eaten junk during that time, since he had grown and now reached level 10. Still, Peng admitted he wasn't entirely sure if that method had truly increased Dazi's defense, remembering that he had nearly broken his arms in the process, and that feeding Dumby had almost bankrupted him. At that moment, his phone started ringing. Dumby noticed and brought it to his master, who answered on speaker. On the other end, a voice asked if he was speaking to Peng and introduced himself as Liu Senlin, general manager of the Blue Shield Security Company. Peng greeted him and, confused, asked why he was calling, since he didn't even know that company existed. Senlin replied that, on behalf of the company, he wanted to arrange an in-person meeting as the matter could be very beneficial for him, and asked if he had any time available to talk. Back at the studio, Quan Quan welcomed Peng and informed him that the guest was already waiting. When he entered the room, a man stood up and asked if he was Peng. The protagonist confirmed and returned the question, wanting to know if he was really Senlin. The man smiled, saying it was a pleasure to finally meet him in person, and reaffirmed that he was indeed the general manager of the Blue Shield Insurance Company, as mentioned on the phone. Senlin explained that he was there to ask if Peng would be interested in working for the company as a consultant monster creator. The protagonist was surprised by the offer, but gestured for him to sit first. Once they were both seated, Peng asked why the manager had sought him out, pointing out that there were advanced monster creators in the city, while he was only an intermediate one. He said he didn't know what kind of reputation he had earned to make the general manager of a major security firm personally come to him, but he was sure it was some kind of exaggeration. Senlin laughed, saying Peng was being far too modest, and admitted that while there were indeed a few advanced creators in the city, one of them being the president of the Monster Creators Association, Mr. Chen, someone like that obviously wouldn't have time to act as a consultant for a small company like his. The other was Mr. Guxian Lin, who already worked full-time as a government consultant. That was why, among all the intermediate creators, Senlin preferred to trust a talented young man like Peng rather than anyone else. The protagonist replied that if that was the case, then before proceeding, he wanted to make his conditions clear. The negotiation would only continue if they were accepted. First, he explained, He had classes from Monday to Friday and, unless in urgent situations, should not be disturbed during the week. Second, he would accept the consultant position, but he would not sign any exclusivity agreement, although he guaranteed he would never assist any competitors of Blue Shield. Senlin smiled and said that was perfectly fine, accepting the terms, and then showed him a contract asking what Peng thought of the part-time model they had prepared. The protagonist began reading and was surprised. The contract was almost too generous. There were no mandatory clauses, the salary was 500 credits per year plus commissions, and an additional 50 credits for every successful evolution of the company's demonic mantises. That made Peng think that the owner of Blue Shield must be an extremely wealthy person. After carefully reading it and finding no disadvantages, he decided to sign. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Quan Quan entered and announced that Mr. Ma, who had an appointment with him, had arrived a bit early. The general manager stood up, saying that since the contract was signed, there was no need to take more of Peng's time. They shook hands, and Senlin said he was very much looking forward to the collaboration between them. The protagonist thanked him for coming personally. As the manager stepped into the elevator, he called someone, reporting that the contract had been signed and that Peng had chosen the part-time model. Though he still didn't fully understand why there had been such insistence on that young man, he remarked that there were so many creators in the city, why go through all that trouble? He was interrupted by the person on the other end, listened carefully, and then replied that he understood. Meanwhile, in the treatment room, Peng was examining one of the monsters and asked the client if that was the familiar he had mentioned during his last visit. Mr. Ma confirmed that it was. With the help of the system, the protagonist analyzed and identified the creature as a wax begonia fairy, level 3, normal grade, wood attribute, in healthy and cheerful condition, weak to fire and electricity. The requirements for evolving to excellent grade were 100-year wood essence and 100 drops of dew flower. Peng asked if the familiar was indeed of the flower type since its petals were beautiful, its leaves had a fuchsia pattern, and it emitted a soft fragrance. He then asked if the client truly wanted to evolve it, and Mr. Ma nodded, explaining that in half a month the Flower King competition would take place in the city, and he intended to compete for the crown with his familiar. The protagonist thought to himself that this competition was a parade of flora-type monsters. Although plants had undergone natural mutations, those that developed spiritual intelligence were rare. Due to their healing properties, flora types were more sought after than ghoul types, even if not rare, so that creature was indeed fortunate. Feeling a bit awkward, Quan Quan interjected, noting that usually only women participated in the Flower King competition. The client smiled, saying he knew that and admitted it was odd for a man to compete for the crown, but he gently held his familiar's vine and said he trusted her completely. With a loving look, he explained that the little creature was his second familiar and he wanted the very best for her. Determined, he asked Peng to help her evolve to increase her chances in the competition. Peng was surprised, realizing he hadn't noticed how much that man cared for his familiars. Pleased, he smiled and told him not to worry, assuring that everything would be in good hands. Snapping his fingers, he declared that the rule was simple. The price would be triple the normal rate. Quan Quan rushed excitedly with the card machine, her eyes shining as she asked the client to swipe his card. Once the payment was completed, Peng told her to gather the materials. 200-year wood essences, 150 drops of dew flower, 1 psionic leaf, 5 grams of fructus tuscendon, 500 grams of chestnut seeds, and 1 black venom herb. She confirmed everything was written down. Those were common ingredients and surely available in the storage room, and promised to bring them quickly. Shortly after, she shouted that everything was ready and set on the table. The protagonist thanked her and pushed both of them out, saying that no one should disturb an artist at work. The client tried to peek through the door, but the receptionist stopped him, saying it wasn't wise to interrupt Peng while he was working. As always, the protagonist looked like a mad scientist. He started laughing while holding a syringe, approaching the little creature and telling her she was a good girl, that it would just be a tiny prick and there was no need to be afraid. When he injected it, the small fairy let out a soft cry of pain, and the worried client tried to shout for him to stop, but the receptionist held him back, assuring him it was for his familiar's own good. A short while later, Peng called them back in, saying they could come see the results. The fairy had now evolved into a level 4 wax begonia, excellent grade, wood attribute, healthy and happy, still keeping the same weaknesses to fire and electricity. The client smiled in relief, saying it had worked, and Quan Quan, enchanted by the transformation, commented that she looked even more beautiful. Mr. Ma rushed over to Peng and hugged him enthusiastically, saying he was the best in the world. Peng looked uncomfortable and asked him to stop, insisting there was no need for such a display. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a woman asked a group of boys if they were really planning to give up again. The boys started leaving, saying that even if they passed the test, they wouldn't get into a good academy, and would end up working 9 to 5 jobs. That is, if they could even find one. One of them added that either way, becoming monster trainers was out of reach, and now that they were stuck in that situation, getting out wouldn't be easy. Another boy tried to reassure them, saying it was fine. After all, only 1,200 people would be recruited, so they might as well relax for a month and take the test later, treating it like a vacation. The woman grew angry, glaring at them with contempt, thinking that those idiots didn't care what others thought. She decided she wouldn't give up and muttered to herself, telling Peng to wait for her. Outside the city, deep in the forest, a small monster was running in search of food when it was suddenly struck by sticky webs that immobilized it. Trembling in fear, it dug its claws into the ground and spun its body to break free, releasing spikes. But more webs fell from above. Several spiders surrounded and trapped it, closing in slowly. At Chenji's material shop, the protagonist showed up and asked for the usual, 15 kilos of yin cedar needles. Chenji apologized and explained that they were out of stock with only 5 kilos left. Peng, confused, asked how there could be a shortage when there was an entire area outside the city specialized in producing them. The shopkeeper sighed and said things had gotten complicated. Last week, a group of wild spiders appeared out of nowhere and devoured all the plants in the grove. Now, the entire area had been sealed off by the army. He showed Peng a report explaining that various monsters from nearby mountains and forests had also become their prey, and that if people hadn't escaped quickly, they would have been eaten too. The protagonist was shocked by the news. Just then, another customer entered the shop asking if there was any primary starlight wood available. The owner said yes and asked how much he wanted. Before attending to the new customer, he bid Peng farewell, saying he had to get back to work, but they could talk later if needed. Peng left the store deep in thought. First, the military school had started a new collaboration. Then, a security company had approached him. And now, a new species of spider had appeared out of nowhere. Everything pointed to one thing. Something big was about to happen. Suddenly, his phone rings. When he looks, he sees it Senlin calling. As soon as he answers, the manager asks if he heard about the new gray brutal devil spider discovered by an officer in the dark ember forest. Sometime later, the protagonist arrives at the Blue Shield Security Company, Building 1. Senlin runs up to him, saying it was urgent and that he couldn't explain over the phone. He asks him to come inside while he explains the situation. The manager shows him a recording, explaining that those devil spiders had attacked several resource points and that the government was gathering security companies and private organizations to explore the dark ember forest in order to learn the habits and weaknesses of these creatures. Their company received the invitation and would depart in 3 days, but they wanted to strengthen their familiars before then. For that reason, he wanted to ask the protagonist to check if it would be possible to evolve some of the devil mantises, as that would increase the chances of success in the mission. Senlin emphasizes that it's fine if Peng can't make them evolve. The protagonist replies that he first needs to see the condition of the mantises. Worried, Senlin asks Peng to give it his full attention, as the company sees this opportunity as something very serious. He explains that at the last conference, the alliance government abolished several regulations that restricted unofficial forces due to the changes monsters have undergone in recent years, which have overburdened the government. The manager stresses that this conference opened many opportunities, but fears the alliance's leadership might change direction, so he asks Peng to do his best. He then opens a door and shows all the devil mantises the company currently has, noting that they've also prepared enough manpower to assist if Peng needs help. He adds that as long as results are achieved, the rewards will be satisfying for both sides. Peng laughs and tells the manager not to worry, assuring him he won't disappoint. He approaches the mantises and begins to touch and examine them carefully. Another man enters the observation room and asks the manager what Peng is doing, since ever since he arrived, he's just been touching and looking, like an old man shopping. The man says he's confused, as Peng looks at most 20 years old, maybe even less, and questions if he's really capable of this. Senlin gets angry and tells the man to shut up, saying he doesn't know what he's talking about and that if he keeps making comments like that, not even his own sister will be able to protect him. The man starts trembling in fear and apologizes. The manager returns his gaze to Peng, thinking that he really doesn't know if this will work, but he's betting his entire future on that young man, so he must succeed. Suddenly, the protagonist stops and says, "The 8th to the left of the 1st row, the 4th to the right of the 4th row, the largest in the 7th row," and continues selecting a few more. Then he asks them to bring the 10 mantises he mentioned and prepare a laboratory, as well as a low-rank insect-type monster enhancement pharmacy, an earth-type core crystal, a star steel blade, perilla leaves, and 10 units of each. Senlin looks at the man beside him and shouts, ordering him to do everything Peng requested immediately. The manager looks back at the protagonist, astonished, thinking that in just 10 minutes, he managed to pick the 10 strongest among hundreds of familiars without a single mistake. That speed and precision are truly worthy of an intermediate breeder, perhaps even greater than a newly promoted advanced one. And the most impressive thing is that he's under 20 years old. Quickly, everyone starts preparing the area for the protagonist to work, and without wasting time, he begins mixing potions, pills, and other preparations. As Senlin walks through the corridors, he hears someone shouting that it worked. Shocked, he wonders if Peng really succeeded and rushes to the room to confirm. One of the Mantises starts undergoing a transformation, its body expanding until, within seconds, the monster becomes much larger and incomparably stronger. The people cheer, exclaiming that it evolved. The man who had doubted earlier approaches the manager, saying it's unbelievable and that he truly has a good eye for spotting geniuses, because that monster had turned into a four-winged Jade Devil Mantis, commander level, reaching the perfect grade, which only proves how extraordinary Peng is, a true national treasure. The next day, Peng is training Dazi and asks him to repeat the exercise. When timing it, he notices the time was 7.47 seconds, meaning 0.4 seconds faster than last time. As a reward, the protagonist calls his familiar, saying he'll give her some of her favorite dried worm. While training, he notices some people around laughing and chatting during practice. Looking around, he realizes that several students have already started slacking off and making a mess, but the instructors only care about the hard-working ones, completely ignoring the lazy ones. Still, he thinks that the lazy are the least desirable on a battlefield, so there's no reason to worry about them. Suddenly, a woman calls out to him. She approaches, saying she's noticed how dedicated he is in training. It's Mu Tiaying, Peng's classmate. He's surprised to see she's taller than he imagined and thinks that if she were a man, she'd be a real brute. He thanks her for the compliment, and Tiaying explains that she'd like to form a team with him. Confused, Peng asks why she wants to do that with him in particular. She clarifies that in the intermediate and final stages of training, the students will form teams to battle, and scores will be based on collective performance. Since no one else is as diligent as him, and no one seems willing to team up with her, she decided to invite him. Peng thinks the girl is pretty straightforward and that it'll be easier to talk to someone like that. He then asks where her familiar is. Tiaying smiles, tells him to wait a moment, and whistles. A massive rhinoceros comes charging toward them, stopping right beside her. Slightly embarrassed, Tiaying pets the creature and says that this is her girl named Lotus Seed, an iron rhinoceros. Peng and Dazi are impressed by the size of the familiar, and Tiaying points out that before he agrees to team up, there's something he needs to know. Lotus is extremely shy and sometimes even gets scared of small monsters. The young woman crouches and excitedly adds that, despite that, her familiar is excellent in the defense class and has incredible pain resistance, probably due to having low sensitivity to it. Peng starts thinking that forming a team with that girl might not be a bad idea. Even though there are many familiars around, 99% of them belong to the common grade and only a few have reached the excellent grade. According to the system's analysis, her rhinoceros is level 12, elite tier, perfect grade, metal attribute in healthy and happy condition. That means there are only 2 familiars at the perfect grade, the iron rhinoceros being one of them, while Dazi follows an attack-focused path with the poison attribute. In that way, a defensive familiar would be the perfect combination, balancing their strengths perfectly. With her on the team, Dazi would have more room and time to attack as well as new strategic options. Taiying starts getting anxious, thinking Peng is taking too long to answer and might not want to team up with her. Feeling embarrassed, she turns and begins to walk away, thinking that because of her familiar's shyness, she might end up being a burden instead of a help. It wouldn't be fair to hold back the most dedicated student, even though she deeply wishes to be by his side. Before she gets too far, Peng calls out to her, asking her to wait and says that he accepts to form a team with her. Surprised and emotional, Tiang asks through tears if it's true. The protagonist smiles and replies that it doesn't matter if Lotus is shy. With enough training, that can change. Besides, he could never get along with lazy people anyway. Delighted, Tiaying runs to him, grabs his hand, and thanks him for the opportunity, but her strength is so great that she ends up shaking Peng like a doll. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the dark Ember Forest, someone orders all group leaders to gather for a meeting in the clearing. Shortly after, a woman meets with the general manager. He laughs and comments that it looks like the captain isn't joking, adding that according to the latest official reports, this new species of spider shows a clear fear of fire, and the captain's team is the best at handling that element, which means she probably intends to lead the mission. The captain keeps her composure and replies that she'd never dare such a thing, emphasizing that the manager's devil manises aren't called jungle assassins for nothing. and that she believes he'll be the first to complete the mission. The two stare at each other, as if locked in a silent battle. At that moment, an army officer draws everyone's attention and thanks them for coming. He states that they must all be aware of the new information discovered yesterday. The gray, brutal devil spiders are hunting on a large scale and taking their prey back to their nests, which indicates that they're storing food for the Queen Mother. Once she has enough food, she'll create a new order of spiders and might even attack the city. That's why the mission is of utmost importance, and cooperation among all teams is essential, since the top priority is completing it and ensuring that the rewards benefit every group involved. Some of the captains comment that they understand the military's concern, since the fear is that internal conflicts could jeopardize the progress of the mission, something perfectly reasonable, as disputes between teams only cause problems and could ruin everything. The captain then approaches the manager and asks what he thinks. He calmly replies that he's in no rush and, for now, prefers just to observe. The officer begins shouting, saying that since there are no objections, they'll proceed with the mission as planned. They'll handle the first spider suppression. He gives the order, and within 3 hours the cannons fire, wiping out several of them. Senlin remarks that the military first tried to convince them with words and now with firepower. Even if they act out of duty and responsibility, he doesn't fully agree with their methods, though he chooses to stay silent. He continues saying the government already knows how critical that mission is. Besides controlling the light, their firepower also weakens the monsters, forcing the other teams to produce results. Annoyed, the captain points at the mantises and asks why the manager is still standing still when he has 8 commander-level familiars, while some groups don't even have half that. Senlin chuckles and says the other groups are just hiding their trump cards, unlike him, who's honest and shows everything he has. Suddenly, a deafening noise echoes in every direction. The mantises start trembling, and a man comments that they seem to be afraid of something. Senlin asks what's going on, but another, even stronger tremor shakes the ground, and a massive monster emerges from the forest. The manager starts trembling, instantly recognizing that unmistakable aura. It's a Tier Lord monster. He shouts that it's the Lord of the Dark Ember Forest. The monster charges forward, unleashing a terrifying roar that makes everyone run in panic. The military commander watches them flee, thinking they're nothing but trash. Suddenly, a phoenix appears in the sky, and the people, relieved, point and cheer, saying it's the Golden Deity, the military's guardian beast. The Lord faces the phoenix, and with just one fiery attack realizes its power, retreating right after. The crowd celebrates, saying that thanks to the military, the Lord has retreated, and they breathe in relief, believing they've escaped annihilation. The commander walks up to the manager and says they'd better start moving soon since they won't be able to hold that gorilla off for long. The order is given, and everyone starts regrouping. But the commander still can't understand why they have to let those useless groups do something they themselves could easily handle. A man with the blue hair steps in, saying they already understand the world is changing, and that this is a huge advantage for them, but those changes are beyond what they can control alone. The situation is starting to spiral, and for their own future, private organizations need to grow and start helping as soon as possible. Deep in the forest, inside a cave, the captain and her team are scouting the area, taking down small spiders along the way. One of her subordinates approaches, saying this isn't working. They're spending too much energy, and even though they kill the monsters in seconds, more keep showing up immediately after, quickly exhausting their familiars. The captain shouts an order to adjust formation. Defensive familiars at the front, support in the center, and offensive on the sides. The melee fighters should take the lead, and she stresses that no one is to use long-range abilities so they can keep advancing in formation. But several spiders appear, attacking one of the familiars quickly, and the same young woman from before calls on her Thornflower Fairy to use its thorn armor to protect the other familiar. The captain summons her own monster, saying it's time for it to act immediately, and her familiar engulfs all nearby spiders in flames. The young woman cheers, saying they took down 3 spiders at once without spending much energy, and that it looks like the tactics they practiced earlier paid off. The captain thanks her familiar for its good work, but soon they hear a noise farther ahead. The young woman shouts that it sounds like a fight, and judging by the noise, they must be close. The captain starts running ahead, saying they need to move faster. When they reach the edge of a cliff, they look down and see a group of trainers attacking a gigantic spider. However, their attacks seem ineffective. One of the fighters yells that the broodmother has little offensive power and is only large for better reproduction, weak for her level. Senlin takes command, saying they need to work together to kill the Spider Queen and then divide the reward based on the damage each group caused. He asks everyone to trust him, assuring them that he'll make a fair distribution of rewards. At his command, the long-range group should aim for the eyes while the rest attack the legs, and everyone agrees. However, the broodmother also had shields covering her eyes, so Senlin orders them to increase the power of their attacks. The young woman beside the captain says the situation is critical, and they need to go down to help. Otherwise, the military might lower their contribution score, and the other groups would avoid future cooperation. The captain agrees, saying that just standing by and watching could go wrong, and orders an immediate descent, though she feels something strange about that spider and has a bad premonition. Suddenly, the shield protecting the queen's eyes shatters, and the manager yells for everyone to attack with full force. The mantises charge forward and strike accurately. The broodmother begins to rage, and the captain immediately senses danger. A monstrous pressure bursts forth, making everyone's ears ache. Some even start bleeding from their eyes. Senlin, also affected, shouts, asking who the idiot was that said the spider wasn't good at attacking. But then he recognizes the aura. It's the same as the Lord's. He leaps onto one of the mantises and yells that the spider is evolving into a tier lord. They interrupted its evolution. He orders everyone to retreat immediately as there's no chance of defeating that monster. Outside, the military and agents wait. Some comment that more than 3 hours have passed and no one has returned, assuming it'll take at least 5 more. Suddenly, the commander senses something off, and the agents report that something is coming toward them. At first, they think the group finished the mission early, but the commander instantly understands what's really happening and orders all troops to prepare for battle. Senlin appears, shouting for the soldiers not to shoot. He's not an enemy. Upon landing, he collapses from exhaustion, and someone runs up to him asking why he's alone, where the others are, and what's going on. The manager stands up angrily, grabs the man by the tie, and demands to know if the government is trying to get them killed. They'd been told the broodmother wasn't dangerous to attack, but she was actually evolving into a tier lord. The commander intervenes, asking him to calm down and explain. Senlin lets go of the tie, still furious, and explains that while exploring the cave, they found the broodmother mid-evolution, and because of the overwhelming difference in power, they were slaughtered. To complete the mission, they sent their strongest familiars, but now all of them are dead inside. He adds that he doesn't know how many of his men managed to escape, and that just the pensions and compensation will cost a mountain of gold. The commander understands and also grows enraged, turning to the government agents and demanding how they could have given such ridiculous information and let this happen. Suddenly, another person emerges from the forest and the commander asks where the Spider Queen is. Did she follow him? The man answers that he's not exactly sure what happened, but he thinks the broodmother went after the others and they split up to escape after leaving the cave. The soldiers exchange glances as more survivors begin to appear, apologizing for failing to protect the rest. They barely escaped becoming spider food themselves. The commander says that if they had known earlier that the spider was evolving into a tier lord, they could have sent stronger reinforcements. He adds that if they'd managed to tame the Spider Queen, she would have been a tremendous asset to the military zone. But the government made a grave mistake this time. However, since the spider failed to complete its evolution, it's now useless, and they don't need to worry anymore, because 2 tigers can't live on the same mountain. The Lord of the Dark Ember Forest won't allow another tier lord in his territory. Sometime later, back at the academy during training, Dazi was evolving rapidly, which sparked envy among some students who scolded their own familiars, saying that if they trained as hard, they could also evolve better. Peng begins to wonder whether what happened was bad luck or good fortune. After all, Senlin had encountered 2 tier lord monsters and 1 almost lord just from accepting a government mission. That showed how much more dangerous the wild zones were becoming. The selling price of a normal tier monster's body was very low, and an elite tier's was only slightly better, only worthwhile in large quantities. That's why he needed to make Dumby and Dazi advance to commander tier as soon as possible, and then go hunting in the wild zones. Once they advanced, his reputation as a monster breeder would be established, and he could go to Yanjing to obtain his advanced monster breeder certification, 1 main profession, monster trainer, and 1 secondary breeder, which would allow him to follow his path. Dumby had already reached level 14, but unfortunately, no one had completed the mission he had posted in the Monster Hunters Guild, and he had already used up all his yin cedar needles. Now, Dumby just sat in front of the refrigerator every day staring at it. As for Dazi, after all the training, she had reached level 13. That's when Tiaying arrived and showed him the defensive familiar training guide she had mentioned before. Peng takes the guide and starts flipping through it, realizing that Tiaying didn't choose to form a team with him by chance. She seemed well prepared, and with those notes, they could plan tactics based on their familiar's traits. On one page, it said, "For a defensive familiar, a will of steel is far more important than physical defense. Therefore, rigorous and intense training is required." Peng smiles, wondering if she's really serious, and when Tiaying notices his expression, she asks what's wrong. The protagonist simply replies that it's nothing. He just thinks she's going too easy on Lotus. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announces that all students must gather in front of the stage as there would be no individual training that day. Once everyone assembles, the instructor announces that it's the last day of the first training phase, and before starting the second, he'll reveal a list of names. He begins, Liu Keshu eliminated, Xie Jiangyi eliminated, Hu Yantian eliminated, and lastly, Wu Yonghuan eliminated. He orders all the named students to leave the field immediately. Some begin shouting, claiming it's unfair and demanding to know why they were eliminated. The instructors grow angry and ask if they have a problem with that, saying they've been watching everything they've done for weeks and should already know they've been fooling themselves. One instructor turns to Xie Jiangyi and asks if the phone is more important than training, while to Hu Yantian he asks if it was comfortable sleeping during practice, adding that from tomorrow on she'll get to rest in a softer bed. He goes on saying that if they can't even put effort into the first phase, there's no reason for them to stay, because the second phase involves real combat. Anyone keeping that lazy attitude will not only be useless, but also endanger their own familiars' lives through sheer incompetence. The students are startled upon hearing that real battles are next. One of them, excited, asks if they'll fight real monsters and brags that his teddy is strong and will easily win against anyone. Another snaps back saying that Mutt looks like a joke and would probably panic at a scratch, adding that if he wants to fight, he should face something like his own yellow-tailed Scorpion King. The two start arguing and taunting each other. One of the instructors orders everyone to form groups of 5 as they're about to begin real combat training, each group under a designated constructor, and tells them to hurry up. The same two arguing students run to Peng and Tia Ying's side, saying the others should find their own groups because they've already chosen theirs. The students organize into groups, and then the head instructor appears, smiling and greeting the protagonist. He introduces himself formally as Zhang Renbai, saying he'll be their team's instructor. With a menacing air, he laughs and asks who wants to be the first constructor, revealing the first monster, a steel-bristled boar, level 9, normal grade, slightly injured but aggressive. The two young men look terrified and ask if they can pick another monster. Renbai shows another one with a calmer appearance and asks what they think. The protagonist observes and recognizes it as a bloodthirsty hyena, level 10, excellent grade, wounded and on high alert. He evaluates that since it's of excellent grade, it's stronger than the boar and even has poison resistance, but the injuries make it unstable. He thinks that if that hyena catches the scent of blood and goes berserk, it'll be far more dangerous than the boar, so he decides not to let the instructor switch monsters. He raises his hand and steps forward, saying that if no one else wants to, he'll go first. Renbai releases the boar and the protagonist prepares for battle, ordering his familiar to charge. The boar charges furiously, trying to attack, but Dazi moves swiftly, dodging nimbly and climbing onto the monster's back. With a firm bite to the head, Dazi makes the boar scream in pain, turning even more violent. The beast spins its body and slams Dazi hard, throwing him to the side and shaking the ground. The two boys watching grow tense, thinking the protagonist is about to lose. Peng quickly analyzes the situation. At first glance, his familiar seems at a disadvantage, but the system shows something different. The steel-bristled boar is now poisoned. Its condition changes from slightly injured to injured, which means Dazi is starting to take control of the fight. The poison was injected along with the attack, and the more the boar moves, the faster it spreads. Moments later, the boar starts trembling and collapses, its condition now severely injured. The two boys and their familiars are stunned, not understanding what just happened, since the boar seemed to have the upper hand. Renbai explains that the boar's face has turned bluish, and judging by that, it's been poisoned. The chubby boy, confused, asks how that's possible. One of the instructors approaches Peng and congratulates him, saying he's passed the day's training since his centipede displayed good combat instincts and an effective toxin. However, the instructor warns him not to overuse poison, or his creature might become dependent on it and end up powerless against enemies immune or resistant to venom. Peng thanks him for the advice and begins feeding his familiar, while the instructor, impressed, comments that the centipede acts more like a trained dog than an insect. Renbai declares that the steel-bristled boar can still fight and asks who will go next. The black-haired boy steps forward, saying he'll be the second and that his scorpion will surely finish the boar off. The chubby one mocks him, saying that's obvious since his lazy scorpion could only win against a drowning dog. The dark-haired boy snaps back, saying that's exactly why his scorpion is perfect. It's meant to take down filthy dogs like his. The instructor, annoyed, orders them to stop arguing and continue the training. The second combatant commands his scorpion to advance, telling it to use its stinger and poison the boar to death. The boar, already on the verge of collapse, is quickly finished by the scorpion, and the boy bursts out laughing, saying the result was expected. His yellow-tailed Scorpion King won easily. But then, something unexpected happens. His familiar starts trembling, foaming at the mouth, and collapses unconscious. The boy screams in panic, asking what happened and why his powerful Scorpion King suddenly fainted. Peng explains that it happened because the scorpion was poisoned, and the boy, shocked, asks how that's possible. Tai Ying clarifies that the protagonist's centipede venom was still inside the boar's body, and not all poisonous familiars have resistance to toxins. The boy realizes that his own familiar ended up poisoning itself. The chubby student bursts out laughing, mocking that the scorpion is as dumb as its master. The dark-haired one points to the side and snaps that the fat one laughs too much, but doesn't even watch his own familiar. Turning around, the boy sees his dog about to bite the boar and rushes to grab Teddy, shouting that he can't eat that. Meanwhile, Tiaying walks up to Peng, saying she has a question, while the scorpion's trainer hurriedly gives his familiar an antidote. Renbai, clearly irritated, mutters that dealing with this team won't be easy. Later, when Peng returns home, he finds Dumby opening and closing the refrigerator repeatedly, as if believing food might appear out of nowhere. The protagonist feels sorry for him until his phone rings. Answering it, he realizes it's the association, probably about the needles he ordered. The voice on the other end informs him that the mission has been completed and the items are ready for pickup at the scheduled time. Peng quickly puts on his shoes and runs out excitedly, saying they finally arrived. If he went much longer without the needles, he might have had to change Dumby's entire evolution route. Outside, a robot is waiting with the delivery while a few people watch from a distance. One of them tells the boss that this is the kid who spent a lot of money to get the yin cedar needles. The boss confirms and says they've been following the truck from the Hunters Association warehouse, ensuring there's no mistake, and that tonight they'll break into the boy's house. One of the men, hesitant, asks if they're really going through with it, but the boss gets angry and calls him useless. Another member punches the hesitant one in the head, saying that as long as they're careful and leave no traces, everything will go smoothly. The boss agrees and says the green-haired boy is right, but they won't act yet. They need to plan every step carefully, and once they get the money, they'll flee immediately. When night falls, the three of them get ready for the robbery, excited by the idea of doing something far more thrilling than ordinary theft. However, one of them looks around uneasily, finding the neighborhood so poor it seemed worse than the hole they came from, and asks if the kid is really rich. The boss replies that's even better. It means he has no backing and probably just got lucky, making him an easy target. When they reach the apartment, they start trying to force the door open, making noise in the process. Tang Tang opens it, confused, and asks what they're doing there in the middle of the night. They try to play it off, saying the hallway was dark and they must have gotten the wrong door. Without suspicion, she begins to close it, saying it's fine, but the boss stops her and with a fake smile says they're just thirsty and asks if they can come in for a glass of water. Tang Tang smiles politely and, unaware of the danger, lets them in. They start laughing, and the boss confidently asks why they haven't thanked him yet. As soon as they enter, one of the men locks the door, and Tang Tang, surprised, asks why. The boss rubs his hands together with a cynical grin, saying it's just so they don't disturb the neighbors so late at night. She stares at him calmly and, with a terrifying smile, replies that they can relax. The walls are soundproof, so even if someone screamed, no one would hear. The three thieves exchange uneasy looks, and one of them nervously asks what that thing behind her is. The killing intent radiating from Tang Tang makes them freeze in terror. The boss tries to keep his composure, pulls out a dagger, and lunges forward, but he's defeated in the blink of an eye. The other two panic, and the youngest orders his familiar, Thorn, to attack to help the boss. But Tang Tang's familiar catches it midair and devours it in seconds. She gently pets it, asking why it's eating trash again. Suddenly, she's struck by a blow. The boss gets up, laughing in relief, thanking his familiar for hitting that woman, saying he wants to see if she'll still act so arrogant now. But when he looks closely, he realizes only part of her clothing was torn. Desperate, he screams, demanding to know why she isn't hurt. Tang Tang keeps laughing and replies that she could explain it, but he wouldn't understand. Then her eyes change, the Sharingan activates, glowing intensely, and she says that actually she'll explain it very clearly, since they have all the time in the world. The three men scream in terror as she advances, and on the other side of the hallway in his room, Peng tosses in bed, annoyed by the noise, wondering why people were still awake at that hour. After effortlessly taking down the intruders, Tang Tang calls Old Chi, reporting that she has 3 new volunteers with her and asking him to send someone to pick them up. She adds that there's no need to worry. They're all well trained, and she guarantees they'll protect the border until their last breath. The next morning, training resumes, and the students' familiars, including Peng's, can't even scratch their opponent. Peng watches in surprise as Dazi fails to break through the defense and asks if that thing is a water bear since it's his first time seeing a monster with such peculiar traits. The system identifies it. Mutant water bear, level 12, elite, normal grade. Condition, healthy, lazy. Weakness, fire. Rapid water loss can lead to death by dehydration. Being sliced results in instant death. Special trait, cryptobiosis. When entering the state, the mutant water bear curls up and reduces its metabolic rate to an extremely low level, drastically increasing all resistances. Peng reflects that it might be time to look for a third familiar and considers forming a contract with the water bear. He thinks about how incredibly resilient these creatures are, known to survive in space, resist radiation, endure temperatures below 200 degrees Celsius, and even withstand microwaves. After the cataclysm, their vitality evolved further, granting resistance to several rare attributes. The protagonist keeps assessing the situation, realizing that even though the water bear has incredible self-defense capabilities, it wouldn't work well in a team setting to protect the others. Therefore, he decides to set that idea aside and instead look for a long-range attacker, or a defensive familiar. And if he can find one with healing or flying abilities, even better. While he's lost in thought, Tianying and Lotus finish off the hyena. She approaches celebrating and the instructor rushes to stop her, asking her to calm down. When large monsters are fighting, people must stay away from the battlefield to avoid unnecessary accidents. Peng smiles at the sight, realizing that Lotus Seed's shyness has lessened a lot since their training began. His phone rings, and it's manager Senlin asking if he's free today. The protagonist asks why, and the manager says he'd like to invite him to lunch. Some friends are visiting, and he'd like to introduce them to him. Peng doesn't quite understand why the manager suddenly sounds so flattering, but it makes sense. After all, since the Dark Ember Forest incident, the company had suffered great losses, and since Peng is now an intermediate-level monster breeder, Senlin probably wants more of his help in the business. Peng agrees to go and tells the manager to meet him at the school gate after classes in the late afternoon. When classes end, Senlin is already waiting outside. Peng gets in the car and apologizes for the trouble, but the manager waves it off, saying it's no trouble at all. He often passes that way since his daughter attends the same school, so it was just convenient to pick him up. His daughter, Liu Jiaoyu, sitting in the back seat, rolls her eyes and calls her father a liar, saying this is only the second time he's ever gone to her school, and the first was just to enroll her. Senlin quickly changes the subject, saying that, in any case, if Peng ever has free time, he'd like him to take a look at his daughter's familiar. Peng glances back and sees it's a cat-type familiar, a rare sight. He quickly scans it and finds it's a mint cat, level 12, normal grade, wood attribute, weakness, water. Smiling, he says he's usually at his studio on weekends, so she can come for a consultation then. Zhao Yu brightens up and asks if he's serious. The manager stops the car in front of their house, telling his daughter she can go in and that they'll talk about it later since he and Peng still have business to discuss. She gets out smiling, thanks Peng again for offering to help, and waves goodbye. Peng, puzzled, wonders what's going on. If they're just meeting some friends, why did the manager send his daughter home first? Everything feels increasingly suspicious. As the car drives off, Peng asks who these friends are, and Senlin simply replies that he'll find out soon enough. A short while later, they arrive at a temple, and the manager asks him to come in. As they walk through the entrance, Peng takes in the scenery. The place is styled like an English garden, probably designed by a master landscaper familiar with both northern and southern aesthetics. Dining in such a refined place could only mean the manager's friends weren't ordinary people. When they reach the main hall, Senlin says everyone's already there and invites Peng inside so he can introduce him. The first introduction is Captain Song Si, the second, Captain Jiang Gu. Jiang comments that Senlin had been so secretive before that he never imagined he'd bring along a little boy. Peng glares slightly annoyed, realizing it's no coincidence that everyone there represents a monster hunting group. The looks directed at him are filled with curiosity and greed, and it unsettles him deeply. Senlin tries to lighten the mood, saying that since everyone's here, they can begin eating, but Jiang raises a hand and says to wait. Staring at Peng, he says the boy doesn't seem very happy, asking if he's upset about being summoned so suddenly. The captain, Song Si, cuts in, asking what Jiang is trying to do. Scaring a kid would be disgraceful, especially if word about it spread. Senlin explains that he hadn't told Peng anything about the meeting, so the boy had no idea they'd be gathering there. The manager apologizes, admitting the invitation was impulsive and poorly arranged. Jiang nods in understanding and shifts his tone to something more respectful. He says they've wanted to meet Peng for quite some time to ask for some advice, but it's been extremely difficult to find him. He then asks Peng to come closer and join them. The others, too, act a bit more polite, inviting him to sit at the table to eat and drink with them, adding that it'd be a waste to spend the time just chatting. They might as well take the opportunity to seek his insight. Peng notices that, though they sound friendly, their words reek of pretense, and it's clear they have ulterior motives. The manager apologizes again, saying he didn't handle things properly. Peng stays irritated, thinking that he's ended up putting the manager in a position where his debt now far exceeds whatever he was paying. In other words, he owes him. Even so, Peng decides to see just how far this red marriage will go. Jiang sets his chopsticks down on the table and says he's a straightforward man and has a few things to say. Jiang points out that the rumors about the protagonist describe him as an extremely talented young man with a 100% success rate in monster evolutions, and he asks if Peng is really as miraculous as people say. Peng laughs and replies that it's not quite like that. All that fame comes from examiner Feng Xu's care and guidance, but adds that if they ever need help, they can visit him at his studio or through Senlin's company for a proper consultation. The captain smiles, saying Peng's words are quite straightforward and that since he's a friend of manager Senlin, then he'll consider him a friend as well. He emphasizes that it's only natural for friends to help each other, so why would they need to involve a company in between? The others echo the same sentiment, treating him as though he were just another friend and claiming that mixing business with friendship isn't right. Peng starts to grow irritated again, realizing these people are treating him like an idiot. Feeling disrespected, he simply stands up and starts to leave. Senlin quickly asks him to wait, but Peng apologizes to the captains, saying he's just a high school student who's only been in the field for a short time, so he can't accept such important tasks. The manager apologizes on his behalf, saying he didn't organize the meeting properly and asks Peng to wait a moment so he can drive him home. Peng declines, saying there's no need, as he's already called a rideshare that's on its way. A few minutes later, the car arrives and he leaves. Some of the guests comment that he's just an ungrateful brat while others defend him, saying he's still a kid and not worth getting angry over. Senlin apologizes to everyone again, saying his intentions were good but things didn't turn out as he expected. The others eventually accept his apology, saying they should get back to dinner. After all, the manager had gone through the trouble of arranging the meeting, and the real fault lay with that immature young man. Jiang pats Senlin on the shoulder and says that this time he helped lure Peng in and build ties with the other groups, so the favor the manager owed him since the Dark Ember Forest incident is now repaid. Senlin laughs, saying there's no need to talk like that since they're longtime friends and should always help each other. Jiang denies it, saying favors are favors, and they are not friends. As he walks away, he thinks that Peng had helped the manager tremendously. Yet even so, Senlin acted that way toward him, so what the hell would he do if they were truly friends? He concludes that the man is nothing more than an old fox. For those still unfamiliar, here's a quick recap of ranks and tiers. Normal tiers range from level 1 to 10, Elite from 11 to 20, Commander from 21 to 40, and Lord is the highest class. As for grades, they follow this order: normal, excellent, superior, perfect, epic, and hidden. Now that we're clear on that, don't forget to like and subscribe. Love you all. Once again, night falls, the protagonist returns home and decides to watch a bit of TV. On the news, the Alliance News Channel reports that the Blue Magic Genetic Enhancement Serum, released by the United Dragons Group, is a scam with severe side effects. In the Neon region, there have been multiple cases of malicious mutations in familiars that use the serum. The United Dragons Group has announced a global recall of the product. Even just watching through the broadcast, Peng's system analyzes the familiar shown in the footage and identifies from the image that its status is injured, as its blood vessels have been damaged. The report continues, informing customers that anyone who purchased the product can request a full refund at United Dragons Group stores. Scientists from various countries state that genetic enhancement serum is an inevitable step forward and that the public should face it actively instead of rejecting it. Peng's phone rings again. It's the manager. Surprised, he wonders why Senlin would be calling at that hour. He answers, asking what he can do for him. Senlin starts by saying he truly feels sorry for what happened, admitting that the incident earlier that evening was his fault. He explains that he should have told Peng in advance who those people were but didn't, as he never imagined they'd act so disrespectfully. Peng tells him not to worry and that he doesn't care about such things. Senlin insists, asking him to trust him and saying that if those people dared to behave that way, it means they also offended the Blue Shield group, and that from now on, before he can finish, Peng hangs up on him. Irritated, he thinks he doesn't really blame those people for trying to take advantage of him. It's his own fault for still not being strong enough to tell all those idiots to go to hell. Staring intently at the television, Peng reflects that, for now, he can only play by the rules, at least until he has enough power to change them. The program changes, and the host announces that the first King of Dogs of Yangcheng contest concluded successfully the day before. Participants came from Yangcheng, Rongcheng, and Pengcheng. The monster breeder Han Ning, 21 years old, won the championship, and his familiar became the first King of Dogs of Yangcheng. Peng studies the data on the screen. The creature's name is Starfall Autumn Dog, level 39, Commander tier, perfect grade. The host continues explaining that, according to reports, Ning is still a university student, currently in his third year at the Yangcheng Institute of Science and Technology. Peng lowers his gaze, thoughtful. In just 3 years, that young man managed to evolve his familiar to Commander tier and perfect grade, placing him among the strongest people in the world. Determined, Peng murmurs to himself that Ning should wait for him, because soon he'll be just as powerful. The next day, in the cultivation room of his studio, Peng is with Dumby, preparing a potion. He hands the vial to his familiar and tells him to drink it. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu arrives accompanied by her friends. One of them looks around and asks if this is really the studio of the famous Mr. Peng she keeps talking about. Zhao Yu confirms with a smile. Another friend, curious, asks why she calls him Mr. if they're the same age, and if it's because he's like her. Zhao Yu turns and starts tickling her, calling her a brat and asking how she dares imply she's old. The two burst out laughing while the third watches amused. At that moment, Quan Quan appears and greets them warmly, welcoming them to Flying Rock Studio. She asks if they have an appointment, making the girls exchange puzzled looks and wonder if booking ahead is really necessary. One of them glances around, noting how empty the place seems, and asks if business is really that good to require scheduling. Quan Quan says that if they don't have an appointment, she can call the boss to confirm a slot. Zhao Yu pauses, remembering her father's words, that this Mr. Peng is one of the best monster breeders in the city, the greatest genius of Chang'an, and thinks that the only downside is the high fee, which must be why there are so few clients. While they're chatting, a deafening roar echoes from the cultivation room, followed by an overwhelming pressure that fills the air, making the girls feel faint and gasp for breath, asking what that sound was. Inside the cultivation room, Dumby begins evolving, and an intense aura bursts from his body. When the process ends, Peng checks the system. The skeletal ghoul monkey has reached level 16, epic grade, ghoul attribute, light weakness, and acquired the special trait, Heart of Blood Threads. Excited, he opens the details. Special trait, Heart of Blood Threads. Effect 1, active. Consumes a certain amount of blood threads and energy to form a heart of blood threads. While active, all physical aspects of the skeletal ghoul monkey are enhanced. The effect ends when the heart is destroyed. Effect 2. When the heart of blood threads is consciously activated, it triggers heart resonance, allowing control over the heartbeat of other beings. Peng celebrates, realizing Dumby's combat power will increase dramatically with this addition, but then frowns, noticing a new problem. His familiar now looks like a Susanu, and that kind of flashy form is anything but discreet. Peng asks Quan Quan to help him find something to cover Dumby with, since there's no way he could walk around the streets in that form. The receptionist looks both shocked and impressed, thinking that the protagonist managed to promote his familiar extremely fast, proof that he's getting stronger by the day. Zhao Yu and her friends approach him as well, surprised to see her there, assuming she must be the manager's daughter. Peng, still suspicious, remembers hanging up on the manager earlier and is confused about his motives, wondering if he might have sent his daughter to test him. However, he becomes curious about her friend's familiar since it's quite intriguing and of a completely new kind, a monstrous being that floats in the air as if swimming through the sea, making him realize there might be creatures as strange as that one roaming around. Embarrassed, Zhao Yu calls the protagonist Sir and asks if he could take a look at her familiar. Peng tells her not to call him that, since they're the same age, and it feels weird. He reminds her that clients pay up front and says her familiar, a mind cat of the elite tier, normal grade, will cost 60 credits. The protagonist thinks he should probably let it go, since she clearly doesn't know what her father did, and it wouldn't be right to treat a little girl harshly. Peng then adds that because of her father, he won't charge for the materials used to promote her familiar. Zhao Yu is delighted and thanks him, while the protagonist asks where her familiar is. Zhao Yu panics, looking around and asking where it went since it was just there moments ago. Her friend points to a corner saying the cat is hiding, probably scared. The cat is completely terrified by Dumby's presence, and as soon as its owner approaches, it leaps toward her with gleaming eyes, almost crying, falling into her arms and feeling slightly safer. She tries to comfort it, telling it there's nothing to fear. Peng then walks up to her friend and asks where she got that jellyfish. The girl is surprised and asks if he's really interested in her familiar, to which he replies that he's just curious. He's never seen one with those traits before. She explains that the creature isn't really a familiar, just a little pet that acts as a walking wallet. She then takes her phone and places it inside the jellyfish, showing that it can store items within its internal space. She explains that this species originally came from Pengcheng, but recently many sellers have been importing large quantities and selling them at Wuku Square's commercial street. Peng becomes serious, analyzing the situation, and thinks that he's just found what his third familiar will be. Shortly after, at the square, a crowd has gathered and a man with a megaphone shouts for everyone not to miss the chance to get the latest and only flying coin purse, the flying pouch, encouraging people to check out Pengcheng's newest and most popular pet. A few jellyfish float gracefully in the air and the women watching are instantly charmed, asking their boyfriends to buy one for them. The protagonist approaches and asks if he can take a closer look. He scans them with the system and sees they are level 1, normal grade. He says he'd like to see all the floating jellyfish available to choose personally. The vendor agrees and invites him into the shop, explaining that the rest are inside. He tells him that according to the records, these creatures used to live in the city's marine zone, and during the cataclysm, a group of them was infected and mutated by a special power, eventually settling and thriving in that area over the years. However, after some time, they were nearly wiped out by other monsters that preyed on them. Peng remarks that it might be the most pitiful monster in the world. The vendor smiles and says that even though it's a special creature, aside from being able to float in the air and open a small dimensional space inside its body, it has no other abilities. And if not for its cute appearance and terrible taste, it would have gone extinct long ago. The protagonist thinks that's actually a good thing. As he examines the jellyfish, he notices their levels are similar to the ones outside, except for one. This one is noticeably livelier than the rest. He asks how much it costs, and the vendor praises his sharp eye, saying the boss identified it as a rare mutant species, a perfect grade floating jellyfish king with a speed mutation, available for 100 credits. Peng laughs and tells him to be more reasonable with his business, saying he knows it's different, but calling it a floating jellyfish king is too much. He'll pay 50 credits. The vendor agrees, saying that's perfect and that it's great to find someone who understands how things work. The protagonist feels the same way and completes the payment. The vendor adds that if he has any friends interested in buying a floating jellyfish, he can send them to his shop and he'll offer a friendly discount. Peng thinks about how the man immediately asked for 100 credits and made up that floating jellyfish king story, wondering if he'd really give anyone a discount or just charge them even more. Still, he laughs to himself, thinking he didn't come out losing. The analysis shows the following traits. Name, floating jellyfish. Level, 4, grade, excellent. Attributes, space and poison. Preference, fruit juice. Weaknesses, electric type, ice type, and a fear of fish and birds, becoming frightened when facing such creatures. Peng holds his new familiar, pleased that it's of excellent grade and has dual attributes of space and poison, concluding that his team of familiars is growing well. Because the creature looks like a balloon, he decides to name it Silly. Sometime later, back in his apartment, Dazi is asleep when he hears the door open and his master announce his return. He rushes to see and Peng proudly presents the new family member. Dazi freezes, grumbles, and locks himself away again, slamming the door shut. The protagonist wonders where Dazi learned to be so jealous and annoyed says he'll deal with it, shouting that he bought dried mealworms, his favorite, as well as dried poisonous worms and starflower leaves. Dazi hears that and his eyes light up. Peng goes on saying he also bought a crystal core from a Thunder-type Commander tier monster, very expensive, and that he paid 301 credits for everything, enough to feed an entire family. Dazi slowly opens the door and Peng starts laughing, asking if he wants to eat. The familiar replies yes. Peng shakes his head, saying it won't be that easy. After all, he slammed the door in his master's face. Dazi panics, begging for the food while Peng gives his rebellious familiar a lesson. Dumby just watches the new member curiously. After finishing Dazi's education, the protagonist leaves, grumbling that he was gone for only one day and the house is already a mess. He approaches Silly and notices it's still too weak. He needs to gather enough mental power to form the contract. He focuses and gets closer to the jellyfish, who flinches, while thinking that Silly's consciousness space is much smaller and weaker than Dazi's was at the beginning, which is a problem, and that the new familiar's mind feels restless. Forming the contract now would be like a kidnapper trying to take a child. He concludes that he needs to get closer to Silly so it can lower its guard. Then he gets an idea. He'll take it to school the next day to build a better bond. And Dazi nearly dies of jealousy upon hearing that. The next day at school, Tianying greets the protagonist, surprised by his new look, and Peng greets her back with Silly tied to his head like a hat. The other girls laugh and ask what kind of ugly hat that is. The protagonist draws a bit of water from the jellyfish and offers it to his friend, asking her to drink some chilled mineral water. Tianying, startled, asks what that hat is, and Peng laughs, explaining that it's not a hat but a floating jellyfish, a monster with spatial ability. Tianying strokes the lotus flower and says she's heard of that monster before, noting that they're usually shy, but she tells him to forget that for now and asks if he knows what monster they'll be facing today. They walk over to the cage to check and he mentions that it'll be a bit tough. It's the purple metal scorpion. Tianying asks if he'll be the first to fight again, and the other students comment that it looks like the extra points for the first victory of the day will go to him once more since he's strong and has a high win rate. They say they can only learn from him to earn points like that someday. Peng turns and says he can't always be the first in the team. That wouldn't be fair to his classmates. And he'll let someone else go first, surprising the class. A student wearing glasses with a giant rooster steps up and says that if the protagonist doesn't want to go first, he'll take the spot. Peng analyzes and concludes that it's a dragon rooster, an elite tier familiar, the only one besides Dazi, already level 11, though only of normal grade, still strong enough to handle the purple metal scorpion. The protagonist tells Dazi to pay attention to the fight, but Upon glancing at him, he notices something and punches his familiar on the head, shouting that all he ever thinks about is eating. He scolds him, telling him to absorb the purple metal scorpion's combat habits and style, and warns that he'll be disciplined later. Renbai says it's fine and authorizes the match to begin. The two monsters face each other. The scorpion strikes first, but the dragon rooster dodges and charges in, only for the scorpion to grab its leg and land a direct hit. The rooster's master panics, and one of the instructors comments that fortunately this purple metal scorpion isn't venomous. If it were, even a single sting would have been enough to defeat the rooster. However, the rest of its tail didn't pierce deeply enough to cause real damage. The dragon rooster, angered by the attack, charges again and delivers a heavy blow, dealing massive damage to the scorpion. Its master cheers, shouting that they've won, but the protagonist watches closely, thinking it might not be over yet. The scorpion, after taking several hits, suddenly grows enraged and counters swiftly, landing a strike right on the rooster's most sensitive spot. The dragon rooster lets out a pained cry, and every man nearby winces in sympathy. Seeing the fight was clearly over, the instructor orders his familiar to step in and break it up. The scorpion, frightened, backs away, and the rooster takes the chance to run off. Renbai turns to the students and asks if anyone else wants to face the purple metal scorpion. Terrified, they all refuse. Then one instructor comments that when the protagonist's purple-backed thunder centipede was chosen to fight first, some students thought he was being unfair or underestimating them. But now, he'd like to hear what they think. The students admit that the strongest and best-performing ones should fight first. Another instructor turns to the protagonist and calls him up. Peng replies that it's fine. He'll take the fight. The cage opens again and Dazi steps inside, staring at the scorpion for a moment. Tiaing looks worried, saying that although Dazi is strong, the scorpion's power is no joke either. The protagonist grows tense, realizing she's right. The scorpion likely still has a trump card hidden. With trembling hands, he thinks he can only trust his familiar now. The fight begins. Dazi dodges the first strike, but the second one hits. Enraged, he counterattacks with a powerful blow that leaves the scorpion dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Dazi unleashes a fierce assault, leaving all the students stunned. Within seconds, the scorpion's status display shows it's severely injured. Peng cheers as his familiar secures another victory. Tiaing beams, her eyes shining, saying it was expected. Even when it looked dangerous, Dazi never lost control. The protagonist walks up to her with a confident smile, saying everything went according to plan. Though deep down, he's about to have a heart attack from the stress. Concerned for the defeated monster, Renbai asks him to recall Dazi, reminding him that they don't have many training monsters available. And if Dazi eats one, Peng will have to pay for it. While they talk, Dazi continues to tear the scorpion apart, face messy and eyes wild, frightening the students, who whisper if he's really been tamed at all since he looks so savage. Peng whistles and Dazi instantly stops, walking over to him. The protagonist pulls a handkerchief from his pocket and scolds his familiar for eating random things, asking what they'd do if he got sick. He adds that he scared everyone again. Then he smiles and jokes that it's not entirely Dazi's fault. If those monsters are really that tasty and nutritious, it's hard to resist. The students are horrified, wondering what Peng means by that, thinking it's far too cruel and that he's going too far. Tiaing smiles and tells him not to mind them, saying the others are just afraid of Dazi. Peng grows serious and says that right now they're facing caged monsters under instructor supervision, so of course they feel pity. But if they were out in the wild, the monsters would be the ones feeling pity for them. He shouts that they're here to learn how to truly fight, and if they plan to feel sorry for their enemies, they'd better leave now before they end up eaten alive. His words stir the class. Some agree with him, while others think he's being too arrogant. The instructor claps his hands and says Peng isn't wrong, then takes advantage of the group's attention to make an announcement. Renbai explains that basic training is no longer enough, and starting tomorrow, everyone will begin real field training. He tells them to think carefully before deciding, as the training will last a full week and has already been approved by the school. The instructor advises everyone to discuss it with their parents or guardians, as registration will cost 5 credits. The students grow excited, asking if it's true since they'd waited so long and would finally be able to train in real combat. Peng falls silent, reflecting that joining a real field training camp is a huge leap. Some pupils approach Renbai and ask why they must pay to register, arguing it should be free. An instructor with a strange aura smiles and says they can opt out or, if they prefer, choose a private training zone. The students complain that private zones are very expensive and usually lack strong monsters, costing around 20 credits per week. Another student adds that 20 credits is just the base price and that extra fees apply for other facilities. Some students get discouraged, saying they can't join because they're poor, while others try to comfort them and offer help. Renbai urges calm and explains there's another route. If they sign a military contract, the alliance will cover all costs. Those who sign must serve 8 years, but afterward they're free to pursue anything. If accepted into the military academy, that time counts toward the 8 years. Tiaing remarks that obviously 5 credits isn't affordable for most students, and that the policy was devised quite strategically. The protagonist notes that even if accepted into the academy, they'd still owe 4 years of mandatory service. Peng states that whether it's 4 years at the academy plus 4 in the army, or 8 straight in the military, the method is incredibly efficient. Renbai continues and reminds everyone that participating in the field training also requires signing a death insurance policy. A frightened student asks if that means she'll die if she signs. The instructor explains that the entry exam for monster trainer cadets is very different from others, and they must treat this special opportunity seriously. He then tells the girl that signing the death insurance doesn't mean she'll die, but if she keeps showing that level of intelligence, he might have to remove the word no from what he just said. Taiying gets excited and asks Peng if she can go with him the next day. They bump fists and he says it will be an honor to accompany her. The next morning, cars and trucks speed toward the training site. Everyone is impressed by the beauty of the place until the vehicle runs over a rock, startling everyone inside. The driver laughs and looks back apologetically, saying he hadn't seen the rock. Peng remains silent, merely observing, thinking that's how a driver behaves when he dislikes noise. He remembers earlier, before leaving, banging on Tang Tang's door with no answer, and that she didn't pick up her phone. Still, he thinks there's no reason to worry because she isn't weak, so it's unlikely something bad happened. Perhaps her disappearance relates to the secret she never wanted to reveal. Suddenly, the vehicle brakes sharply, throwing the students to the sides. Irritated, some scold the driver, saying it was too much and he couldn't treat people that way. The driver apologizes again, insisting this time it wasn't on purpose as they had just arrived. Everyone disembarks and forms a line before Colonel Chen. He explains that the valley behind him is the jungle training base, and that every inch of the territory has been inspected, leaving only normal and elite-level monsters. No commander-tier monsters nearby. The colonel then shows a watch and explains it's an identity timepiece they must all wear. It has a tracking system and an emergency button, and their mission is to survive for a week inside the valley. Chen emphasizes that nobody may abandon the field before training ends because doing so will be considered desertion. After explaining everything, he asks if anyone has questions. A student raises a hand and asks if there are fixed places to get food and water. Chen answers that there are safe houses scattered across the valley made of special steel that only monsters above commander level could break. Basic supplies are stored inside, so surviving 7 days isn't impossible. Everything depends on how each team acts during training. Shortly after, the valley gate opens and the colonel announces it's time to enter. The students walk in slowly, chatting, until a military officer shouts for them to stop talking and enter at once, adding that if anyone is killed by a monster, the tracking system will help locate the responsible party, and they will avenge the death. The students, nervous but determined, decide to enter right away. Once inside, Tiaying asks what Peng is observing. He replies that he was watching a sparrow, a species that tends to migrate toward humid habitats near lakes or rivers, and is extremely sensitive to rain. That's why they're called rain sparrows. They always fly in the direction where the weather is about to change. Taiying says she remembers that most of the city's weather forecasting towers raise rain sparrows. Though their attack power is weak, they're incredibly fast. Suddenly, the sparrow takes flight, and the protagonist remarks that it's his first time entering a wild region. He realizes how different the environment feels compared to the dull city. It's full of life, a true paradise for monsters. Tiaying smiles, saying that a genius will always be a genius. While everyone else rushes deeper into the valley, he's calmly observing his surroundings, and that kind of mindset is what makes him so amazing. Peng replies that, in truth, he was only standing still because he wanted everyone else to go in first. Taiying laughs, doubting him, and asks if they can move on. He nods, and the two begin walking through the valley. Still, Peng remains alert, sensing something move among the treetops, but when he looks again, nothing's there, perhaps just his imagination. On the first day, they explore the forest, admiring the flowers and mountains until they come across one of the safe houses. Taiying points ahead, saying there's a camouflaged cabin that must be one of the safe houses mentioned by the colonel. Peng agrees and says they should check inside. When they open the door, they find a simple, clean room with minimal furniture. Taiying notes that there are only 2 beds, suggesting that the instructors don't want students forming large groups. Peng comments that since there are no Lord-level monsters and very few elite-level ones nearby, forming big teams would make the trip pointless. It would defeat the purpose of the training. He then notices that each bed has 5 boxes of biscuits and 10 bottles of water. Used carefully, that's enough to last an entire week. This shows the military is testing the students' survival ability. If they had to hunt monsters for food, many wouldn't make it. Tiaying, fully equipped like a battle robot, asks if he's not going to wear his suit too. Peng looks surprised and she smiles, explaining that the jungle is full of mutant mosquitoes. some so venomous that a single bite can kill. He laughs and says he'll just use an herbal repellent, adding that they might as well explore and hunt something, since he doesn't plan to eat biscuits all week. Besides, now that they have a safe house, he suggests Tiaing can unleash her lotus seed in full size to travel faster. If anything happens, she can bring them back quickly. Tiaing looks even more impressed, saying that's exactly what she expects from a genius, someone who thinks ahead of time. As they walk through the jungle, Peng explains that the first step is finding a water source since animals usually gather there to drink and survive. Tiaing then notices a strong scent coming from flowers on some tree trunks. The fragrance is intense but mixed with a rotten odor, making her head throb slightly. The protagonist grabs her arm and signals for silence, telling her to command her lotus seed to strike the tree with full force. Confused, Tiaing looks at the tree, seeing nothing special, wondering why he'd want her to attack it. But when she sees his focused expression, she remembers that Peng's instincts have always been accurate, so she decides to trust him and gives the order. In that instant, something in the tree shifts almost imperceptibly, as if trying to hide. The lotus seed shoots forward at high speed, smashing into the trunk, knocking a snake loose. It tumbles through the branches before hitting the ground. Tiaing gasps, realizing something had actually been there, and thanks Peng, saying that without him, they might have been caught off guard. She asks what kind of snake it is, since its camouflage was practically invisible. The protagonist explains it's a green tree snake, a species that blends perfectly among the branches. Its flesh contains toxins that can be consumed by other animals but not by humans. Then Peng begins to wonder if he could still make use of it, remembering the technique Tang Tang had taught him. In theory, any damage he takes can be transferred to Dazi, so perhaps the same principle might apply to toxins too. He says that if this works, it means he can eat that meat. And he remembers hearing that the more poisonous a snake is, the tastier its flesh becomes. Suddenly, he hears something moving in the branches behind him and turns around, but unfortunately sees nothing. He begins to wonder if he's really hearing something or just imagining it since it feels strange. Behind the tree, the snake is trying to crawl away quietly. Tiaing calls out to him, saying there's a lake nearby. She walks over, dips her hand in the water, and comments that it seems perfectly clean with no dirt or toxins. Peng smiles, pleased, saying that's great. Now that they have a clean water source, their chances of surviving the 7 days have increased drastically. Suddenly, a small frog appears beside him and spits something out. The saliva lands near his foot and starts to sting. Shocked, he asks what that was and uses his system to analyze the little creature. The system replies, name, blue-skinned frog, level, 2, grade, normal, preferences, spitting saliva at other animals, weakness, electric type and earth type, hates when other animals spit saliva back at it. Peng thinks the frog must be insane. It loves spitting at others but hates when someone does the same to it. He wonders who would be stupid enough to spit back. After thinking for a moment, he decides to ignore it since the frog isn't worth the trouble. The most important thing now is figuring out how to make use of the lake. But as he's thinking, the frog spits at him again. The protagonist gets irritated while the frog mockingly croaks at him. Peng gathers all his determination and spits back at the frog, feeling like a fearless fighter, thinking he gave it a chance. But since it didn't appreciate it, it's just an idiot. He even brags that since he has a system, he already knows its weakness. The little frog starts trembling with rage, and the familiars, along with Tiaing, have no idea why Peng would do something so ridiculous. Suddenly, the frog starts crying and screaming loudly. Moments later, Tiaing looks at him and says there are way more frogs in that lake than she expected. Peng lowers his head, realizing his mistake. A massive number of frogs surface from the water, all furious and glaring at him. His partner asks what's going on, noticing the odd look on his face. One of the frogs begins gathering energy in its mouth. Peng notices and grabs her hand, pulling her away, shouting that they need to run. They all sprint from the lake and soon reach a safer distance. Gasping, Tiaing asks if they're safe now. Lying on the ground, Peng answers yes. Exhausted, Tiaing says she never imagined she'd one day be chased by frogs. Still sprawled out, Peng comments that they can't underestimate those creatures. 1 or 2 might be weak, but 100 together is something he doesn't even want to think about. Confused, Tiaing asks how he can say that after just spitting on one. Peng gets up and says it's time to organize their situation. Behind the northern trees lies the frog lake. To the west is the valley entrance, with some trees but no dangerous creatures spotted so far. To the south, a dense forest with traces of large carnivorous monsters. Thick trees there make it difficult for her lotus seed to move. And to the east, a small incline leading to a wide meadow with signs of herbivores. Tiaing says that's all the information they have for now and asks if he thinks they should expand their scouting area. The protagonist replies that they could, but first they need to eat. The others don't look too thrilled, but Peng tells them to relax. What they discovered today is already plenty. and there's no need to get too anxious on the first day. He suggests everyone calm down and rest. Tiang agrees and says they still need to find something to eat. Peng tells her not to worry and lifts the green snake he'd captured earlier. Tiang is completely puzzled since a few hours ago he'd said humans couldn't eat that meat. Peng tosses a few small bottles on the ground and says those will be the seasonings: fine lilac lotus, golden strand nutmeg, and black-blue grass. She asks when he picked all that up and where he's been keeping it. Peng points out that this is jungle survival training. They always have to be prepared. Meanwhile, everything they do is being monitored in a control room, where several people are watching dozens of camera feeds showing what's happening during the test, the safe houses found, the paths the students take, and even those who've triggered emergency signals asking for help. One of the agents turns to his colleague and asks if number 17 is the one Zhang mentioned. The other soldier monitoring the cameras confirms it, saying both his familiar and his appearance match. The agents keep commenting that faced with so many frogs, the only option was to run, and even then, you'd have to shake them off. And that boy did exactly that, which showed he was good. Colonel Chen points out that it might seem simple, but for a student with almost no training, it's quite difficult. Whether it's using the terrain, mastering jungle survival skills, or having the determination not to give up when everything goes wrong. Peng outperformed most teams, and that's why he wanted everyone there to focus their monitoring on him. Meanwhile, the pair were heading back to the safe house, and Tiaing said she wanted to see if that would really work. She tries to open the door but notices something odd. The protagonist asks what happened, and she, worried, replies that it seems the door is locked. Tiaing starts knocking and asks them to open up, but the people inside say there's nobody there and it's already full, telling the two to go away. She tells Peng that apparently they've lost the safe house, but they should have expected it since there are so few available. Peng tries to reason with them, saying it's already getting dark and it's just the two of them, and that he wouldn't mind sleeping on the floor inside. Two people inside start arguing. One asks why he's even explaining himself, saying they should just tell the outsiders to leave since the house is already too small and no idiot would agree to squeeze in with them anyway. The other agrees, saying they'd better go quickly because it will be more dangerous at night. Taiying gets angry and starts cursing them out, but Peng calms her, saying there's no point getting mad at people like that because sooner or later they'll learn their lesson. She takes a deep breath, admits he's right, and turns to summon her familiar, but then notices the protagonist is heading toward the house and asks why he's going back. Peng takes out a chain, leaving his partner stunned, and the people inside start shouting when they realize he's locked the door from the outside. Tiaing asks where he got that padlock, and the protagonist explains he took it in the safe house near a table. Apparently, the instructors wanted them to reinforce the doors to increase security, so he grabbed the chain and put it in his bag when they were leaving. Laughing, he keeps walking alongside his partner. The instructors laugh too, saying that's great and that the boy is truly remarkable, cunning like an old monkey. Even the colonel notes he has potential. An examiner a bit further back observes that the protagonist is much better than most students, but now they'll see if he's capable enough in a place full of monsters at night, raising the question of whether they'll survive. Peng leads the group, saying they should follow that path and might find another safe house. As they walk, a monster stalks them, watching from the darkness. After a long trek, Tiying, already tired, says it looks like there's no other way. They'll have to spend the night in the middle of the forest. The protagonist agrees, saying they shouldn't keep exploring because it's late and they haven't found a cave, so they need to stay at the top of that tree. The trunk stands vertical, and if they branch out about 3 to 4 meters above the ground, they can build a simple shelter there. Taiying agrees, saying it sounds good. The lotus seed strikes to fell the tree, and then the protagonist sets up camp, and within minutes, everything is ready. Taiying breathes a sigh of relief, saying they're finally done. And when she looks ahead, she sees her partner has fallen asleep quickly. She looks at the familiars and sees they're both asleep too. She pulls a blanket from her bag and thinks she'll try to rest a bit as well. Higher up, among the trees, someone watches the two and comments that they're very brave to sleep in the middle of the jungle without a fire or a night watch. She smiles, saying she'd like to see how far they'll go, but is interrupted by a noise and turns quickly as something approaches. Tang Tang camouflages herself again and sees a black shadow panther advancing. It isn't very strong, and with the protagonist's current power, it shouldn't be a problem. The panther speeds forward with impressive agility toward the two. The lotus seed hears it and rises on alert, waking its mistress, while the protagonist shouts for them to get out of the tree. Tiaing quickly jumps onto her familiar's back. Peng and Dazi also spring up, alert. She stares at the blur ahead and notes it must be a shadow-type monster, unsure of the species or its strength, and wonders whether they should run or fight. The protagonist uses the system and analyzes carefully. It is a black shadow panther, common rung, level 15. He explains that running away wouldn't only mean turning their backs, which would actually trigger the panther's hunting instinct even more. As he speaks, the monster lunges. He's caught off guard by its speed and calls for his familiar. Dazi jumps in front and tries to land a hit but misses. The panther appears behind them, ready to strike. But that's exactly what Dazi wanted. He unleashes his electric power, stunning the panther, then bites down hard, leaving a deep wound. Peng is astonished to see his familiar using electricity to paralyze the enemy, realizing that it's slowing the panther down. All that training truly paid off. Even when facing a higher-level monster, Dazi still manages to maintain the upper hand. The panther writhes, counterattacks just enough to break free, then stumbles away, trembling as if something else were watching it. When it looks back, it sees a massive serpent darting toward it. Peng spots it too and freezes, asking what that thing is, because with a single bite, it swallows the panther whole. He immediately orders everyone to run as fast as they can. As they flee, the snake simply turns in another direction and crushes a tree in its path. Watching from a distance, Tang Tang notes that the serpent doesn't seem interested in Peng, which is good. If they fought there, it would attract too much attention and likely expose everyone's positions. She vanishes again while the instructors monitor everything on their screens, tracking the serpent and reporting an emergency. They turn to the captain, asking if they should engage the giant mutant jungle anaconda. Another man replies that it's unnecessary. This particular anaconda is docile and not very aggressive, making it a good test for the students. If they can't handle something at that level, they might as well give up on this path. The colonel agrees with Instructor Chen but orders the Golden Eagle team to remain on standby for a possible rescue mission, ready to deploy the moment anyone hits the emergency button. The next morning, Tianying wakes up with sunlight on her face, still leaning against her familiar. The protagonist is already standing, telling her she woke up just in time. They're heading out. She asks where to, and he says they'll return to yesterday's camp since they fled in a rush and left their things behind. Concerned, Tianying asks what they'll do if the anaconda is still nearby, since they don't know its weaknesses or attacks. It's dangerous to go back without any knowledge. Peng explains that's precisely why he has to return. A trainer's greatest strength is knowledge about monsters. Even the smallest detail can save a life. Times have changed, and hiding from danger would only make them weaker. He starts walking off, leaving her speechless for a moment. Then she tells him to wait and runs after him, saying she can't keep up if he walks that fast and asking how he plans to escape if the giant snake tries to devour him, since he can't ride his familiar. She approaches the two, apologizing to Dazi but admits he's not built to carry people. Meanwhile, Tang Tang continues observing from afar. As they near the camp, Tianying notices the damage to the fallen trees around them and says that if they hadn't run fast enough, they'd have ended up the same way. The protagonist glances to the side and spots something shining. He moves closer to the trunk, wondering what it could be. Tianying says she'll go ahead to check, but he shouts that it's impossible. The system identifies it as wooden spatial heart, a spatial attribute material. He realizes it's a vital item for Silly's evolution, one he's never seen in the market. People weren't even sure it really existed. He never imagined it would be hidden inside bottle trees. He quickly concludes that the snake from yesterday must have grown that large because of this rare material, and that it didn't chase them because it was simply guarding its food. The protagonist takes the material and stores it in his bag, thinking he'll need to return later to collect more. For now, though, he can use this training to find other rare resources. By the third day, he finds another rare material, and the same happens again the following days. Finally, at the end of the 7th day, the colonel gathers all students who pass the test and tells them they are truly the best group the program has ever had, which makes him very pleased. The provisional date for the next combined valley training is set for 3 weeks later, and all students who attended this one will be allowed to join the next free of charge. With the end of training, the colonel reminds everyone that he hopes they've learned a lot from the experience and that now they can rest for the next few days, returning to classes after 3 days as a reward. The students all cheer, thrilled to finally get some rest. Tianying is also happy, saying she can finally use her phone again since she needs to call home and let her family know she's okay. Peng takes out his phone, chuckling, thinking he should also tell Tang Tang he's fine. But as he looks at the screen, he's startled to see a news alert about a massive locust swarm. Meanwhile, in the city's pedestrian district, everyone starts receiving emergency notifications. Even the TVs begin broadcasting breaking news showing footage of the northern region. A reporter speaks from the front lines, explaining that the city's military forces have managed to contain the swarm on the outer perimeter. According to Director Feng Xiu of the City Monster Trainer Association, these creatures, called deadleaf locusts, are highly afraid of fire. That's good news since the troops managed to fight them off by exploiting that weakness. Reports estimate there are hundreds of millions of these locusts, with each adult measuring at least 30 centimeters long. Peng watches the report and mutters that things aren't looking good at all. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Feng Xiu calling. The protagonist asks how he's doing, but the director goes straight to the point, asking if Peng has finished his training and is back home. The military, he says, has delivered a batch of a new species, the voracious golden frog, and hopes the association can help enhance their grade levels. Feng Shu asks if Peng can assist with that the next day, emphasizing that it's a paid assignment. The protagonist asks if the military plans to use those frogs to handle the dead leaf locusts. The two people standing in the director's office glance at each other, clearly uneasy, and demand to know how Peng could have guessed that. Feng Shu instantly catches on, looks at them, and calmly replies to Peng that yes, that's exactly it. The military plans to use fire-type predator monsters since thermal weapons are too inefficient against the locusts. The two subordinates begin trembling with fear and stay silent. Peng nods, saying he understands and that it sounds like a smart strategy. The director then asks again if he's interested in joining the research project, noting that the payment will be excellent. Peng replies that since it's a request from director Feng Shu, he can't refuse, but he'd like to know if the payment could instead be exchanged for a crystal core from a commander-tier electric-type monster. The director agrees, saying they can make an exception for him. With everything settled, they finalize the agreement, and the next day, at the agency building, the protagonist waits at the entrance. Suddenly, someone calls his name. Turning around, he sees director Feng Shu smiling and saying he's been waiting for him. The receptionists are stunned, whispering among themselves and wondering who that young man could be if the director himself came to greet him. One of them guesses he might be the son of someone important. Feng Shu explains that the military brought the golden frogs the night before and asks Peng to follow him. In the elevator, Peng asks if the director stayed there all night. Feng Shu confirms, saying he spent the night examining every single frog but hasn't found any clues yet. When they reach the floor, the elevator doors open, and Peng is stunned by the size of the facility. The director welcomes him and introduces the experimental base of the Monster Trainer Association. Right in front of them lies the laboratory. He shows Peng the voracious golden frog, and the protagonist observes closely, noting that it must have evolved from the horned frog, which explains its terrifying jump and earth attribute. One of the researchers calls him over to check something. Peng walks up and examines the setup and asks what it is. The scientist replies that those are grilled dead leaf locusts with fennel, one of the golden frog's favorite foods, and asks Peng to try feeding them. Peng grabs one of the skewers and, to everyone's shock, eats it himself. He comments that the sauce is thick, but not greasy, and that the crispy crust perfectly complements the tender meat, giving the grilled locusts a solid 10 out of 10. Even Feng Shu is left speechless. The frog, irritated at seeing the protagonist eat its food, starts croaking angrily. Peng laughs and tells it not to worry, he was just testing the flavor, but says they overdid it on the fennel, making the taste a bit heavy. He then hands the skewer to the frog, which swallows it whole in seconds. The protagonist thinks that if the frog can even eat a steel skewer, its stomach must be unbelievably strong. He then turns to the director and asks exactly what the military wants to improve. Feng Shu explains that their focus is on defense, digestion, and, of course, offensive power. He calls Peng over and shows him the results of his previous research, explaining that he discovered the golden frog has only a weak affinity with the fire attribute, so he tried combining the frog with a fire element material and tested its blood and flesh, discovering they had the highest compatibility with the fire orchid vine, without any signs of rejection. However, the vine's properties are too weak, and they still haven't found a truly effective breakthrough. Peng finds it fascinating that there's a possible evolutionary method using the fire orchid vine as a supplement, setting the foundation for fire element evolution. The only issue is that the formula needs some adjustments. He then tells the director that maybe they can approach the problem from another angle. Feng Shu is surprised that Peng already has an idea after such a short time and asks him to elaborate. Peng starts explaining by comparing the process to a cooking recipe. The golden frog is the main ingredient, and the fire orchid vine is the seasoning. Since the frog's flavor is too strong, the seasoning hasn't penetrated properly. At this point, he says, they could try a different cooking method, using stronger ingredients and higher heat to help the flavors blend better. The director looks slightly disturbed by the culinary analogy, but Peng insists it will work. Feng Shu thinks for a moment and suggests using red-faced demon peppers. Peng agrees, saying it's worth a try. The director then calls out to Zhang, reminding him there should still be a handful of red-faced demon peppers in the association storage and asking him to fetch them immediately. Zhang agrees and goes off to get them, though he still finds the whole idea absurd, trying to evolve a monster as if they were cooking it. He wonders if this is really the method of the city's youngest monster breeder. The director notices his expression and thinks that, although Zhang has plenty of potential, true growth for a monster breeder takes more than just talent. It requires courage to explore new paths, and he hopes the young man realizes that soon. A few minutes later, Zheng returns, telling the director that the materials have arrived. When they open the container, they see that the ingredients are in excellent condition, well preserved. Zheng looks at the protagonist and smiles smugly, thinking, of course I picked the best materials. This way, when the experiment fails, Peng won't be able to blame the ingredients. Feng Shu begins the preparation, and as he extracts the demon pepper's juice, he notices the color is too strong and asks Zheng to fetch some suhemu, wang ginseng, and angelic yuemu. The protagonist watches silently, thinking that some ingredients are still missing, but saying so now would be suspicious, so he decides to wait for the results. The director finishes the mixture, and with a syringe in hand announces that the evolution potion is ready. When he injects it into the frog, its skin swells and then suddenly explodes. Feng Shu exhales deeply and tells Zheng that the test failed and they need to analyze the blood to find out why. After examining the data, Zheng concludes that the flesh burst because it absorbed too much fire element, causing a violent energy reaction. The fire energy didn't fuse properly with the blood and tissue. The director had already suspected as much. Zheng continues, explaining that based on prior experiments, if there had been even a chance of success, there would be traces of the fire element in the exploded tissue. In that case, they could have just refined the formula and adjusted the proportions. But the complete energy conflict means the two forces simply can't merge, making the test a total failure. Feng Shu cuts him off, saying it's too soon to declare the idea wrong. They need more data, so they'll keep testing. Zheng tries to argue, but the director orders him to stop talking and prepare for the second test. The second and third tests also end in explosions. The people around start murmuring, doubting the protagonist's abilities, whispering that this is already the third failure in a row and that something must be wrong with his formula. Some say maybe Zheng was right from the start and that Peng, being so young, was simply overestimated, exactly as Peng intended. He smiles and walks up to the director, saying that after so many attempts, maybe it's time to double the main ingredient. Feng Shu pauses, thinking it's a bold move, but Peng, confident, reminds him that he's already trusted him once, and all he's asking for is to trust him again. Feng Shu asks which other materials Peng plans to use. Peng explains that they'll need black soft earth, a soul-type material with earth attributes that possesses moisture and yin properties. It would help the golden frog protect its internal organs. Then they could add sparrow saliva wood to supplement the red-faced demon pepper, since wood feeds fire and fire generates earth. The director hesitates for a moment but ultimately decides to test it. They begin the process immediately, preparing everything with meticulous care. Soon after, Zheng analyzes the data and shouts for the director. This time, a large amount of fire element has successfully fused with the flesh. Feng Shu smiles, saying it's unbelievable. The formula worked. The protagonist then suggests they move on to a live test, explaining that since many of these ingredients must be digested to be truly effective, testing only the flesh and blood won't yield accurate results. Feng Shu agrees, so they move to another frog's cage and Peng gets ready to inject the potion. He remarks that although they've done small-scale meat sample tests before, they still owe the frogs something, so they can give them more grilled locust skewers as a treat. As soon as the potion is injected, a strange smoke begins to rise from the frog's body, spreading throughout the room. Everyone panics, but the protagonist remains calm, saying the ratios have already been set. They just need to keep adding the materials at timed intervals, or he'll handle it himself. Feng Shu assures him it's fine. He wants to observe the process closely. Peng takes the chance to hand him the syringe, asking if he can step out for some fresh air. Feng Shu takes responsibility and lets him go. Outside, Peng mutters that demon pepper really is strong, but now he just hopes no one suspects that he already knows the final formula. He's only been suggesting changes gradually, as the tests yielded partial results. And besides, the director has been helping him. Still, he needs to be cautious. This is the first recorded evolutionary experiment of a golden frog with the fire element, and he's just a high school student with no authority who supposedly didn't know the recipe beforehand. Suddenly, the lab doors burst open and people rush out coughing through a thick cloud of smoke. Peng notices the smoke has turned red, meaning the formula worked. Then, from the haze, a huge frog emerges. Zheng cheers, shouting that it worked. Fire and earth, dual element, they've done it. Peng, however, quietly analyzes it with his system, thinking that while the fire element is present, as a dual attribute creature, it'll only be able to fully embrace one path for now. The system scan displays all its stats clearly. Monster name, Magma Fire Frog, level 19, grade, excellent, attribute fire, weakness, water, description, evolved from the voracious golden frog. In order to adapt to its revolutionary path, its earth attribute was discarded, transforming it into a pure fire-type monster. During the evolution, its body suffered extensive internal damage. Large portions of muscle were corroded by fire energy, weakening its physical strength and jump capability, while slightly reducing its evolutionary potential. Meanwhile, on the city's northern border, troops were already positioned for battle. The commander called for all units' attention. The target had appeared in Sector A3. They were to prepare for immediate engagement. Through binoculars, they could see the swarm of locusts approaching. The commander ordered the use of white phosphorus bombs, and all tanks fired simultaneously. The results were effective. The bombs worked perfectly. Smiling, the commander shouted that they just needed to keep it up to crush the swarm. But his expression quickly turned to shock as he saw the insects starting to form a sandstorm again. A massive sand tornado began advancing toward them, rendering their attacks useless. The storm was absorbing the blasts. An urgent transmission was sent out to all forces. The deadleaf locust had begun forming a firestorm, and all incendiary bombing was to cease immediately. The soldiers grew uneasy, asking what they could possibly do if they couldn't use fire anymore. One of them clutched his weapon tightly and declared that behind them were billions of lives. Those disgusting insects could not be allowed to pass. He shouts for everyone to open fire. If they can kill even one, that will be enough to honor their families. Suddenly, an army of red frogs appears on the battlefield. The frogs fix their gaze on their prey and release a strange odor that makes the locusts tremble in fear. The soldiers notice the sandstorm beginning to subside and ask where those frogs came from. The captain explains that a young monster breeder created them specifically to fight the deadleaf locusts, and that they shouldn't be called just frogs. The locusts attempt another charge, but the frogs are already prepared. They all attack at once, creating a massive explosion in the sky that roasts the entire swarm instantly. The charred insects rain down and the frogs leap to devour them. The soldiers are stunned, saying that more than 100 locusts died in a single strike. The captain adds that the small army of magma fire frogs ensured that their comrades no longer had to risk their lives, and whoever created them is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, in the city, a group of elderly folks sit chatting in a plaza. A woman asks old Han if his granddaughter is participating in that special training. Han says it's better not to mention it. She was eliminated the other day, and though her father scolded her harshly, the embarrassment still lingers. Suddenly, a military jeep speeds into the square and stops right in front of them. The woman asks who the jeep could be looking for. Han replies that judging by the direction, they're heading to the 6th floor and wonders if they're after that boy, Peng, since a similar vehicle came for him last time. The woman says that the last time she saw him, he was walking around with a skeleton. The old man asks if it was some kind of ghoul. Another elderly lady joins in, saying she saw it too and that the skeleton had ghostly flames swirling all around its body. Han asks her if by chance she means the skeleton belonging to Peng, the young man who lives right above her. The old woman laughs and says that skeleton is the protagonist's familiar. It may look scary, but it actually protects people and helps out. A rather cute creature, really. The others seem unconvinced, so she changes the subject and asks her spider to help thread a needle. Han comments that her spider is very handy and asks if it has a name. The woman replies she hasn't named it yet. Meanwhile, at his apartment door, Peng stands frozen in shock at the sight of so many army agents before him. The platoon leader steps forward respectfully and explains that, based on the agreement Director Feng Xue made with Peng on behalf of the military, a commander-tier crystal core from a thunder-type monster is being awarded to him as payment for the successful evolutionary research on the magma fire frog and asks him to take a look. Peng, both happy and nervous, thanks them sincerely. The platoon commander says he came personally to deliver it because he wanted to meet him in person. Saluting, he tells Peng that on behalf of all his comrades, he wishes to express their deepest respect and gratitude, especially for those who lost their lives during the operation. It is a sacred duty, he says, for soldiers to defend their homes and their country. They do not fear death, only dying without being able to do anything. After this heartfelt gesture, the soldiers depart, and Peng watches them through the rubber window. At that moment, he realizes he's been given a gift, the system, and maybe it would be worthwhile to participate in more experimental projects to help the military. Still, he understands that the system is merely a tool. The most important thing is to strengthen himself as quickly as possible so he can protect himself, and only after that think about protecting others. He senses something approaching and looks down to see Dazi hugging his leg. Smiling, he pats his familiar, saying it seems Dazi sensed his mood and came to comfort him. Then he adds that the main material has just arrived, so it's time to upgrade Dazi's grade. He heads to the kitchen and starts preparing a special soup. When it's done, he returns with an unsettling smile and tells his familiar to drink it immediately. Dazi hesitates, sniffs the bowl, then gathers his courage and drinks. He drops the bowl to the floor, and an aura of electricity envelops his body, even frightening Peng. After a few seconds, the aura fades, leaving Dazi scorched and motionless. Peng stands silently for a while as Dumby, nervous, pokes his friend to see if he's all right. Then he gets an idea. He goes to the fridge, takes out some metal needles, and tries to get Dazi to eat them to recover. The protagonist approaches and tells him not to worry, that they should leave Dazi alone for now. Dumby, still confused, simply obeys and sits beside his friend, munching on the needles quietly. Peng watches and thinks that those two really are living treasures. Then he decides it's time to form the contract with Silly. He calls her, but she doesn't want to come closer. He smiles and says he has some delicious juice with him. Silly immediately rushes over and hugs the juice. Peng thinks that the three of them are truly a trio of gluttons. He pricks his finger, touches the jellyfish, and begins to focus. Silly's consciousness is still a bit weak, but he notices she's brave, approaching him without even being called. Apparently, all the good food he gave her wasn't in vain. He places his finger on her consciousness, telling her to become his new companion. The contract appears, and he continues, saying she will become his partner, and that he'll give her the power to never fear anything in this world again. Silly responds that she doesn't want power, she wants juice. Peng can't believe it but ends up agreeing, promising her liters of juice. Thus, the contract is complete. The next morning, Zhu Ying was sleeping peacefully with her familiar when a shadowy figure began calling her, asking her to get up because it was time for breakfast. She wakes in fright and looking ahead sees that it's her parrot telling her to wake up and eat. Zhu Ying says he's a good boy, since ever since the old man passed away, the bird has been her only companion, and she thanks him. She remembers that ever since her daughter's accident, she had no will to do anything, and that it had been difficult for the old man to handle the meals every day until he eventually left too, especially breakfast because he would wake up early every morning to make it and wake her up. When she finally recovered and could take care of him, he was gone. Now she doesn't know how she's still alive or how much longer she'll keep going, and that's why she's grateful to the parrot for giving her a reason to keep living. She smiles as if she already knows something, thanking the parrot once more for staying with her all this time. However, she adds that the old man has been waiting for her for a long time and that she needs to go be with him. Suddenly, a blue energy begins to fill the room. The old man appears beside her and places his hand over hers, saying he's there to stay with her. Xiu Ring starts trembling and crying, and the old man extends his finger, saying that from now on they'll never be apart again and asking if she agrees. She holds his finger and says she'll never leave him again. Suddenly, everything returns to normal, and it's actually the parrot touching her hand. In his apartment, Peng was sleeping soundly until he woke up to Dazi's complaints of pain. He stands up and asks what's wrong, and when he looks down, he sees Dazi rolling back and forth on the floor, saying his head hurts a lot. The protagonist quickly gets up, worried, asking if something went wrong with the evolution, but he's surprised when he looks at the system and sees that his familiar is now at perfect grade and that the tooth replacement process is underway. He shouts in disbelief. He didn't even know a centipede could replace its teeth, and starts wondering if the centipede's genes mutated after the cataclysm. After all, the world has changed so much that common sense doesn't work the same way anymore. He tries to calm Dazi, telling him not to be afraid because that headache is necessary for his growth, and that he just has to endure it. He starts walking and calls Silly, who rushes to him and rests on his head. He checks the system, wondering which evolution route to choose for her, support or maybe combat. If he picks the route that uses the wooden spatial heart as the main material, she can evolve into a spirit of wood jellyfish, gaining dual attributes with healing and spatial powers. However, if he enhances her spatial attribute, her combat strength will be terrifying, but if he gives up combat power for support, he might regret it later. All these paths require time, money, and effort, though the support route would be a little easier. After thinking for a while, he decides it's best to go with the support route and evolve her into a spirit of wood jellyfish. Once she grows stronger, he can choose any route he wants. But for now, this one will help the most. As he leaves the apartment and passes through the plaza, he notices some people standing still and asks why there's such a crowd. The people are murmuring, wondering what's going on and if they're seeing things. Suddenly, a light begins to shine in the sky, and some say it might be a ghost, that it must have come to take Grandma Xiu Ying, and that it must be the old man. When he looks up at the sky, the protagonist also sees a completely blue phoenix, and the system instantly identifies it. Name: Soul Guardian. Level: 25. Grade: Perfect. Attribute: Soul. Description: a powerful desire keeps this monster in the mortal realm, allowing it to take on multiple forms, and once that desire is fulfilled, it returns to the underworld. One of the bystanders says they saw everything. The two began to rise, their bodies on the metal support turned into a point of light and flew away. The parrot and the old woman were definitely gone. The protagonist thinks that it seems the grandmother really passed away. Suddenly, he remembers that she had a gray-striped plate spider, and that, after its master's death, a familiar is no longer bound. If it chooses to return to nature, that's fine, but if its temperament changes and it starts attacking humans, its fate will be sealed. Peng begins running toward the grandmother's apartment, saying he needs to get there as fast as possible. When he arrives, he's out of breath and sees that the door is locked, with no sound coming from inside. He starts wondering where the spider might be hiding, judging by the striped plate spider's habits it should be. Looking up, he sees it in the same place as always. Using telepathy, he gives Dazi the command to act, and when the spider begins to approach, Dazi quickly wraps his master with his body. The spider bows before them, trembling, and the protagonist feels a bit disappointed, asking if it really came down just out of fear of Dazi. Shaking with fear, the spider recalls Xu Ying saying that she was old and would soon die, and that she didn't want to sign a contract again. She had apologized, saying she didn't want to give the spider a name so it wouldn't feel tied down, as she gently stroked its head. The same memory flashes through Peng's mind, and he says it must be hard to lose the old woman. With a faint smile, he kneels down and extends his hand, saying that if the spider wants, it can come with him. Later that day, people are confused, asking what that thing is. Peng is walking through the streets looking like a black Spider-Man with his familiars, and people whisper that he must be trying to become the leader of the Five Poisons sect. As he walks, he thinks that now he just needs a familiar with good defense and his team will be complete. Even if it sounds ridiculous to use a spider as a meat shield, however, it has a defensive evolutionary path, and the materials aren't hard to find. After forming a contract with the spider, he can strengthen it to gain more soul power, combining it with the soul power he already obtained from Dazi and Silly. Maybe he's not too far from forming a contract with Dumby, but he feels a bit down knowing he'll have to stop improving Dumby's grade for a while, since if it evolves further, the soul power required for the contract will only increase. When he arrives at the studio, he greets Quan Quan with a good morning, and she replies by calling him boss. Peng is confused since she's never called him that before. She usually addresses him as Mr. Gao. She keeps calling him boss, her eyes sparkling with a charming expression, saying it's been a long time since they've seen each other. The protagonist finds it strange, and suddenly Quan Quan's aura begins to change. She says that lately many people have been looking for him, and that several clients keep asking when he'll be available. Even when she tells them he's busy, they insist, and she can't even get through to him anymore. Peng realizes she's completely irritated and asks her to calm down, saying that now he actually has plenty of free time. Somewhat nervous, he shows her a list and says he'd like her to prepare some materials first, and afterward he'll treat her to milk tea. Quan Quan snatches the list, clearly annoyed, and walks away, leaving the protagonist standing there. He sighs in relief as Dazi mutters that he's a real scoundrel. Inside the lab, Peng is about to form the contract with the spider and tells her not to worry, asking her to trust him because he'll give her a good life. After sealing the contract, he gently pats her and says it's time to begin the evolution. He starts the timer and begins preparing the potions. After several tests, he declares that everything's ready. Approaching, he notes that her body color is gray, a gray-striped plate spider, and says that after evolving, she'll become an armored gray spider. Since Silly and Dumby's names both end with Y, he decides to name her Stripey. He holds up the potion, saying this is the carefully crafted evolution potion he made himself, and that she'll get stronger with just a single bath. He pours the potion into the container holding the spider, and something begins to happen. The protagonist suddenly feels intense pain, realizing it's being transmitted through the soul connection, part of the suffering Stripey is enduring at that moment. He grits his teeth, thinking it's fine because pain is the path to strength, and they have to accept and endure it. Quan Quan opens the door, calling him boss again. He turns and asks what happened, and with a mischievous look, she says the client has arrived, and he looks like a very rich one. Peng smiles, saying he's on his way while thinking that now he has one more mouth to feed and needs to make money as soon as possible. Looking to the side, he sees a client accompanied by a bodyguard, and upon checking with the system, he remarks that it's interesting. That bodyguard is a commander-level familiar. Peng warns Quan Quan that he's going to meet a client and asks her to look after his spider's evolution. He explains that she should watch the liquid inside the container on the table, and as soon as it turns clearer, she must pour the white liquid from the test tube into it. Quan Quan smiles and says she understands. Then, Peng heads to his client and greets him. The man smiles and says he's heard about Peng for quite some time and finally has the chance to meet him in person. He introduces himself as Lu Si, a freelancer who owns a small herb garden, or rather used to own, since it was destroyed by gray demonic spiders and is still under repair. Peng asks if he means the herb garden on the east side of the city, and Lu Si confirms, surprised and honored that Peng knows about his small garden. Peng finds it strange, thinking the client seems far too important, and that he himself shouldn't be famous enough to attract someone like that. Then Lu Si explains that maybe Peng doesn't know, but he was recently invited to a military banquet where Director Feng praised Peng's great contribution to the research on the magma fire toad. He then lifts a cloth and reveals a cage containing his familiar, the creature he wishes to evolve. Upon seeing the animal, Peng is startled. It's an ebony night hound, a rare species. All hounds have the potential to evolve into this form, marked by black fur that blends into the darkness, able to absorb most light. They're considered perfect assassins at night and ideal guard dogs, which is why many mansion and garden owners choose them as familiars. Lucy says he's already familiar with Peng's pricing method, and that since it's a commander-tier familiar, the price should be set by Peng himself. He tells Peng he can charge whatever he wants. The protagonist opens his system, analyzes the options, and after ruling out the 2 rarest and most powerful routes, as well as 5 that require rare materials and lengthy processes, 13 evolutionary paths remain. He explains to Lu Shi that raising the familiar's rank isn't an issue and that he's already considered some possible routes, but each comes with a different cost and power level. Lu Shi doesn't hesitate and says he wants the most expensive one. Peng smiles and replies that this option will cost 5,000 alliance credits. The client is stunned by the price, but Peng shakes his hand and says he made an excellent choice. At that moment, a loud crash hits the wall. Peng turns in alarm and asks if it was Stripey. He rushes to the lab and finds Quan Quan kneeling, trembling, and begging for help, completely terrified. Still shaking, she points at the spider and tells Peng to look. Even he is shocked by what he sees. The system announces that the evolution was successful, transforming Stripey into a gray-armored spider. Relieved, Peng realizes everything went well, but immediately scolds the spider for breaking lab equipment and frightening Quan Quan. He then crouches and pats her head, telling her that no matter how strong she becomes, she must learn to control herself. Stripey feels happy at the affection, but slips after hitting a piece of debris with her leg and falls flat on the floor. Peng sighs in disbelief, wondering why all his familiars seem to have a screw loose, and hopes the saying, "birds of a feather flock together" doesn't apply to him. Still, he smiles and tells her to stay put in the office and not wander around. The spider starts walking sideways, leaving him puzzled. He approaches Quan Quan, apologizes for the scare, and explains that the container was broken and needs to be replaced with a larger one, at his own expense. He also asks her to prepare the materials required for the Ebony Nighthound's evolution and schedule an appointment with the client for next week. Looking at the mess around them, Peng remarks that they'll need to hire someone to clean the lab and tells her to contact the finance department to arrange for a new container. Trying to stay calm, Quan Quan agrees but warns that he'll end up spending too much again. Later, Peng walks down the street with his 2 familiars beside him, reflecting that his family is growing and it's time to move to a bigger house. He figures living on the outskirts would be better, as it would let him quickly leave the city to train or gather materials, though he decides to find a real estate agent first. Looking at Stripey, he notices she's still walking sideways and sighs, wondering if he messed up the formula and gave her the wrong medicine, turning her into a crab instead. He complains to her, saying she should walk properly since she's a spider, not a crab. Stripey stares at him in confusion, and he's left not knowing what to think either. Shortly after, Peng arrives at the agency and is greeted by a friendly woman who asks if he's Peng. She explains that she's the sales agent he spoke with earlier and introduces herself as Xiao Liu. Peng greets her and asks if they can go see the house. Xiao Liu confirms and says a car has already been reserved to take him there, explaining that based on his requirements, the property should be a spacious residence on the outskirts of the city, with a garden, a basement, and a clean, quiet neighborhood. She hands him a tablet to view the photos, and Peng is impressed by the mansion surrounded by nature featuring a lush garden. Xiao Liu comments that although the house doesn't have a basement, the land is large enough to build one. When Peng asks about the location, he notices the agent's hesitation. She then reveals that the property is near the prosperous Dragon Lake area and costs only 2,000 alliance credits. She explains that the price is so low because the area, being on the outskirts, has little supervision. Besides the built structure, he would also get a large plot of land, a true bonus considering his requirements. Suspicious, Peng asks if the photos are recent or taken before the cataclysm, since the plants in the background look intact without any signs of mutation. He questions if she's hiding something. Embarrassed, Xiao Liu asks him not to overthink it. After all, a house with dozens of acres of garden is practically impossible to find in Chang'an nowadays, whether before or after the cataclysm. The house was being sold for only 2,000 alliance credits, an absurdly low price. Although the place was isolated, there was a road right at the foot of the hill, which made things convenient. If Peng bought a car, he could easily get anywhere. Even so, he couldn't shake a bad feeling. It smelled like a scam, and a serious one. Judging by the photos, that house should be worth at least 3,000 to 4,000 credits. He knew that after the cataclysm, many rural properties had been fortified and turned into small strongholds, or simply abandoned and left in ruins. If, after 3 years, that house was still 60% as well preserved as in the pictures, it would already be a miracle. As for safety, that didn't worry him. With his familiars by his side, any problem could be quickly resolved and maybe even provide an extra meal. Xiao Liu, noticing Peng's dark expression and imagining what he was thinking, grew visibly nervous. Still, she insisted that the price was excellent and that the previous owner was practically selling at a loss. Peng decided to take a look in person. They headed toward the bus that would take them to the property. Along the way, Xiaoliu noticed Stripey and, finding her cute, crouched down and said, "What an adorable little crab. You have good taste, Mr. Peng." Peng sighed and replied, "She's a spider." The saleswoman blushed and apologized. Suddenly, Peng heard a noise behind him. When he turned, he noticed someone watching them from a distance. Xiaoliu called to him, seeing that he was distracted, and Peng brushed it off, saying it was nothing, probably just his imagination. However, a man hiding behind a wall began laughing loudly, raising a camera. "So you're young Master Gao Peng, the famous researcher. I finally found you," he shouted excitedly. Xiao Liu just gave an awkward smile and suggested they continue to see the house. When they arrived, Peng was shocked. The residence was almost unrecognizable, in ruins, completely different from the photos. "Are the interior walls in this condition too?" he asked in disbelief. Upon entering, he noticed something odd. There was barely any dust, meaning someone had been cleaning the place regularly. The rooms were furnished with expensive wooden furniture, though old-fashioned and in need of repair. Even with the bad location, a house like that should never cost so little. Before he could comment, the door suddenly opened. A man appeared, smiling. "You must be Peng?" he asked. Surprised, the protagonist wanted to know who he was. Xiao Liu explained, "This is the owner, Mr. Liu." The man laughed heartily and said, "I heard you had just arrived, so I rushed over." Peng found it strange and asked why the hurry, also wondering if they had met before. Liu replied confidently, "Come now, who in this city doesn't know you? Director Feng's ace, the hero behind the last military operation." He handed Peng a business card. "I also work with familiars. If you're interested in collaborating, I can offer a 20% discount." Peng stared at him, surprised. The man really knew how to do business. Liu then asked what he thought of the house and explained that it was well maintained since he hired someone to clean it every month. If Peng wanted to buy it, he'd just have to pay a renovation fee and could move in immediately. "Quick and easy," he assured. Peng crossed his arms and replied honestly, "I'll be straight with you, Mr. Liu. The price you're asking is certainly tempting," Peng said. "But there's a problem. This house is worth at least 4,000 credits, even with the poor location. 2,000 is far below market value." He stared at Liu seriously. "So I'd like you to tell me the real reason behind such a low price." Liu placed a hand on the table and said that the house had actually been bought for his parents after they retired, since they were simple rural folk not used to life in the big city. That's why he purchased a home on the outskirts. He wanted them to live peacefully. They had worked hard for him their entire lives, and now that he was successful, he naturally wanted to repay them, ensuring they could enjoy a happy old age. But the monster horde ruined everything. They didn't even get to spend a single day in the house, and ended up dead. Liu began trembling, cursing that damned world and slamming his fist on the table. After a few moments, he took a deep breath, regaining control, and explained that he simply wanted to get rid of that cursed house as soon as possible. He had heard that Peng was looking for a property like that and asked the agency to sell it to him for 2,000 credits, saying Peng should see it as an investment. Mr. Liu emphasized that, unfortunately, he was no longer young and his future was limited. He didn't have the strength to do much anymore. But talented young people like Peng were the city's future, and he hoped they could prevent such tragedies from ever happening again. Peng was moved by the story, reminded of his own parents. He said he understood, thanked Liu for his honesty, and agreed to buy the house. By the end of the day, as night fell, Peng arrived at his apartment and greeted his two familiars. But they barely acknowledged him. He placed a bag on the table and told them to take a look, saying it contained food he had carefully picked himself, much better than the orange juice and yin cedar needles they usually had. Instantly, both were interested, and everyone gathered around the table. Just as they were about to eat, they heard someone comment that the house seemed lively. Turning around, Peng saw Tang Tang. She smiled and said it had been a while since they'd seen each other, then began teasing Dazi, saying he had evolved quite a bit and even grown teeth, poking at his mouth to check if any were crooked. Dazi begged for help, but Peng just looked away and told him to hang in there. Tang Tang changed the subject and asked if it was true that he had bought a house. Peng smiled and said she found out fast, but explained that the place still needed renovations, so they wouldn't be moving just yet. She grabbed his hand and scolded him, saying he should have asked for her help since she knew many people, and he didn't have much experience. He could easily be deceived. He tried to explain himself, but she turned away, saying she was leaving. Still, her words echoed in his mind, and he began wondering if that man had fooled him with that tragic story. As she closed the door, Tang Tang muttered to herself that it was perfect, because when he moved, she would move into the house next door. The next morning, deep in the forest, Peng observed the surroundings with his familiars and realized they were close to their destination. The Bottle Tree Grove shouldn't be far. Stepping over dry leaves, he reflected that it was the last day of break granted by the academy, and that he needed to gather all the required materials as quickly as possible. If he didn't find the wooden space hearts that day, he'd have to wait until the weekend, delaying his plans. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he saw a gray sand-brown lynx. The system identified it, level 13, normal grade, wood attribute. The animal stared at him for a moment, then lunged. Peng warned his companions to stay alert. The lynx charged quickly, but Dumby shoved the others back and stepped forward, countering the attack and forcing the enemy to retreat. He took a stance and declared himself the lynx's opponent. When he lunged, the beast panicked and tried to flee, but Dumby used the threads from his heart to bind it, and, with a swift and precise strike, eliminated it instantly. The protagonist watched in surprise, realizing Dumby was far stronger than he had imagined. The skeleton stared at his own hands in confusion, unable to understand how he had won so easily. Peng noted that Dumby still couldn't control his own strength. After all, he had never fought since his evolution, and concluded that it was probably time to take him to the academy for training. Then Peng turned and said it was time to head to the grove. Dumby silently gazed at him. Even if he didn't understand what his master said, he knew that boy wished him well, and that was enough. Peng then started teasing Dazi, saying Dumby had been faster than him. Dazi, annoyed, snaps back that if that stupid skeleton hadn't interfered, he would have finished off the kitty first. Peng smiles and says it's fine, since he knows just how amazing Dazi really is. After searching for 3 hours, Peng explores all the areas where the bottle trees grow and finally finds a few of them. Near the trees, there's a green tree snake, a species that seems to favor that type of environment. The moment Dumby spots it, he swiftly catches the snake and splits it in half, pulling out its core and showing it to Peng. The protagonist studies the crystal with curiosity, wondering if it really is a green tree snake's core, but reminds himself that this was just a secondary goal. The real mission is to find the wooden spatial heart within the bottle trees. Still, Dumby had acted on his own without needing any command. Peng then tells him to punch one of the trees. Dumby gets ready. Even the tree itself seems to sweat nervously. With a powerful blow, he knocks it down with ease. Everyone gets excited and Peng tells him to keep going. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a group of people advances quietly. One of them asks the leader if the boy is really there. The leader replies that the information is reliable and that they just need to keep searching. Suddenly, the small familiar on the leader's shoulder raises its antenna and points in one direction. One of the men asks if Tutu saw something. The leader explains that the familiar detected a strange sound coming from that way. He's not sure if it's the boy, but they need to check it out either way. Soon, another sound echoes and one man remarks that it sounds like someone practicing boxing. The scarred man laughs, saying only an idiot would train boxing in the middle of a forest full of monsters. The leader, serious, warns them not to get distracted, reminding them they can't afford to miss any clue. After all, they landed a well-paying job. And he asks if the subordinate has forgotten that his sister is still waiting for her school fees, stressing that they need to find out what's going on as soon as possible. As they approach the source of the noise, they see Dumby striking tree trunks with overwhelming force. The man in the bandana backs away, frightened, saying he's out. Any monster strong enough to break a tree that thick with one punch is way too dangerous. The leader tells them to watch carefully and shows them a photo. The young man in the picture is the one they're looking for. Still, even he doesn't understand why the boy is destroying those trees. The bandana-wearing man comments that they were only hired to investigate the boy's familiars, so it'd be best to observe from a distance. Getting any closer might expose them. The scarred man agrees, adding that those familiars are far from normal. The giant centipede looks especially powerful, and messing with it would be a terrible idea. Both suggest retreating. The leader, however, rebukes them, calling them cowards and reminding them that they've always lived off pathetic jobs like corpse disposal. He asks if they aren't tired of it. With their skills, they've never made it far into the dark ember forest, but now an opportunity stands before them and it's time to seize it. The leader concludes that the boy must know something. After all, no one would make that much noise in the forest just to test a tree's toughness or practice boxing. If there's something valuable inside those trunks, they can profit too. With so many trees there, they could make a good sum. He then orders Dongsen to move to the darker side of the clearing and use his familiar to control the boy while he and Huan handle the big monster. He admits it'll be risky, but maybe this is their chance to finally leave poverty behind. Suddenly, the protagonist notices some bushes rustling. His familiars notice too and turn in that direction. Peng shouts, demanding to know who's there and ordering them to come out. The leader, realizing they've been spotted, thinks they're in trouble. Still, he steps out of the shadows, laughing, greeting Peng with fake friendliness and saying it's just a coincidence they ran into each other there, asking if he needs help. Huan watches his leader, thinking that, thankfully, he reacted quickly. But Peng doesn't buy the story. He recognizes the familiars those men have, the amateur stinger bee and the skull butterfly, both dangerous forest creatures. That's how he knows these guys aren't just ordinary adventurers. Dumby senses the stranger's presence and warns his master. When both look toward the sound, the leader turns pale, baffled that they managed to detect hidden people. Trying to hide his unease, he insists there's nothing to worry about, saying that's just his brother, and they're not bad people. At that moment, Deng Sen bursts out from the bushes, claiming he'd gone to the bathroom and just got back. The system identifies the familiar beside him, a mithril mantis, level 18, elite grade, excellent quality, gold attribute with an electrical weakness. Peng observes the creature, realizing it's a rare mutation, but quickly notes that Dazi would have the advantage, so there's no need to worry. With a firm resolve, he replies that he doesn't need any help, especially not from people like them. The leader forces a smile and says that if that's the case, fine, they'll leave. Juan looks puzzled and asks if they're really retreating. The leader explains that now that they've been discovered, they've lost the element of surprise, and if they fail, they might just end up creating a powerful enemy for nothing. He points out that the boy may be young, but already has 3 strong familiars, which means he's either very wealthy or extremely talented, and in either case, he's a troublesome target. Moreover, the black-cloaked familiar had made Tutu, the small creature on his shoulder, visibly uneasy, and his companion's instincts had saved his life many times before. For that reason, it's better to withdraw. In such an unpredictable world, no one knows what kind of disaster might unfold. He concludes that they can wait for the boy to leave and later return to the site to search for clues. After all, there are plenty of trees in the area, and a fight right now wouldn't be worth it. Peng watches as the men walk away, thinking that if Dumby hadn't detected them, they would have certainly attacked. But if they had tried, he wouldn't have hesitated to kill them. 2 hours later, with several trees felled, Peng and Silly celebrate, concluding they've gathered enough material. Peng calls Dazi over and asks him to use his electricity to light a stick, which he tosses onto the dry leaves, setting them ablaze. Before the cataclysm, starting a forest fire would have been a serious crime, but that had changed. Those trees were much tougher now, and a small fire wouldn't cause much harm. It might even help, since if all the monster-breeding forests were burned down, the world would be a safer place. Besides, the fire would erase any trace of their actions. From atop a mountain, Juan points to the rising smoke and tells the leader to look. Deng Sen remarks that the boy is clever. He did that to prevent them from returning and discovering anything. The leader agrees, saying the kid is indeed cautious, then falls silent, realizing that even without meaning to, Peng had revealed the ruthless decisiveness buried deep in his soul. Juan keeps pressing, asking if they're really just going to let this go so easily. The leader glares at him in irritation and scolds him again, demanding to know what he thinks they should do. Then, calmly, he explains that if the boy truly possessed some extraordinary treasure, perhaps it'd be worth the risk. But there's no reason to provoke someone like that for nothing. They can't attack others without a legitimate reason. That would only bring trouble. However, the leader adds with a subtle smile that even if they can't take action, someone else can. He then picks up his communicator and makes a call, asking the operator to inform Director Jiang that the task has been completed and that the information about the target's familiars has been delivered. The operator thanks him for his hard work and confirms that the payment has already been made. Immediately afterward, he reports to Dr. Jiang that the group did not attack Peng, meaning the test mission was apparently a failure. Director Jiang, however, doesn't show any frustration. He merely smiles faintly and says that it's fine, asking if preparations for the next phase are complete. Then, with a calculating gleam in his eyes, he comments with satisfaction that he has finally located Ji Hanwu's grandson. Peng remarks that Stripey is growing too fast. In just a short time, not only has she leveled up, but she also looks noticeably larger. Looking at the mess around him, he concludes she must be eating a lot. He crouches down, picks something up from the floor, and examines it, realizing she's molted. He wonders if that shed skin might have some special effect, like in certain novels. Then, smiling, he approaches her and tells her to eat as much as she wants. Stripey gets excited, but he jokingly adds that once she's nice and fat, they'll have a spider barbecue. Stripey immediately puts her food bowl down, visibly upset. Peng laughs and tells her she'd better eat less anyway, since canned food could build up toxins in her body. He then reflects that now that he's obtained the spatial wood, he finally has all the materials needed for Silly's evolution. The problem is, he can't cook everything at once. Silly is too fragile to handle so much stress at once, so he needs to prepare the ingredients carefully. Late at night, he goes to his workshop, turns on the lights, and notes that Quan has probably already gone home, which is great since no one will disturb him. He puts on his apron and studies the materials, saying they're rare and require special processing methods, high-temperature heating, deep freezing, and even acid corrosion. After some time, he cheers in satisfaction, saying he's finally done, and is sure Silly will love the sweet flavor. He places the portion in a container of water, and the smell alone makes Silly excited, even comparing the aroma to a delicious juice. Peng tells her to get in, but before he can even finish the sentence, Silly leaps straight into the container. Surprised, he says he hadn't finished talking yet, but then he notices something strange. The water starts turning green. He asks what's going on, remembering that Silly's favorite place has always been his head, and wonders if he chose the wrong evolution path. The green glow intensifies. He shouts for her to stop, but it's too late. The evolution completes. Breathing heavily, he realizes that the materials needed for an epic-grade evolution are far too rare, including that magical spatial sand whose effect he still doesn't fully understand, so the next evolution will probably take time. The system then announces the result. Wood Spirit Jellyfish, Level 6, Perfect Grade. Attributes, Space, Wood, and Wind. Condition, Healthy and Happy. Weaknesses, 1 word electric, 2, Ice. Peng notices that after Silly's evolution, his own spiritual power has increased significantly, and if he keeps training, he'll soon be able to form a contract with Dumby. While thinking this, Silly stares at him with shining eyes, and even when he tells her not to come closer, she ignores him and returns to her favorite spot, the top of his head. Suddenly, Peng's phone starts ringing. When he checks it, he sees it's the decoration company recommended by Tang Tang, but he doesn't understand what they'd want so late at night. When he answers, the manager asks if he's available, explaining that they're having trouble cleaning the house and need him to come in person to take a look. Intrigued, Peng asks what kind of trouble, and the manager replies that it's caused by some mutant plants interfering with the work. If they aren't removed, the renovations can't continue, so they need him to come instruct them. Peng agrees, saying he'll go immediately, and the manager sounds relieved, saying all the workers are waiting for him, so he should come as soon as possible. At that moment, Peng finds the situation odd and asks if he really said all the workers are there, wondering why they'd be working so late. On the other end of the line, the real manager Li is being forced to speak. Trembling, he says that's just how his business operates and pleads for Peng to hurry. Once the call ends, Dr. Jiang praises the manager, saying he did a good job and just saved his own life. Still suspicious, Peng mutters that it all sounded strange and tries calling Tang Tang, but her phone doesn't answer. Unsure what to do, he decides to play it safe and takes Dazi and Dumby with him, calling Silly as well as he rushes out the door. Half an hour later at Peng's new house, one of the men approaches Dr. Jiang and asks why Peng hasn't arrived yet, suggesting he might have caught on. Dr. Jiang replies that they need to be patient. What matters is that he'll come, sooner or later. He admits that he doesn't like using such crude methods since they're civilized people, but also says this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ji Hanwoo has a living grandson, and if he hadn't exposed that secret, he would have died believing that old man was alone in the world. The man with glasses comments that many others are probably interested in that secret, and once they find out, they'll definitely try to eliminate the boy in secret. Jiang agrees, saying Hanwoo is already old and unlikely to have another descendant, but the grandson is young and promising, and money moves people's hearts. He adds that the Southern Sky Group has already become a giant full of masters, each with their own plans and ambitions. The bespectacled man, intrigued, asks whether the doctor really intends to eliminate the boy, and if that were the case, why not have killed him outright instead of luring him there? Dr. Jiang explains that it's very likely the old man keeps people constantly protecting his grandson. A rash attack would be a mistake because it would only ruin everything and alert old Ji Hanwoo. Jiang raises his eyebrows and asks who said he wanted to kill Ji Hanwoo's grandson, making it clear his goal is not to kill him, but to capture him for bargaining with the old man. He explains that if the boy is killed, Hanwoo would certainly go mad, and then no one would benefit. Only those truly qualified to compete would win in the end. The doctor goes on to say that his research institute is only one of more than 30 belonging to the Southern Sky Group, not to mention other sectors like security. Even if the sole heir dies, that does not make anyone else the successor. Therefore, he has no reason to eliminate Peng. After all, the boy would bring him no advantage. In a sense, Jiang says, Peng is like a prince who will inherit a throne in the future, and even if they are on opposite sides now, one day they could become allies and profit together. He looks at his watch and says the boy is probably arriving. Then he orders that manager Li be eliminated. The man begins trembling and begs for his life, reminding the doctor that he had promised not to hurt him. Jiang only releases a small butterfly and tells him to calm down, saying he is a researcher, not a barbarian, and therefore will not harm him. The butterfly flutters before the manager, and within seconds, he falls to the ground dead. The doctor smiles coldly, saying the manager shouldn't have seen what was about to happen, one fewer witness to the night's success. Suddenly, something streaks across the sky at a high speed. The bespectacled man screams in fright and tells the chief to look. Jiang turns quickly, stunned, asking whether that could be the old Ji Hanwoo himself. Moments earlier in the city's military district, the divine familiar suddenly rises and fires a beam of golden energy toward the horizon. The soldiers alarm, asking what is happening and whether the monkey of the dark ember forest has reappeared. Another soldier says no. The golden deity is warning about something coming from the south. and they must investigate. The military chief approaches and says there's no need. It's just someone from the Southern Sky Group arriving in the city. Still, he asks everyone to stay on alert, breathing in and murmuring that the storm is drawing nearer. Meanwhile, at the protagonist's new house, Ji Han-woo himself has already arrived, surrounded by a murderous aura and accompanied by a colossal dragon. Before him, Dr. Jung lies fallen, trembling with terror. Trying to bluff, he shouts at the president not to come closer, claiming to have captured Peng. Han-woo frowns and, furious, asks how he dares say such a thing. Everyone else has already been eliminated. Jung panics, trying to explain he said that only to save his own life, and begging to be allowed to speak. Han-woo then asks who told him about the grandson. Jung, in a panic, says he told no one, but confesses he set a program to send Peng's information to all group employees if he died. The old man stares at him coldly and replies that that was not the question. Faced with silence, Jung realizes the danger and cries out that it was Secretary Liu who told. Gasping, he tries to justify himself, saying he only wanted more funding for his research, that he would never hurt the boy, and that his work would bring great benefits to the group. It only needed a little more investment. The president ignores him completely and in a frigid voice says that since he has said what he knows, he may die. Jiang falls into despair and begging for mercy and shouting that he recognizes his mistakes, but it's useless. A roar echoes along with the sound of destruction, and his screams of terror are heard in the distance, announcing his inevitable end. The president surveys the wreckage and murmurs that Jiang was a complete idiot because he is Ji Han-woo and would never bow to a threat. With a touch on his bracelet, he contacts the team and orders an investigation into everything related to Jiang Yilong. He says it's possible Jiang actually set up the program mentioned, so if they find anything similar, they must destroy it at once. If they can't, they must notify him immediately, because Peng is the rightful heir of the Southern Sky Group. An absolute fact. However, it would be a huge problem if that information became public before the right time. As the doctor's screams fade, Han-woo stands motionless, listening in silence, and remarks that he rather enjoys this kind of simple, brutal world. Tang Tang approaches, calling him Professor, and he turns with a faint smile, saying she must have endured difficult times. After all, when he returned from abroad, the group was in complete chaos, and he still hadn't fully regained control. He recalls that after Peng's parents died, he had to hide his grandson's existence, and the only way to keep the boy safe was to let him grow up far away, sending Tang Tang to guide and protect him in secret. Now that the group is nearly stable again, Han-woo says it might be time to bring his grandson back, but he considers that the path the boy is currently walking is a much more effective form of growth. The boy's talent has far exceeded every expectation he ever had. Approaching his familiar, Han-woo says calmly that there are still important matters to deal with inside the group, so he asks Tang Tang to continue watching over Peng a little longer. Surprised, she asks if he really won't wait for him. Han-woo replies that better opportunities will come and that a steady heart is worth more than any rare treasure. That's why he wants to let his grandson grow on his own and prove how far he can go alone. Not long after, Peng arrives at the site and immediately senses something wrong with the silence. He calls for the manager and the workers, but no one answers. Looking at the ground, he notices deep marks and mutters that it doesn't look like the work of renovation. Tang Tang steps out from the shadows with a smile, saying he surprised her. She really underestimated him. Peng startles and asks who she is, but Tang Tang reassures him that it's just her. Relieved, he laughs, saying now he understands why Dumpy didn't react. However, Tang Tang stares at him and asks why he's so relaxed when he has no way of knowing she isn't an enemy. Peng tells her to stop with that. If he couldn't trust her, then he couldn't trust anyone in the world since he's an orphan. Tang Tang calmly replies that he's wrong. He's not an orphan. His grandfather is still alive. Peng freezes, completely shocked, and asks if that's true. Tang Tang explains that when the cataclysm happened, his grandfather became trapped on an isolated tropical island with a few close companions. It was a place filled with monsters and surrounded by an endless ocean, making survival far harder than anywhere else. If normal difficulty was high, that island was pure hell. He had no armies or resources, but by luck he found a mysterious key, and through immense effort survived by taming countless powerful creatures. Peng is amazed, saying that's truly incredible. Tang Tang continues, saying his grandfather always worried deeply about his safety. That's why she was sent to protect him. However, she couldn't reveal anything because before she can finish, Peng smiles and says he understands, and there's no need to justify it. He says his grandfather must have had his reasons. Staying close to him would have been more dangerous, and protecting him from afar was safer. It might also have been a test to see whether he could survive on his own. Firmly, he assures Tang Tang that he won't take it the wrong way or complain. Tang Tang watches him, surprised and impressed by the maturity and composure with which he handles the revelation. Excited, Peng starts asking questions, eager to know what kind of familiars his grandfather has, their levels, and how strong they are. Genuinely curious and enthusiastic to learn about the man whose blood he carries, she tells him he'll learn all that in due time, while far above on the back of his colossal dragon, the president watches his grandson from afar and smiles, thinking Peng truly understands him, and now he wants to see what the boy is capable of. The next day, chaos breaks out at the academy. The protagonist approaches and asks what's happening, why there's so much shouting so early, and whether something serious occurred. A girl answers that it wasn't an accident, but a student attacking another. She explains that the two had hated each other for a long time over personal grudges, and that morning, one of them had just become a tamer. Right in front of the school, they argued until the new tamer ordered his familiar to attack his rival, who was nearly killed. Farther back, two boys gossip about the incident. One says that student could never make a good tamer, but the other warns him not to say that aloud or he might get attacked too. The girl goes on, saying the aggressor had always been humiliated by others because of his weak personality, while the injured one was the worst of them all and loved to bully people. The students start arguing. One says that if he used to beat others when he was stronger, now he can get hurt too. But another scolds him, saying that's not how it works. Because regardless of the reason, using violence is wrong. Another group snaps back, asking if he really believes that, and dares him to say the same thing to the monsters outside the city, claiming they'd love to see how many of them would listen. The boy retorts that they're changing the subject. Monsters and humans are completely different, and wonders aloud what the academy and the military plan to do about the situation, even suggesting that the training grounds might be removed from the school. Meanwhile, in the office, the headmaster, furious, shouts that students are forbidden from carrying knives precisely because of their immature mentality and impulsive nature. He emphasizes that monsters are far more dangerous than weapons, and that letting children command them creates enormous risk. Not to mention, it's unfair to students who still don't have familiars. Colonel Chen tells him to calm down and assures him that no one wants such incidents to happen again. The director takes a deep breath, apologizes for his outburst, and explains that he only lost control because he's deeply worried about the student's safety. Chen nods, saying he understands completely, and stands up, adding that he'll take the headmaster's suggestion into consideration, though he can't promise concrete results. As he leaves, he remarks that nowadays, nowhere is truly safe, and all they can do is trust the law and enforce it properly. The headmaster tries to argue further but can't find the words. In the city's military district, Chen goes straight to the chief instructor to report the incident. The man says the academy should be a place of learning, but that's long gone. Just in the past month, over 30 of the 300 crime cases involving familiars have been recorded in the city alone. And the problem isn't local, it's global. In Huaxia, they still maintain the lowest crime rate, but Western countries are in crisis, relying on powerful tamers to preserve peace and order. Chen lowers his head, saying he understands, and the chief instructor places a hand on his shoulder, saying he knows how he feels. But the Alliance won't stand idle and let things worsen. They'll act soon because extreme times demand extreme measures, and there's still much work ahead. Back at the academy, Renbai scolds the students, saying they've really outdone themselves. They've barely started fighting monsters, and now they're bullying each other. He declares that starting tomorrow, all familiars will be banned from entering the school, and a separate area beside the training grounds will be built exclusively for them. Meanwhile, Silly is stuck on Peng's head, humming non-stop, making it impossible for him to hear properly and drawing everyone's attention. Peng starts trying to pull her off while the little jellyfish clings tightly, begging him to stop. Annoyed, he mutters that he's heard jellyfish soup tastes pretty good. Terrified, Silly grabs a juice bottle and pleads with him to drink fruit juice instead of jellyfish juice. At that moment, Renbai calls for attention and announces that in 2 months, the college entrance exam will begin. He reminds them that time waits for no one, and that the results of these final months of training will directly influence their final grades. He warns them not to underestimate the importance of a good performance, since major groups, the military, and the government always prioritize candidates with high scores. Those who achieve the best results will receive special training and privileges far beyond those of regular students. He then asks everyone to look at the big screen, where the first official details of the exam appear, already sent to multiple cities around the world. According to the document, the exam will be divided into 3 stages. The first will be a combat test. Participants will bring their familiars and face monsters. They can choose the tier and grade of their opponent but cannot select monsters with attribute disadvantages, and they'll be allowed 1 replacement if that occurs. Anyone who defeats a monster will earn a 10% bonus. Scoring will be 10 points for normal tier monsters, 50 for elite tier, and 500 for commander tier. Monsters of excellent grade will grant a 50% bonus, and those of perfect grade will double the score. In addition, each competitor may only challenge as many monsters as the number of familiars they possess. For example, someone with 3 familiars can face up to 3 monsters, preventing high-level tamers from farming points by fighting weaker opponents. The first round will be eliminatory, and only the best will move on to the second. A survival mission in the wilderness broadcast live nationwide. Specific rules will be announced later. Anyone who reaches that stage will already secure a spot in a prestigious university, while the details of the third round will only be revealed during the second. Renbai smiles and says he hopes everyone appreciates the opportunity. It wasn't easy to reach this point. They'll undergo extra training in the remaining time to better prepare. The protagonist comments that he's already ready to participate but needs to evolve Stripey to perfect grade as soon as possible. The examiner announces that the next monster released for practice is the Dead Leaf Grasshopper, a giant variant, excellent grade, level 10, normal tier, and asks who wants to face it first. Peng thinks Stripey, who just reached level 10, is the ideal opponent since spiders naturally prey on grasshoppers. She'd have the advantage, but her timid behavior concerns him. He remembers how terrifying she seemed when she first attacked him, and wonders if that was just a stress-induced outburst. Apparently, there's still a lot of training to do. Raising his hand, he volunteers to go first. Renbai asks if anyone else wants to try, but no one answers. The commander approaches and warns him that normally tamers focus on their first familiar until it reaches commander tier before training another. He adds that, as one of the academy's top students, splitting his focus among several familiars could waste precious time and energy, especially with the exam approaching, and advises him to concentrate all efforts on evolving one familiar to commander tier. Peng smiles and thanks the instructor for the advice, but explains that he already has his own training method to avoid that kind of problem, though deep down he knows he can't reveal the real reason. With the system's help, evolving a monster is incredibly easy for him. Outside the arena, Peng cheers for Stripey, shouting that she can do it, though he can't help but notice she looks a little chubbier than before. Inside the cage with the giant grasshopper, Stripey trembles, begging it not to hurt her. Peng's 2 teammates approach and ask if the fight is really starting, or if they should let Toddy go first instead. Peng sighs, thinking one of his familiars is too gluttonous and the other a coward. A perfect duo, in the worst possible sense. Now he understands what the instructor meant about personality differences. In the first battle, Dazi charged in recklessly without hesitation, while Stripey chose to flee and beg for mercy. If the floor weren't cement, she probably would have already dug a hole to hide in. He reflects that if she wants to survive, she'll have to experience a real fight. Suddenly, the deadleaf grasshopper lunges and with a quick movement grabs the spider and throws her high into the air. Peng panics, realizing that fighting in midair is a huge disadvantage for her. The grasshopper's strength is enough to lift her easily. But before he can react, Stripey fires a web ensnaring her enemy. Peng brightens up immediately at the sight. The spider falls back to the ground while the grasshopper struggles to break free, but she stands still, frozen in fear. When it finally tears through the web, it starts attacking relentlessly. Stripey defends herself as best she can, blocking every strike, but she's being pushed back. Tying comments that Peng's spider is impressive, since her web managed to restrain a mutant creature. Peng, however, isn't thrilled. He realizes that was her best chance to counterattack, but instead, she hesitated and missed it. Even though the grasshopper is mutated, its attacks haven't injured her, which proves she's much stronger than she thinks. Peng steps up to the cage and orders Stripey to attack, but she refuses, trembling and saying she's scared. He insists, saying she's stronger than that insect and just needs to climb the bars and fight. Nervously, Stripey replies that climbing the cage is hard. Peng starts shaking with frustration. The absurdity of a spider claiming climbing is hard, but he forces himself to calm down. Maybe he's expecting too much. Training a familiar is never easy, and Stripey's a defensive type, not born to attack and seemingly with no desire to learn. Maybe it's better to accept that and focus only on defense. With a sigh, he tells her she can forfeit the match and come back, assuring her that if she really doesn't want to fight, it's fine. Hearing that, Stripey panics, convinced her new master is angry and about to abandon her. The memory of her previous owner's death floods back. She can't bear the thought of being discarded again. Overcome by fear, she climbs the cage and faces the grasshopper, screaming that she doesn't want to be thrown away. In a sudden surge of power, she lunges with astonishing speed and strength, striking a direct blow. The students gape in awe, cheering that she nearly took down the mutant monster in a single hit. No one expected all of Peng's familiars to be that strong. But Peng notices something's wrong. Stripey's movements have changed. Suddenly, the system starts flashing red, displaying warning messages. Familiar status, aggressive, out of control, combat desire drastically increased. Prolonged exposure to this state will cause irreversible damage. Upon reading irreversible damage, Peng panics. Stripey continues to attack the grasshopper relentlessly, binding its legs and tearing it apart over and over, consumed by fear and rage, as if she's lost all awareness. Seeing his familiar's desperation, Peng rushes to the cage and grabs her with his bare hands, pleading for her to stop. He apologizes, telling her she did an amazing job, that she was incredible. The spider, still trembling, frantically repeats that her angry master will abandon her, and her out-of-control status hasn't changed yet. With a calm smile, Peng tells her he would never abandon her. She's his familiar, and he's her trainer. That makes them partners. He calls her back, saying she's done enough. Stripey gradually calms down, her status returning to normal, and she timidly asks if he really means it. Peng pets her gently, assuring her that he does, and tells her to trust him. He'll never abandon her. Renbai watches the scene, recalling what happened moments earlier. Peng had rushed over, furious and desperate, demanding that they open the cage immediately because his familiar wasn't well and he needed to save her. One instructor thinks that stepping into a fight between familiars is extremely dangerous, yet Peng didn't hesitate for even a second. Maybe that courage is the reason behind his outstanding grades, and the instructor imagines how great it would be if someone with such potential joined their ranks. After a week of training, Stripey finally slimmed down and lost her fear of fighting. In his free time, Peng consulted the instructor, and together they developed a fighting style focused on exhausting the enemy's stamina while avoiding direct confrontation. Watching his familiars play, Peng reflects that since Stripey's outburst, he's realized how helpful the system is. But relying on it too much and acting automatically can be dangerous. Whether in battle tactics or managing data, he's still inexperienced and needs to move forward carefully. While his familiars play around, he tidies up the apartment and thinks it would be a waste to throw away that old exoskeleton, since he'd heard spider shells can be used as medicine. Joking to himself, he wonders what would happen if he dipped it in egg, flour, and sugar, then fried it. He bursts out laughing, saying that as someone from the Celestial Empire, there's nothing he can't eat. And if it's poisonous, Dazi can help him deal with it. He quickly puts his plan into action, and when he takes a bite, he's surprised at how good it tastes, thinking a little cumin would make it perfect. He calls his familiars to try it. Dazi tastes it and says it's delicious, while Stripey hesitates, saying this food made by her master tastes strangely familiar. Later, Peng takes off his apron and thinks that since Stripey's level has increased, his spiritual power should have grown too. Maybe it's time to form a contract with Dumby. Without hesitation, he begins the ritual and asks Dumby if he's willing to officially become his familiar. Dumby agrees, and the contract is sealed. Peng celebrates, happy that his spiritual strength has grown. Smiling, he tells Dumby that from now on, they'll be partners for life, and his new familiar is deeply moved. The next day on the bus, Peng reflects that it's finally time for their second jungle training. Last time, they ran into a terrifying snake, so this time he plans to be more cautious. But with Dumby and Dazi along, he feels confident enough to explore without fear. Meanwhile, a short distance ahead, 3 people grumble angrily, saying they're going to teach that bastard a lesson. They vow to beat him up, calling him more vicious than a demon, and complain that he locked them inside a house just because they wouldn't let him in. If someone hadn't freed them, they would have died in there. They curse that he's lucky they never saw his face, or he'd have learned a painful lesson. Hearing all this, Peng realizes why the voices sound familiar. It's the same petty thieves, and apparently fate has a sense of humor. They finally arrive at the destination, and in another transport, the monsters are visibly terrified by Dazi and Dumby's presence. Peng notices this and thinks that even though Dumby's level isn't that high, his epic grade aura completely overwhelms the other familiars. He then says it's time to enter and tells his familiar to suppress its aura since it's intimidating the others. Some students whisper among themselves, saying that thing's just a familiar, yet it's acting so arrogantly. Inside the valley, Peng continues forward with his companions. He thinks that this way, exploration is much easier. Dumby, with his calm, steady voice, tells his master not to worry. He will protect him. Peng blinks in surprise and asks where he learned to talk like that. Dumby replies that he saw it on TV and learned it from the baby guardian, making Peng sigh in defeat as he realizes his skeleton is quoting a cartoon. Suddenly, something darts past them at high speed. Startled, Peng asks what that was, and when he looks ahead, he realizes they're near the green-skinned toad pond. He decides to change course, saying he has no desire to be spat on by those disgusting toads. But the moment they turn away, an enormous serpent appears again, and Peng realizes it must be her territory. The snake plunges straight into the pond, and even though the toads are terrified, they try to attack it. Ignoring them entirely, the serpent thrashes the entire lake, flipping the ecosystem upside down. Peng watches from hiding, thinking that even though it's only level 20, its power rivals, or even surpasses, that of a commander-tier monster. Fascinated, he notices something moving in the water and wonders if it's a tadpole. momentarily mesmerized by the sight. Suddenly, the serpent bursts upward and swallows dozens of toads in one bite. In that instant, Peng understands that this predator is the reason the toads never upset the ecosystem's balance, all thanks to her periodic visits. When the snake finishes its meal and slithers away, Peng finally exhales in relief. Life isn't easy for anyone, he thinks. Even if Dazi isn't far behind it in level and Dumby is of a higher grade, it's best to avoid a direct fight. Then he asks Dumby to do a little favor. The bushes rustle, the toads stare curiously, and within seconds, one of them becomes food. Peng takes a bite and is surprised. The meat is tender and crisp, and the sweet sauce with a hint of lemongrass is absolutely wonderful. No wonder the serpent loves eating toads. Their meat really is delicious. While they eat, Dazi suddenly stops, tense. Peng asks what's wrong, and a horse emerges before them. He's stunned to realize they've found a blacklight horse. The system quickly identifies it. Blacklight horse, level 14, excellent grade, darkness attribute, weakness ice. Peng studies the creature Sotris, a body completely black, almost made of shadow, and thinks it's dangerous yet perfect and magnificent as a mount. For a moment he considers capturing it but changes his mind, remembering he already has plenty of familiars. When he turns back toward the camp, he notices something's missing and angrily demands to know who stole his frog leg. He looks at Dumby, who's chewing calmly in the corner, while Dazi pretends to be asleep. Peng smirks. He already knows the culprit. He starts arguing with Dumby, asking why he stole his food. Dumby, with unwavering seriousness, asks how his master could accuse a skeleton of stealing meat to eat. Dazi tries to take advantage of the moment to frame him, but Dumby grabs him by the antennae and shakes him until a piece of meat falls from his mouth, revealing the true thief. Peng laughs, thinking that's exactly how things should be. Only Dumby can keep Dazi in line. Suddenly, Dumby senses imminent danger. He grabs his master and his companion and pulls them back quickly. Peng, confused, asks what's happening, but then sees the serpent approaching and wonders if this is some kind of sneak attack. Dumby manages to retreat just in time, and Peng, still shaken, realizes that if his familiar hadn't reacted, both he and Dazi would have been swallowed. Looking at the serpent, he grows irritated. That cursed creature has provoked him twice now. He turns to Dumby and asks if he can kill it. Upon receiving the order, Dumby focuses solely on executing it. He climbs rapidly through the trees, locates the serpent, and leaps toward it without hesitation. The snake notices but has no time to react. The monkey's strike shatters its defense and knocks out one of its fangs. Dumby keeps attacking, each punch echoing like cannon fire. The system reports the serpent as lightly wounded, but he doesn't stop. Soon, the status changes to moderately wounded, and Peng, watching from a distance, is once again astonished by his familiar's strength. Dumby delivers an even stronger blow, sending the snake flying. It starts thrashing wildly, and the system flashes red, warning that the wild anaconda has entered berserk mode. Alarmed, Peng yells for Dumby to be careful, but a gust of wind engulfs him, forming a furious whirlwind that hurls him against the trees. Dumby steadies himself and stares at the serpent in shock. Peng asks if Dumby can still fight, and though trembling, the monkey tells his master to step back. Then he presses a hand against his own chest, and Peng feels a crushing pressure. Dumby has activated Bloodline Heart, the ability awakened upon reaching epic grade, allowing him to control the enemy's heart. The serpent lunges in fury, seemingly ready for a suicidal attack, but Dumby smiles and without hesitation crushes his own heart, destroying the snakes at the same time. The creature collapses before him, nearly lifeless, and without mercy, he finishes it off. The soldiers observing are left speechless, and the examiner remarks that to defeat a giant variant of a jungle anaconda, that familiar must have the power of a commander tier, if not more. He asks to see the boy's data, but the agent reports the file is locked. Shocked, the instructor realizes that even his access level, equal to that of a first-class mayor before the cataclysm, isn't enough, and wonders who this kid really is. Still, he decides it will be difficult to recruit him. Roger, beside him, orders that the boy be well protected. No accidents must happen to him. Back in the jungle, after the serpent's defeat, Peng tells Dazi to cut it open. As the creature's belly is sliced, a strange sound echoes, like tearing paper. Inside, they find thick vines running through the body, explaining how such a massive anaconda could move among treetops without creating craters when it fell. Dazi pulls out the serpent's core and hands it to Peng, saying it's for him. Peng smiles, praising Dazi for a job well done. Then he glances at Dumby sitting under a tree, thinking that the explosive burst of power he showed was thanks to the Bloodline Heart. Still, he's relieved knowing the heart regenerates over time. Without that passive effect, Dumby seems much weaker than before. He reflects that the Bloodline Heart is useful for far more than just increasing strength. It all depends on how much Dumby can develop it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes through the forest, and Dazi comments that it must be the big guy from last time. Peng looks puzzled for a moment before realizing he means Tianying and the lotus seed. On the other side, an intense battle is raging. Tianying shouts for her teammates to watch their surroundings. Wei Wei asks Wen how she's doing, and Wen replies that her ankle hurts badly. The ground shakes as the monster charges again. Tianying reacts quickly, commanding the lotus seed to block the attack. The plant-like familiar shields them, giving Tianying time to grab Wen in her arms and shout for Wei Wei to run. But as they flee, another monster appears ahead, throwing Tianying into panic. Now there are two enemies. The lotus is tied up, and Wen and Wei Wei's familiars are too weak to handle them. They're about to die. At that moment, Dumby descends from above, landing a devastating punch that sends the first monster flying. Dazi seizes the opportunity, releasing a lightning strike that blasts the creature skyward and finishes it off. Peng orders his familiars to assist the lotus seed, and Dumby destroys the second monster with a single, precise blow. Once it's over, he strikes a heroic pose and asks if they're all right. Taeyang smiles, saying she is, but admits that if he hadn't arrived in time, they'd probably be dead, and she thanks him sincerely. Peng smiles back and says there's no need to thank him. After all, they're friends, and friends help each other. At that moment, an announcement echoes across the valley, informing all participants that the Wild Valley simulation training is over. They exchange surprised looks, and Tianying asks if something happened. Peng says maybe the appearance of that kind of worm was unusual, and other monsters might also be behaving strangely, but reassures them that everything's fine and suggests they return. The three agree. Sometime later, back in the city, Peng recalls the instructor's words. A new, extremely powerful monster had appeared in the desert, which explained why creatures were fleeing into other territories. Director Feng assured that the government was already handling the situation, which eases Peng's worries, though he grumbles that this world never seems to know peace. Suddenly, three students appear before him, saying they've finally found the bastard who locked them in the safe house during the last trip. Peng sighs, as if he'd been expecting it, and remarks that the kid's already 18, old enough to know that picking fights is stupid, especially when bringing along four familiars that haven't even reached elite tier to try blocking him. He grows bored, thinking Dazi could deal with them easily on his own. Dazi, however, seems uneasy with the situation, but Peng tries to cheer him up, saying there's no need to be upset since it would be easy to deal with those monsters. The boy in front laughs and tells Peng to relax, saying they know how to control themselves, they're just going to break a few of his bones, and then orders the Mad Black Kong to attack. Peng observes and thinks that the boy must have bought equipment for his familiar, but for most creatures, their body is their greatest weapon, tougher than steel, and that only proves how stupid the boy is. The Mad Black Kong charges forward, and Peng orders Dumby to handle it immediately. Dumby grabs the Kong by the throat and, with a simple flick to the forehead, makes it tremble in fear, leaving the three boys stunned while Peng watches, thinking the whole thing looks more like bullying a child. The terrified Kong runs and hides behind its master, who complains in embarrassment about a gorilla that big cowering like that. The leader of the group is dumbfounded. He never imagined Peng's familiar could be that strong, always assuming Peng earned his praise by flattering the instructors. Frustrated, he decides to give up and promises to come back, trying to speak to Peng but realizing he's already walking away, finally understanding that they were never taken seriously from the start. Another boy invites him to a bar, but the leader refuses, saying he has something important to do. He takes out a cloth, sternly scolds his familiar, and says that jealousy and anger only hold them back. They need to get stronger and train harder so they can take their revenge when the time is right. Later, in the studio, Peng thinks that he needs to neutralize the reagents and that if he follows everything correctly this time, it will work. He wakes Stripey, asking if she wants to become stronger, and without hesitation, the spider dives into the container again. Peng comments that everything's ready now, it's just a matter of waiting, and laments that the system only gives him instructions. It doesn't provide materials or handle the process for him. He was lucky this time since all it took was boiling everything in a pot. But for the next levels, even the familiars will have to help with the refining. Proportions, temperature, duration, and control. Everything has to be exact, and it'll be a real challenge. Meanwhile, outside, two thieves approach the studio. One asks if the place is empty, and the taller one tells the short guy to relax. He's been watching the place, and by this hour, everyone should have gone home. The short one points out that the glass is military-grade bulletproof and asks what could be worth breaking into a studio instead of a bank. The big guy answers that bank money doesn't mean much anymore with everything on credit, and studios store rare materials worth hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. They decide to go in but say they'll put on gloves first so they don't leave fingerprints. The short one opens a box and remarks that his partner's familiar can regenerate infinitely, but his can't. Then he takes out his own familiar, placing it near the glass while his partner says that soon they'll have enough money to buy any monster they want. After the setup, the short guy implants something in his familiar, tells his partner to step back, and warns him about flying glass shards. He presses a button, releasing a toxin that makes the familiar react, leaping and cracking part of the glass. Peng hears the crash, turns around, thinking the sound came from the entrance, and rushes to check the cameras, but notices the lenses are covered. Someone must be trying to rob or even kill him. He quickly calls the police to report the break-in. Inside, the thieves complain they don't have time and need to search fast. Hearing noises behind a door, they follow and find a lab full of rare materials, deciding to start there. Upon entering, they spot Stripey inside the container. The big guy jumps back and asks what that thing is, while the short one says he doesn't know, but it must be valuable, so they should break the glass. Peng takes another familiar and lets it wrap around his arm, which quickly transforms, gaining muscle and a stronger form. Watching it all, he realizes that if those scumbags break the cylinder, his spider's evolution will fail, and he has to stop them no matter what. Gathering courage, he stands up and calls out to the intruders. The two turn, startled, and ask who's there, while Peng raises his hands with a smile, saying they must be tired and asking if they'd like to sit down for some tea. The thieves glance at each other and the short one rushes Peng with a hammer, telling him to drink this instead. The blow lands hard, knocking Peng unconscious to the ground. One of the thieves asks if the kid is dead, but the short one laughs and says that if he isn't, he soon will be. Everyone who messes with him ends up that way. At that instant, the system announces that the dark evolution has been completed successfully. Armored Spider of the Demonic Shield. Stripey, seeing her master lying unconscious, begins to react. The glass chamber cracks, and as the thieves continue looting the lab, one of them says he heard something, but the other scolds him to stop talking nonsense and finish the job. Suddenly, they are struck by Stripey's fury as she lunges with savage force. Sometime later, the police arrive at the scene. One of the officers radios in that they've just arrived and the front door is completely destroyed. The older officer frowns, smells blood in the air, and shouts for the team to move quickly. Cause someone could still be in danger. Once inside, they freeze in shock. The massacre is horrific. The veteran orders them to report it to the chief immediately and classify the case as homicide. Wounded, Peng wakes up and asks if they're police officers. Startled, they draw their guns and order him to raise his hands, kneel, and not move. Peng tries to calm them, explaining that he was the one who called the police and introducing himself as Gao Peng, the victim. Sometime later at the station, the older officer interrogates him aggressively, asking why he killed the two men. Peng explains he was only defending himself, but the officer doesn't believe him, saying that continuing to attack someone already incapacitated isn't self-defense. Peng argues that he was attacked first and shows the injury on his head, but the interrogator ignores it, yelling at him to stop dodging questions and answer directly. Then someone knocks on the door and the police chief enters, informing them the interrogation is over. The forensic report just came in. The two criminals broke the glass, invaded the property, and attacked Peng, who merely retaliated. He's free to go. Tang Tang, standing beside the chief, watches silently. Outside, Peng asks if her grandfather knows what happened, and Tang Tang confirms, saying the professor was furious and worried when he heard Peng was involved. She then changes the subject, asking about the damage and whether he wants to go to the hospital. Peng says he's fine, it's just a head injury, and admits he did that on purpose, knowing that without a visible wound, he'd be accused of murder instantly. Tang Tang sighs in relief and agrees that he did the right thing, but reminds him that kindness toward the enemy is cruelty toward oneself. Finally, she tells him to go home and rest while she takes care of the rest. At home, lying in bed, Peng begins to feel a strange presence. Suddenly, something moves in the darkness and attacks, but he reacts in time, dodging and shouting to know who's there. When he finally sees the intruder's face, he's shocked. It's one of the thieves. He stammers, asking in disbelief if the man wasn't dead. The thief, wearing a grim smile, replies that he's come back from hell to fetch him. Advancing again, he says Peng doesn't need to pretend to be innocent. Even if the spider was the one who killed them, Peng knew he could have stopped her. According to him, if Peng had simply restrained them with webs and waited for the police, they'd still be alive. Peng glares at him and replies coldly that it doesn't change anything. They tried to kill him, and he just did the same. That's how the world works. The strong are always right. Suddenly, a heavy hand lands on his shoulder. The hammer-wielding man appears behind him, ready to strike, saying he should repeat those words to the devil himself down in hell. The blow comes, but before it lands, Peng wakes up in a fright. Sitting up in bed, he takes a deep breath and realizes it was only a nightmare. Still, he feels uneasy, wondering if he's afraid the two really might come back for revenge or if it's just guilt. In the end, he admits his will still isn't strong enough. Looking at his familiars, he thinks that in this world, one either becomes a victim or becomes stronger. The effort is the same. The next morning, everyone gathers for the colonel's announcement. He explains that the previous day, the world government united the 12 largest monster trainer organizations and leagues across the planet, creating new mandatory control measures for all trainers. The Monster Hunter Association and the Monster Breeder Association also joined, forming the Hunter Department and the Breeder Division. In addition, a new official classification system for familiars was introduced, divided into 4 tiers: Normal, Elite, Commander, and Lord. All trainers can apply for certification based on this system, and in missions or competitions, those with official certificates will receive priority. The Colonel also announces that the year's first official trainer admission exam will be held jointly with the Monster Trainer League and the New World Government. And, as the exam approaches, training difficulty will increase. The day's challenge is a blue bat with the skull-shaped wings, classified as Elite Tier. As an incentive, the Colonel says whoever defeats it may keep it. The system then displays the target's data. Blue bat of the skull wings. Condition: healthy, state, sleeping, level 20, tier, elite, grade, excellent, attribute, ghoul, weaknesses, light and wind. A young man tells the instructor he would like to be the first to fight, explaining that his familiar is an electric shine bear in its growth stage, level 18, and excellent grade. When it reaches maturity, it will evolve to commander tier, but its grade will drop to normal. Its attributes are electric, it's healthy and happy, but it does have one weakness. If it eats the water spirit fruit, it will get diarrhea and lose strength in all 4 limbs. The instructor agrees and tells him to do his best, but another boy comments that this is Chen Hanqiao, the same one who managed to evolve his familiar into an electric shine bear during training, which proves how talented he is. The protagonist watches and thinks that with an excellent grade and level 18, that bear really is very good compared to the other familiars. With everything ready, the bear enters the cage and unleashes a powerful roar, but the enemy bat stays asleep. Not understanding, the bear starts hitting the cage furiously until the bat finally wakes up and instantly flies behind it, attacking with devastating sound waves that completely destroy the bear in a matter of seconds. Han Kiao screams desperately for his familiar as the instructor orders the medical team to act quickly. As soon as the fight is stopped, Han Kiao rushes to the bear and, with his face full of tears, asks if it's okay. Peng observes the scene and thinks that the blue bat's supersonic attack is truly powerful after all. Even with only 2 levels of difference, the bear was defeated with a single blow. The colonel approaches and asks if anyone else wants to try, but the students, terrified by the bat's strength, pretend to be busy or even sick to avoid the fight. Chen comments that it might be better to give up, because at this rate they're only going to graduate from drama school. The colonel retorts that everyone there is usually enthusiastic during training, so he doesn't understand why they are suddenly acting like cowards. At that moment, Peng raises his hand and tells the instructor he wants to fight. The other students say that this is Gao Peng, whose ranking has never been below the top 5, and they wish him good luck. Dumby, Peng's familiar, takes off his overcoat and steps into the cage like a true beast, moving with incredible speed. He tries to strike the bat, which manages to dodge, but even the air displacement from the attack is enough to injure it. The students who had tried fighting the bat days earlier are impressed and comment that Peng must have gone easy on them at the time. Their leader agrees, saying that even without hitting the bat directly, the blow still hurt it, showing how powerful that familiar is. Excited, Peng looks at Dumby and says they need to push even harder, though his familiar does not seem thrilled by the idea. The fight continues and the bat tries to attack from above using its sound waves. Some students remark that it's a shame Dumby can't fly because then the battle would be more balanced. Peng smiles at that and thinks he sees no difficulty in this fight since they've been in control from the start. Even without being able to fly, Dumby is much stronger and tougher than the blue bat, so the longer the battle lasts, the greater his advantage becomes. Besides that, the gorilla is only waiting for the right moment for the bat to slip. Suddenly, the bat lets its guard down and Dumby moves quickly, attacking from behind and slamming it to the ground with brutal force. The students get excited when they see the bat bleeding and say it was arrogant for thinking no one could stop it. Completely defeated, the bat is lifted by the legs by Dumby, while everyone shouts Peng's name, amazed by his strength and calling him incredible. Once the fight ends, Peng goes to the colonel and asks if he really can do whatever he wants with the blue bat, and Chen answers yes, since that was the agreement. The protagonist then turns to his classmates and asks if anyone is interested in that blue bat with skull wings, saying he is selling it for 500 alliance credits. He emphasizes that this is a rare opportunity, and no one knows when they might get another chance to obtain a first-rate familiar, so they shouldn't let it slip away. Tiaing approaches saying she'll buy it, and Peng asks if she really wants that bat, explaining that blue bats with skull wings can't fly high or fast and only serve to scare weak monsters that can't fly, making them useless against strong or airborne enemies. He asks her to think carefully because even if flying seems like an advantage, in practice it's not very useful. Tiaing replies that it's fine. She understands his point of view, but the bat is still worth the asking price, so she will transfer the credits immediately. Surprised, Peng comments that this is amazing and that he didn't expect her to be such a rich girl. The people around laugh and ask who he is talking about since she looks more like a giant woman. He simply smiles and says that since she bought his familiar, she will get a good discount if she wants to raise her own familiar's grade with his help. Later, at the end of the day, the protagonist sees a truck advertisement and is impressed by the model. He comments that the vehicle has 16 wheels, a removable rear compartment, 2 layers of reinforced protective bars, and interwoven silver and black stripes over a matte enamel that creates an elegant base, giving it a simple yet dominating look. Excited, he tells Dumby that they're going to buy that one, the steel Black Dragon Series 3, the car of his dreams. The driver's seat is wider than that of a regular off-road vehicle. The interior is luxurious, and there is enough space to store all his familiars. Fired up, he starts shouting in the middle of the street that this style suits him perfectly, strong and dominant, the qualities of a true man. While he's shouting, Tang Tang watches him from a distance, catching his attention and embarrassing him. Laughing awkwardly, he tries to change the subject and asks if she's taking that cat for a walk. Tang Tang explains that she found it completely dirty, with short fur and a green slime coming out of its nose. Peng immediately uses the system to assess it and discovers that it's a Night Shadow cat, level 36, Commander tier and perfect grade, with the Shadow Power skill at level 2 and a weakness that prevents it from eating white catnip, as that would leave its limbs unbalanced and turn it into something indescribable. The cat meows, visibly uncomfortable, and Peng comments, impressed, that this familiar is perfect grade and Commander tier, pointing out that her familiars are truly incredible. The cat meows again, and Tang Tang, a bit embarrassed, says it's fine, that its fur was already a little long when she found it. The animal jumps from her arms and starts walking around the plaza, and Peng, not really understanding what happened, says that it's quite energetic. She agrees, saying the little thing is temperamental, but there's nothing to worry about. Then, she changes the subject and asks why he still hasn't moved to the house he bought in the suburbs. Peng replies that a lot has been happening lately and he hasn't had time to organize everything. Tang Tang touches his shoulder and says that the number of familiars he has is increasing, so it's becoming inconvenient to stay there due to lack of space. She emphasizes that she knows he doesn't want to leave, but that place will always be his home and he can return anytime. This affects him and he lowers his head a bit, agreeing with her. After that, he enters his room, grabs his parents' picture frame, and tells them he's about to move out because he always heard that when a child grows up, they must follow their own path. So maybe now he has grown. He runs his hand over the photo and says he's moving to a big house he bought himself, which proves he's managing on his own and that they don't need to worry anymore. Then he sits beside the bed saying that his grandfather seems to have been dealing with some problems, so he will help him after finishing the entrance exams since he is his only living relative. The next morning at the monster trainer exam site, the guards tell civilians to stay behind the yellow line. Suddenly, a truck approaches and the students ask who owns that enormous vehicle. Peng gets out, opens the cargo hold, and lets all his familiars out, saying they have finally arrived at the exam location. The instructors in charge ask all candidates to line up, enter in an orderly fashion, and present their entry tickets at the checkpoint. Soon it's Peng's turn, and he greets the examiner and hands over his ticket. The guard explains that the protagonist and his familiars will pass through 2 doors separately, because if there is a blood contract with the familiar, the machine's light will turn green and the candidate will be allowed to enter. Suddenly, a red light turns on and the instructor tells the other student to try again. But that young man's familiar begins screaming and acting uncontrollably. The guards quickly report a situation at Passage 8 and request immediate backup. In seconds, wolves appear and neutralize the familiar with ease. An instructor goes to the student and asks why the familiar suddenly went crazy. The boy kneels down with tears in his eyes, saying he was wrong because that was his father's familiar and he had taken it while his father was at work. He explains that he just wanted to pass the exam and begs the instructor not to take away his qualifications. An instructor grabs his arm and tells him to stand up immediately, saying he is a man and must not kneel, because above all else is dignity. The young man thanks him, but the examiner says he shouldn't be thanking anyone yet, since the rules exist to be followed, and everyone was warned beforehand that the exam does not allow familiars that aren't their own. The offenders are disqualified without hesitation, and the examiner tells the boy to leave and try again next year. As he is dragged out, he does everything he can to stay, saying he doesn't want to go, but the instructor simply orders the guards to remove him. The protagonist, who had been watching everything, wonders how that boy even had the courage to try cheating on such an important exam. The examiner speaking to him hands him a card and explains that it is his identification badge, telling him not to lose it. The protagonist starts walking inside, thinking that if he really wants to pass the exam, he needs to rely on his own strength. As he walks, he looks at the badge and notices the letters A5 written on it. He thinks that areas A, B, and C are divided according to tiers, commander, elite, and normal. However, he wonders what would happen if someone had a Lord tier familiar. Maybe the organization would create an S area just for them. He decides to drop the subject, thinking he is overthinking it since it is practically impossible for someone to own a familiar of that level. At the moment, there are only 8 in Area A, which means 7 trainers have Commander tier familiars. The first person he meets from his same class is at level 25, and much larger than Dumby. The Black Anaconda, level 25, an excellent grade. A little farther ahead, another young man appears with his familiar, and the protagonist comments that it is the first time he has ever seen a Tiger-type one, concluding that this guy is definitely not ordinary. Even after the Cataclysm, when monsters gained greater reproductive capability, tigers still remained extremely rare. He observes Area B and confirms he was right. Elite tier familiars dominate that section, while Area C has the normal tiers. Dumby, although level 20, is an elite tier with strength equivalent to a commander. That makes him realize how many geniuses exist in that world, and being surrounded by commander tier familiars makes him feel like a husky among wolves, and that excites him. He keeps walking until he finally reaches Area A, where the 8 strongest monster trainers in the city of Chang'an are gathered. In the observation room, the colonel comments that those 8 youths are the strongest in the city, but Renbai too corrects him, saying that, in truth, only 6 of them are true prodigies. The other 2 are 21 and 20 years old, and their familiars probably only reached commander tier recently, making them much weaker than the real geniuses. The colonel, a bit confused, asks who could even measure something like talent, pointing out that all he knows is those are the only 8 youths in Chang'an with commander tier familiars. The army's chief instructor then explains that all nations on Earth noticed the signs a decade ago when monsters began appearing in places previously uninhabited. They thought they could control the situation, but they failed. And to avoid mass panic, the records and textbooks claim the changes had happened only 3 years earlier. That is why he does not want any accidents during that exam. Those youths represent the future. All subordinates place a hand to their heads in a gesture of respect and loyalty, assuring him that the soldiers stationed there were chosen through a rigorous process. Every second of the exam will be monitored by individual cameras, each supervised by a specific person, and if anything happens, both the operator and the superior will be punished. In Area A, the protagonist prepares for the first test. The instructor tells him to get ready, and the cage opens, revealing a giant lakeside scorpion, level 22, commander tier, weak to the electric type and with an unarmored underside, making it vulnerable. Peng orders Dumby to attack from below, taking advantage of the enemy's weakness. The familiar rushes forward quickly, dodging the first strike. The scorpion becomes irritated and attempts to attack again, and the protagonist comments that this opponent seems to have fast reflexes. Dumby loses balance and falls to the ground. The scorpion prepares to strike, and the protagonist grows a bit tense, thinking this was already expected, since overcoming the tier difference between them won't be easy. But at that very moment, Dumby begins resisting the attack, and the system notifies that the protagonist's familiar has leveled up, reaching level 21 and being promoted to commander tier. Peng is thrilled with the news as Dumby starts standing back up, and the protagonist observes, thinking that now they are evenly matched, although the giant scorpion still has a slight advantage due to its grade. It is a true one-on-one, and he cannot call any other familiars into battle. Moreover, when a monster is promoted to commander tier, it gains several incredible powers and its strength increases rapidly during that period. The giant scorpion can control the nearby water and keeps using it to corrode Dumby, leaving the protagonist a bit desperate, unsure what to do at that moment. Suddenly, the system shows that his familiar has gained a new skill. Using the telepathy monster trainers share with their familiars, Peng tells Dumby to reinforce the most important joints and use the remaining blood threads to quickly strengthen his legs. His familiar obeys and begins following the instructions. The system announces that the bones have been greatly strengthened, and that both defense and attack have been enhanced. The monkey's name changes to Deathbone Monkey, and the newly acquired skill is Hardened Bones Level 1. With his power increased, Dumby manages to land a kick on the opponent's head, seriously injuring it. The protagonist thinks this is great because now, with the exclusive strength gained from the blood threads and his familiar's new skill, the giant scorpion's exoskeleton couldn't withstand it. Although Hardened Bones is not as impressive as controlling rivers or fire, it matches perfectly with Dumby's rough and straightforward fighting style. Even after taking a direct hit and suffering a severe head injury, the giant scorpion tries to counterattack, which impresses the protagonist, but his familiar grabs the enemy's tail and throws it far away, showing overwhelming strength. With the blood threads wrapped around his body, Dumby's attack becomes extremely powerful, striking a vital point and ending the battle. It is checkmate, the victory is theirs. The protagonist shouts that his familiar did an excellent job. Dumby looks at his master, runs to him, hugs him, and thanks him, saying that if it weren't for him, he would still be a monkey locked in a cage. However, the protagonist scolds him, telling him not to say that because that victory is the result of Dumby's own effort so far. Meanwhile, Dazi starts getting jealous, annoyed that they've been hugging for so long. He shouts that the protagonist promised it would be just 1 second, but that second passed long ago and he jumps, saying he wants a hug too. Peng looks to the side and sees that the girl has already defeated her opponent faster than him, and her familiar isn't even injured, showing how incredible she is. In the room, the examiners are impressed to see that she defeated a commander-level familiar without breaking a sweat, despite being so young. The colonel asks if that is the girl from the Junheng family, and one of the soldiers confirms, saying she is the only daughter of Junheng named Junmei Li. However, the army's commander-general scolds the soldier, telling him not to be ridiculous, because he has seen that girl before. She has a cold personality, but she is a good person. And her full name is Jun Moyi. Another former councilman comments that he heard she stopped attending school after finishing high school, only hired a few private tutors, and spent the rest of her time with a migrant team from the allied government of the New World, asking if that is true. The soldier next to him confirms, saying she is a foreigner from the Black Banner, belonging to the New World allied government. The man is impressed, stating she must be extremely talented. Another examiner calls the colonel and comments that the boy next to her is also very good, and that his familiar is of the ghoul type, something extremely rare to see around there. Chen laughs and explains that this is one of his students, the youngest monster breeder in the city, responsible for helping with the deadleaf locust incident. The others say it's no wonder he looked familiar since he is the young man personally recommended by Director Feng, and it seems he is an excellent guy, already contributing to the government at such a young age. The commander-general watches the screen and comments that that old man truly has a good grandson. Meanwhile, in the examination area, one of the examiners goes to Moyi, telling her she is done and can leave. As she prepares to leave the place, she looks to the side and sees that the protagonist has easily defeated his opponent. Impressed, she smiles slightly, saying he managed to defeat a commander using only an elite familiar, showing how special that boy is. The examiners announce that the third test is about to begin and that candidate number 5 should get ready. When the doors open, a deadleaf mantis appears. Level 16, normal grade, wood attribute, and weak to fire. Peng analyzes the situation, remembering that Stripey's attribute is Earth, which gives her an advantage over the opponent, granting a 10% point bonus. However, he notices something strange. The monster moves in an unusual way, imitating human gestures. Surprised, Peng realizes it has remarkable intelligence, equivalent to that of a 9-year-old child. Stripey's spirituality, on the other hand, is not low and is even higher than that, so perhaps this fight is her chance to regain her confidence. When both are ready, the examiner starts the battle. The mantis stares intently while the spider looks frightened. Then it charges forward with bizarre movements. Peng notices that his familiar is acting strangely and feels a bad omen. Stripey stares at the enemy with her eyes shining and suddenly starts moving in a strange way too, telling her master to look because the other monster also knew how to dance. The protagonist tries to correct her, saying the enemy is trying to scare her and wants to attack her, so she must fight back. Still confused, Stripey asks if he's sure the other one doesn't just want to play. At that moment, the mantis rushes in with impressive speed and strikes the spider's face, but she barely feels anything and asks if that was a mosquito. The mantis's leg that hit Stripey becomes damaged, and when it tries to fly, she shoots her web, trapping it and dropping it easily to the ground. Not understanding why the enemy is so weak, Stripey asks her master why that mantis is so fragile. Suddenly, the monster breaks free in fury and attacks again, landing a direct hit to her face. This time, Stripey feels the pain and screams, angry, saying that attack hurt. Furious, she moves with terrifying speed inside the cage and decides to strike back with full force. With a single blow, she completely destroys her opponent, even surprising the examiner with her strength and brutality. An instructor then announces that her test is over and she must leave the arena. Outside, in the waiting area, several people are gathered, complaining that it has been an hour since the first group went in and still hasn't come out. A young man says he's second in line and asks the person beside him what position he's in, and the other answers that he's still stuck in first, unable to enter. A boy further back says that only the scholar Moyi from Area A has finished the exam, reminding them that she has a strong military background and is extremely powerful. Suddenly, one of the doors begins to open, drawing everyone's attention. A girl exclaims that the door is opening, which means someone has completed the test. As soon as the protagonist walks out accompanied by all his familiars, the people waiting become annoyed, saying that this is Scholar Gao from Area A, and that once again, Area A is standing out. Some complain, asking if those from Area A are monsters, while others indignantly comment that some people are already going home while they are still stuck in line. Everyone then realizes the true difference in power between the top and the average. Shortly after, when Peng arrives home, he is horrified to see that the outside is completely destroyed. He wonders if that is really the house he had prepared, imagining whether 100 huskies had passed through. Inside, he is even more shaken, almost having a heart attack at the state of his new home and thinking about all the money spent. Suddenly, he hears a noise and, irritated, points toward the sound, saying the one responsible for the destruction even had the audacity to remain at the crime scene, disrespecting everyone. He orders his familiars to capture the intruder immediately. Dumby stands in front of his master, and Peng thinks he is truly considerate, as he knows how to protect him even without being told. Silly tries to jump onto his head, but the protagonist catches him and reminds him he already said that won't make him stronger. Dazi asks if he can eat the intruder, and Peng, confused, looks outside and sees a strange bird near the house. Tang Tang appears and calls out to him, surprising him. She explains that the little bird is a welcome gift from his grandfather, and that if he likes it, he can keep it, since the old man put a lot of effort into getting that little creature. She then says goodbye, explaining she has other things to take care of and won't be able to stay for dinner. Peng thinks this was expected from Tang Tang, since in a few days she will build a new house next to his, which will make it more convenient to take care of and protect him. Not long ago, that land was just an empty space. He looks at the bird and wonders if it was really a welcome gift, since it seems more like a destruction device. He then asks Dumby to lift it, and upon looking more closely, he notices it is a red-crowned heron with only one leg, something quite unusual. He tells his familiar to loosen his grip so the bird won't get hurt, but as soon as Dumby loosens it a bit, the bird starts struggling and quickly escapes, leaving the protagonist surprised at how good an actor it is. Even so, he decides to show who's in charge, so the little bird will understand its place. Turning to Dazi, Peng says they're going to turn the heron into dinner, and upon hearing that, the bird starts crying. Peng laughs and asks if it will keep pretending to be tough, saying it is nothing more than a tiny insect. When things calm down, he decides to analyze what that bird actually is. Using the system, he discovers its information. Monster name, Flaming Red Heron, Infancy. Level 6, Epic Rarity. Upon being promoted to Commander grade, its rarity will become Perfect, and when it reaches Lord grade, it will become Excellent. Fire attribute, special trait, Dormant. Promotion requirements: 500,000 Divine Blazing Crystals, at least 3 Primordial Mysterious Fruits, and 1 Fire Marrow Pulp. Peng is surprised to see that the heron has Epic Rarity, realizing how generous his grandfather was. He begins reflecting that although the Flaming Red Heron has the same rarity as Dumby, it will automatically reach Lord grade when it grows. Dumby's promotion to Commander grade only happened because he gained enlightenment after countless battles, so Peng imagines that this bird, once it reaches Lord grade, will be an extremely powerful monster in the future. Dazi keeps staring at the new member, wondering what he would look like roasted, but the protagonist scolds him, saying that once someone enters his home, they become part of the family. Then he offers some larvae to the bird, leaving Dazi completely shocked to see that his master is giving his own larvae to another creature. While the other familiars show jealousy, Peng crouches down smiling and asks the new companion what he thinks about having a name. Since the word flame appears 3 times in its title, he decides to call him Flamey. After giving him a name, the protagonist touches the bird's head and comments that he would like to see if they can already establish a contract. As soon as the ritual begins, his consciousness is carried into another dimension. He thinks that perhaps the brightness of that dimension is related to the familiar's intelligence, and that those glowing points around must be Flamey's memories. As he observes them, Peng sees everything the little one went through and gently holds him in his hands, feeling compassion upon realizing he too had lost his mother. Trying to comfort him, he asks if he would like to be his partner. A contract sheet appears before them, but before accepting, Flamey, filled with anger, asks if Peng could help him with his revenge. The protagonist answers that once he signs the blood contract, he will become part of the family and any problem he has will become everyone's problem. Without hesitation, Flamey agrees and signs the contract, but something unusual happens. Even after the seal is completed, Peng remains inside the familiar's consciousness. A bit startled, he wonders why he is still there. Suddenly, the contracts of his other familiars approach and begin emitting energy simultaneously, focusing it on him. As he receives that immense amount of energy, Peng realizes he is absorbing everyone's knowledge, and then a new ability awakens. Lifesaver, Elemental Barrier. It consumes the energy of his familiars and transforms into a protective barrier around him. Peng thinks that this ability is probably not rare, since he remembers seeing someone use it during the first round of the exam. He concludes that whenever a familiar is promoted to Commander, Lord, or Emperor grade, the trainer receives a protective skill of equivalent level, and that this particular one must have appeared when Dumby reached Commander level. Suddenly, ancient words begin to shine before his eyes. He does not recognize them, but somehow he can understand them. They say that battles must be fought by the familiars. Monster trainers must remain behind them and never become a burden. Peng finds this curious, realizing that the profession of monster trainer is something passed down through generations. The blood contract indicates that inherited memories from previous generations will be gradually unlocked as the familiars grow stronger. He wonders if this means there are other trainers spread across different places, but he soon decides to drop the thought, as it is beyond his current understanding. Even so, he understands that life-saving abilities are engraved into the soul itself, impossible to teach to anyone else. And then he understands why Tang Tang told him to keep the constellation shifting ability secret when she taught it to him. After all, people would definitely set their eyes on him if they discovered he possessed a technique capable of saving lives and that it could even be transferred to another person without any restrictions. Apparently, both his grandfather and Tang Tang are far more frightening than he imagined, and doubt begins to arise whether he will really be of any help to his grandfather with the abilities he has now. Sometime later, while watching his familiars play and train, he remains calm, reading a book. Flamey, on the other hand, was alone in front of a tree and suddenly began attacking it with fury, blow after blow, to the point of injuring his own beak. Peng watches and comments that Flamey's hatred is deeply rooted in his heart and that he trained so hard only so he can one day avenge his mother. Suddenly, he notices Silly is no longer nearby and becomes worried, since the little familiar had been circling around him in fear of being eaten by Flamey. But when he looks down, he sees Silly sleeping peacefully like a child and comments that he never imagined he could sleep like that, so carefree. Returning to his reading, he says the past few days have been incredibly relaxing, especially after his grandfather gave him a limitless credit card, turning monster racing into a true hobby. Director Feng's book, he says, is excellent. As the saying goes, the older the wiser. However, he remembers that the exam results were coming out that day and decides to log into his account to check them. The system, however, informs him that the account was accessed from another location, the Southern Celestial Group Tower Temple in Yuzhou. Annoyed, Peng realizes his grandfather was snooping before him. Inside the headquarters, Jihan Wu sneezes and comments that someone must be talking badly about him behind his back, but says it doesn't matter because he wants to see the result first. Accessing his grandson's form, he reads the name Gao Peng, age 18, score 710, being 700 on the 3 exams, and 10 extra bonus points. Peng bursts into laughter upon seeing he placed first in the city, satisfied with his performance. At that moment, his phone rings with an unknown number. Upon answering, a voice asks if he is Gao Peng. The protagonist confirms, and the person on the other end informs him he is qualified to participate in the second round of the entrance exam for the Monster Trainer College. The exam will take place at the same location as the first round on June 27th at 9 in the morning, lasting 15 days. He is told he does not need to bring keys, clothes, or hygiene products, and that they appreciate his cooperation. Peng then looks at Flamey and comments that since he still hasn't signed the blood contract with the new familiar, he needs to find a place for him to stay during that time. Just then, Tang Tang passes by doing her morning exercises and greets him with a good morning. He's happy to see her, but stops and thinks that everything is too much of a coincidence. His grandfather already knew the score and the exam regulations, so it wouldn't be hard to predict he would need someone to take care of Flamey. He probably planned everything secretly, even asking Tang Tang to show up. He watches her and thinks she is simply waiting for him to ask. Apparently, they really enjoy seeing everything unfold exactly as expected. Smiling, Peng comments that he doesn't know if she has time, but he would like to ask her to take care of Flamey for 15 days. Tang Tang smiles back and asks why he's being so formal, saying he can leave everything to her, that she will feed him well and make him strong and chubby. Peng looks at the two and thinks he is sure that is not an empty promise. Meanwhile, in another house in the city, someone is completely outraged, questioning how he could have ended up in second place, since he saw with his own eyes that both he and the protagonist had 3 familiars, 1 commander grade and 2 elite grade, so how could he have lost? A woman beside him explains that one of the protagonist's elite grade familiars is Earth type, and one of the monsters he adopted is Wood type, giving him a 10-point advantage. Furious, the boy slams the table and says he doesn't care, but he won't let this slide. Sometime later at the exam site, the protagonist arrives and notices there are few people around, realizing he arrived a bit early. The examiner comments that apparently everyone is already there and introduces himself as the one responsible for evaluating them in that round, asking everyone to remain quiet. Peng is surprised to see that there are only 8 candidates and wonders how it is possible to conduct a second round with so few participants, considering whether they will still declare a top 10 among them. The examiner announces that the test will take place at Sun Mountain, inside the National Forest Park located in the Jiangnan-based city, and explains that the exam will not be held in rings nor in one-on-one battles, but rather inside the forest, where they will face real wild monsters. One of the candidates questions why they need to go so far and so suddenly. The examiner then explains that Sun Mountain has been carefully patrolled by the best monster trainers, ensuring there are no Lord-grade monsters in the area, but even so, there are more than 500 commander-level monsters, some of them even at peak. He assures that both the government and the Monster Trainer League are committed to everyone's safety, and that each participant will receive an emergency flare. Even so, he emphasizes that it is a virgin forest and that the presence of those 500 commander-grade monsters makes the second round necessarily challenging. After explaining the details, the examiner gives the candidates the option to withdraw. 2 people step forward and one of the boys apologizes, saying he thinks the exam is too dangerous and asks if they can leave. The instructor replies that it's fine, that he completely understands and that there is no shame in that, then asks if anyone else wishes to go. Moi raises her hand and asks if she needs her parents' permission to participate. The instructor answers that by the rules, she doesn't need anyone's consent, though he knows her parents are not ordinary people. Hearing that, Moi is satisfied and says she wishes to participate, and the instructor responds that there's no problem, stating he's just a humble trainer. A few moments later, when he sees that everyone has decided to stay, the examiner declares that they will represent the city of Chang'an and will compete alongside candidates from the military cities of the Huaxia region, so they must do their best and make the city proud. Peng is surprised to learn that other regions will also participate. One of the boys approaches him with a smile, introduces himself as Wang Zhenshan, and asks for the protagonist's name. Peng answers, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. Hearing the name, Zhenshan shows admiration, saying he knew Peng was the #1 in the city and that he had always wanted to meet him. He then hugs him and comments that all the other candidates there come from rich families, sons of politicians, new millionaires, or powerful monster trainers, which means that only the 2 of them are the fools in that place. Peng remains silent but thinks that although he doesn't want to disappoint him, he's not exactly a fool either. Zhenshan then asks if any company has approached the protagonist, explaining that right after the exam ended, several contacted him. Peng replies that, in fact, that didn't happen, but imagines his grandfather and Tang Tang probably found a way to chase all the agencies away for him. Trying to cheer him up, Zhenshan says it's fine. After all, since he is the #1 in the city, the companies must just be evaluating a price high enough to catch his attention, so there's nothing to worry about. Excited, Zhenshan decides to introduce his own familiar, explaining that it is the god ant, which mutated after mistakenly eating something. From a simple black ant, it became the god ant, a name referring to the fact that the mutation seemed like an act of the gods. Peng activates the system and checks the information. Golden Demon Ant, level 21, Commander Grade, Excellent Rarity, Gold Attribute, Weaknesses. First, its joints are not protected by its carapace. Second, it hates irritating smells. Seeing all the data, Peng thinks Zhenshan is truly lucky. After all, as the saying goes, the poor rely on mutation and the rich rely on technology. He reflects that it is extremely difficult to train a familiar to Commander Grade solely through talent and individual effort because if the trainer does not come from a good family or have resources, he will never obtain the items needed to boost the monster's growth. Even so, he doesn't understand why the system displayed the name Golden Demon Ant. This makes him wonder how the system decides these names, since it can show designations that don't appear in books or records, as if it had some sort of prophetic ability. While he is thinking about this, a plane approaches and the instructor announces that everything is ready, informing everyone that the transport has arrived and they must prepare because they will depart immediately. The plane lands, and already in the base city of Jingnan, the people watching comment that they really mobilized a huge group of people for a simple test and even used military aircraft to transport them. Someone cuts in asking what he really knows because those are the best and brightest among thousands of candidates, and the military region definitely needs to protect that kind of genius. As the protagonist steps off the plane, he looks ahead and is surprised, asking if all those people are candidates for the exam. Since there are so many, something close to 200, meaning almost every kind of family is present. Some people are shocked, asking if that familiar is made of granite because that is extremely rare. and the guards tell everyone to move back a little and stop taking pictures. That is the rock monster converted into a vine, level 23, normal grade, stone attribute, conditions healthy and shy, weakness shadow-type monsters, and fear of having its picture taken. After things calm down a bit, the protagonist moves forward and two guards open the door for him. A man appears saying that once all candidates arrive, they will hand out consent forms to participate in the second round, and they need to sign to acknowledge the possibility of death. The man emphasizes that the location of that war test will be far from the city, and even with their emergency outpost, there is still a 10% mortality chance in that exam. The man says this is no joke because the estimated mortality rate takes into account commander-level familiars. So they must think carefully since they are responsible for their own future. After saying all of this, the papers begin to be handed out and the protagonist starts reading, thinking that his alliance credit is a bit low for large companies, and judging by the looks of it, that test is really dangerous. The paper also stated that the second round uses a point system. Inside Sun Mountain Forest, there are many destiny pillars set up, and destroying these pillars and killing monsters will grant points. The students realize the competitive pressure this time will be much higher. After everyone finishes reading, the man says that now that they've seen the consent forms and received the details of the second round, he will announce some information about the third round. They selected the 12 best candidates with the highest scores to participate in the third round, which exceeds the limits of normal admission exams for the Monster Trainer Academy and even has its own name, the General Assembly of the Strongest Monster Trainers of the Alliance. The man calls out excitedly, stressing that those who perform well, including their familiars, will be granted a title, and also that the final class of the competition will be broadcast live globally, with the battles between familiars shown to the entire world. Most students are impressed when they find out they'll receive a universally known title and think that's really cool, but on the other hand, the protagonist isn't happy at all because to him it feels like Chunabu syndrome. Still, he looks at his familiars and thinks maybe he should reconsider that idea, because a title with the word king in it would be very good since there are so many titles that fit him. Once everything is settled, they head to the entrance of Sun Mountain Forest and a helicopter flies overhead, announcing that everyone needs to pay attention because the second round will begin now. They emphasize that everyone will officially start in 20 minutes and must follow the direction indicated by the helicopter's spotlights and reach the destination within the time limit. Dumby places his master on his shoulder and the protagonist orders him to move quickly. Dumby starts leaping through the forest with impressive speed, and near a cliff, Stripey shoots a web to latch onto a tree, slinging them forward even faster. With the high speed, the protagonist begins getting hit by countless things, and thinks that fortunately he obtained the moving constellations technique, otherwise he would have already been cut up by all those branches. Suddenly he hears someone shouting beside him, asking his familiar to slow down a bit. That is the stellar white boar monster. Level 25, perfect grade, conditions healthy and disgusted, and the boar keeps running desperately while his trainer says he doesn't need to go that fast since there's no prize for arriving first. Peng thinks that usually the trainer is the dominant one in the trainer-familiar relationship, but there are exceptions where this is reversed, especially if the trainer has a weak personality. Yet even so, being looked down on by a boar is a bit sad. Suddenly the protagonist jumps in front of him, giving a thumbs up and saying, "Very well done, little boar boy." And the young man gets confused, asking why the protagonist is wishing that to him since he must be a bit crazy. The exam was being broadcast on television, and the commentator announced that they now had a candidate from the Yanjing district whose registered familiar was a fire-type bird. Tang Tang, who was watching, told Flamey to calm down a little because his master would appear soon. First, an elephant showed up, and a few seconds later the image changed to the protagonist. The commentator said they now had a candidate from the city of Chang'an who had 4 registered familiars and was also the top scorer of the city, one of the popular contenders for the top 12. Flamey closed his eyes with sparkling admiration for his master, but Tang Tang pulled his attention away by bringing another tray of roasted fish and telling him to eat plenty to become very strong so he could follow in his master's footsteps. Flamey grabbed a fish with tears in his eyes while she watched him completely enchanted. Shortly after that, in the middle of the forest, the boar arrived and threw his trainer to the ground completely unconscious. Other candidates also began to approach, and it was announced that the time was up and those who had not arrived were disqualified. Before everyone entered Sun Mountain, something had to be said. The army began explaining that right after the entrance, they had placed field combat backpacks with compressed biscuits, canned food, and bottled water, which would provide an extra hour of survival in emergency situations, and each person could only take one bag. The chief examiner said there had been a total of 197 candidates for the second round exam, and in the end, 150 of them signed the agreement. So he was satisfied because this was a higher percentage than expected, and it seemed there weren't many cowards among them. He stressed that he already knew some had wilderness survival experience and were proficient in it, while others had rarely been outside the city, but that didn't matter. Everyone had to remember that the forest would be completely different from anything they imagined, so the best advice he could give was to survive. Only by surviving would they be able to earn a high score. After saying all that, he wished everyone good luck and officially began the second round of the exam. Back on TV, a presenter welcomed everyone to that special program, and with the tracking device on each candidate, they could see their exact location. Viewers commented that the man beside her was Duan Wu from Cloud Dragon of Didu, and a young viewer said he didn't expect him to participate in that kind of show. Another asked if he was famous, and the guy replied that the powerhouses in Didu were usually older, but Duan was among the few young powerhouses there and was quite well known. The presenter explained that to earn the highest number of points, they could clearly see that most candidates headed toward the center of the forest, and the point pillars were basically located in its central region. At that moment, the participant with the highest score was Moyi, and the top candidate was a girl, which was definitely unexpected. So she asked her partner what he thought. Duan said that wasn't bad at all because he believed that species of snake was a black anaconda. The scales of the black anaconda were shiny and its body well built, so its grade must be quite high. On top of that, it seemed well raised, and from a battle perspective, that black anaconda must have fought in many battles since it looked very strong in combat. The presenter felt a bit embarrassed because she had been asking about the trainer, not the familiar, since there was nothing to say about a huge snake when the audience wanted to see talk about a cold beauty. Still, she smiled awkwardly and said his analysis was correct as always, a true professional. But she thought to herself that everyone had said Cloud Dragon Duan was known for being hopelessly single, and his performance that day really lived up to his reputation since he seemed to have an innate ability to stay single. She changed the subject, saying that now that they had seen who was in first place, they would switch to the candidate in last place and asked everyone to look at the screen. The image changed to the top of a rock in the middle of the forest, and people were impressed, saying that candidate looked very cautious for choosing high ground, maybe making preparations. The presenter asked the cameraman to zoom in, and as soon as they looked, they saw the protagonist lying down with his familiars without worrying about anything at all. The presenter was shocked, saying that apparently this candidate really didn't care, but Duan said that was just laziness. The presenter couldn't understand his comments and thought that if he kept answering like that, he probably wouldn't be on the next episode. She then asked what the protagonist might be preparing, since he looked like he was on a beach vacation. Peng remains calm, saying that lying down like that is very comfortable. He gets up, saying the outer areas of the forest shouldn't be that dangerous, so they need to head out too. Excited, he points toward the center of the forest, saying it's time to participate. Soon after, deep inside the forest, Peng tells Silly to throw away the silver leaves with the red beam they just picked because the flower he is holding, called Blue Light Golden Rain, is worth more than 1 alliance credit, so they need to be cautious and economical. While he is busy gathering some flowers, Dumby notices something and calls his master to look ahead, and he comes across something unusual, asking if that is one of those legendary point pillars. He uses the system to identify it, and the system quickly says, name of the material, white earth sandstone, uses, can be used on earth-type and water-type monsters, can be used in small amounts to improve health or stomach. Other uses, has the ability to attract monsters. Peng says destroying the pillar will give him points, but he doesn't know what to do about that because a monster known as Phantom Woodvine, level 22, normal grade, poison and wood attributes, weakness fire type, is lying there motionless. He says that since he arrived, that vine hasn't moved an inch and wonders if it's pretending to be an ordinary vine because it really looks like one, which is interesting. He adds that if the monster likes acting so much, he'll give it a chance to win a Golden Horse Award and tells Dazi to make fire, channeling his electric energy into some leaves that drift toward the vine. The monster thinks an experienced hunter must remain patient as the fire approaches, and suddenly a small spark lands on it, but it keeps thinking it just needs to endure a bit longer because an elite hunter must remain calm. However, the fire begins spreading and the monster jumps up, screaming that it can't take it anymore because it's too hot. As soon as the monster gets up from the ground, the protagonist tells Dumby to act immediately. Dumby grabs one of the roots, but is quickly wrapped by others, and some leaves swipe past trying to cut him. Peng smiles, saying that when hunting, the phantom woodvine wraps its prey with its tendrils and uses its sharp leaves like blades to tear the enemy apart, making them bleed to death or crushing their organs and bones with pressure. But this monster had terrible luck meeting Dumby, since every blow that hit him didn't cause any harm and only tickled, because a vine of that level trying to cut Dumby's hard bones was like using a thread to polish an object. He orders Dazi to finish it quickly, and the familiar charges forward, cutting all the vines in its path before releasing its lightning to scorch the monster completely. The protagonist comments that he didn't expect such an easy victory, but even though it was commander level, the monster had only recently been promoted and stood no chance against Dumby and Dazi. While he speaks, Dumby shakes Dazi in annoyance from the scare he got, and Dazi calls him an idiot, saying he was only helping. Peng tells the two to stop and orders Dumby to crush the object, and he destroys the pillar and the sensor hidden inside, which sends an immediate signal. And one of the evaluators congratulates him through the wristband for destroying a point pillar, granting 150 points, totaling 199. Peng asks his familiars to help him find the monster core since the fight was intense, and they don't know where it fell, and it's very valuable. While searching, he receives the news that candidate Zhou He was eliminated and is surprised, because that's already the fourth one out, wondering if the monsters of Sun Mountain are really that brutal, until a doubt arises in his mind about whether it was really the work of monsters. At the elimination site, the rescue team arrives, someone looks at the familiar and says, "They're too late because it's already dead," asking the leader what to do with it. And the leader says they need to retrieve it and return it to the family along with the boy's body. The young candidate had been eliminated by something that pierced his head, destroying even his protective goggles. And another trainer arrives commenting on the smoke in the area and asking if there had been a battle accompanied by a giant monarch scorpion, level 21. Peng sees it and wonders if other candidates are circling the remains, since the rules don't forbid fights between candidates, so he must not let his guard down. The young man says the protagonist was quick to pull the pillar and luckily got ahead, but that next time the victory will belong to the scorpion, and that just as mountains remain towering and water continues flowing, they will meet again. Peng takes a deep breath, thinking that guy has Chunabu, and the presenter comments that apparently there is no direct conflict between them, but the exam really doesn't forbid fights between candidates, which is not a good thing. Duan says that this is realistic, since it's neither a fighting game nor a duel arena, because the wild world is cruel and killing and looting are common, and after eliminating someone, the body could be left anywhere without a single bone remaining by the next day. That was not an urban center with cameras and rules, but a lawless place where protecting one's own life, treasures, monster parts, or even the offspring of powerful creatures means murders are common. A little deeper into the forest, the protagonist starts smelling something rotten, along with an abnormal silence that makes everything even stranger. He tells all his familiars to stay on maximum alert for any suspicious movement while they collect materials, when Stripey senses something moving in a bush and a tiny rabbit jumps out. Peng says it's just a unicorn rabbit and that was a false alarm, but another monster appears and attacks the rabbit, killing it instantly. The protagonist is startled and orders his familiars to back away because he cannot see the monster's attribute with just a 1-second glimpse of a single limb. He needs to see much more of its body before judging, and since the enemy is hidden in the dark, he knows it is not time to act. He begins retreating with everyone, thinking they still don't have any long-range offensive attacks. If they did, they could probe the monster and observe its attributes and weaknesses more safely, avoiding such a passive stance. They start running toward the lake, and the protagonist notices the distance is about 40 to 50 meters, so they're almost there. But again, an attack shoots out from the bushes toward them, and he says this isn't good. Dumby throws himself in front to protect his master, but the attack pierces through and hits the protagonist, yet due to the moving constellation skill, the damage transfers to Dazi, who ends up with a hole in his back. The protagonist is shocked to see that he suffered such a heavy strike, even with the elemental barrier. Dumby grabs everyone and keeps running while he tells the spider to use its web to try buying time. After restraining the monster for a moment, they continue fleeing. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Special Operations Unit, one of the men says they cannot let that corpse mutation insect continue, since it already eliminated a monster trainer and apparently knows the trainer has weaker defense than the familiars, so it targets the trainer first. Another agent arrives reporting that White Rose is 5 kilometers from the target and should arrive at the moment of rescue. The chief says that's good news because someone has already died at the hands of that monster, and if they have more fatalities, it won't be a problem, as those candidates are crazy and said they were prepared for the possibility of death, treating this as a more realistic experience in training. Now that someone truly died, they're even more eager. The soldier laughs and asks the captain if they've always been like this, since it isn't the first time, but the monitoring staff questions whether that boy isn't acting cowardly. The captain answers that this is not cowardice but strategy, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, when to give and when to take, because these are essential factors for success. Every great general has lost a battle, and if someone thinks they are invincible, they will be defeated by their own arrogance. The evaluator agrees with the captain, but asks how that boy could know whether he can win or not after such a brief encounter. Suddenly, the monitor shouts that this cannot be happening. The protagonist manages to use the system and realizes the monster is called Dreamstick Insect, a corpse-type mutation, level 35, excellent grade, body hardening skill level 2, wood and code attributes, weakness fire and metal. On the center of its abdomen there is a white spot the size of a grain of rice, and hitting that spot can cause fatal damage to the Dreamstick insect. Peng remains worried because locating such a tiny weak point could cost his life, so maybe it is better not to fight and keep fleeing. The monster prepares to attack again and strikes Stripey with precision. Peng turns around shouting for his familiar who lies motionless on the ground, and with a trembling voice Stripey only asks his master to run and save himself. Seeing that scene repeat before his eyes, the protagonist loses control and shouts that they will no longer act rationally because they will finish this right here and now. He states that on the monster's abdomen, there is a white spot the size of a grain of rice, and that is its weak point. Dumby is also overwhelmed with rage upon seeing his companions and brothers suffer like that, and his master heartbroken. So he becomes furious and unleashes all his power, starting a direct exchange of blows with the monster. Peng thinks that the main attack method of the dream insect is using its extendable limbs like spears to impale enemies, but against a monster like Dumby who has no flesh or blood, that should be difficult. Suddenly, the insect manages to land several blows on Dumby's body, and the protagonist realizes this is bad. Although the insect cannot inflict fatal wounds, Dumby is trapped by the enemy's limbs and cannot pull back to launch an attack, yet he continues taking all the hits. Peng notices that this is not the real problem. The issue is that Dumby fears the insect might target Peng, but if he retreats, everything will be fine. The protagonist yells for his familiar to forget about him, saying he doesn't need to push himself so hard because there is already a safe distance and he can win as long as he finds the weak point first. Dazi begins getting up, trembling in pain and surprising his master, and says he will not let that monster hurt his friends. Even injured, he rushes forward without hesitation. In the sky above the forest, White Rose flies at maximum speed, praying for that child not to die. Peng keeps fighting the monster and coordinating his familiars, telling Dazi to aim straight for the abdomen. The moment he locates the weak point, the insect strikes and flings him upward, then pierces through Dazi's body with its claw. The protagonist panics at the sight and Dumby refuses to accept that his closest companion is in such a condition. Consumed by fury, he snaps the bones of the insect's limb, tears off a piece, and jams it into the opponent's eye. The insect tries to defend itself and lands a blow that sends Dumby flying backward. The protagonist thinks they must escape from that fight immediately, because even though the dream insect seems loose and bleeding after losing an eye, it has not suffered any real severe injury and its combat power is still far above theirs. Besides that, Dazi, Stripey, and Dumby have all suffered varying levels of wounds, so he questions what to do now. Dazi stands once more, gathering electricity, even though his body barely responds. The protagonist realizes he is ready to try again and tells him to aim all the gathered electricity at that white spot. Dazi fires his attack but misses by a little. The protagonist is a bit disappointed, thinking they might have won, but it was still useful since now Dumby can draw aggro while Dazi attempts another ranged strike. Suddenly, White Rose reports to headquarters that she has just arrived at the location and asks if she should wait and observe or intervene. Headquarters orders her to exterminate immediately. White Rose begins the attack by blinding the insect, and the protagonist is shocked to see that the soldier is a level 38 light albatross. With the opponent blinded, the bird swoops in, grabs it by the back, and carries it far away. Peng is stunned by how effortlessly that monster was defeated and sits down saying it's fine, because if they had continued fighting, they would have been completely annihilated. The examiners feel relieved, saying they were lucky White Rose was fast, and another evaluator comments that the boy isn't bad because, if he isn't mistaken, those two familiars are both commander tier, and having two familiars at that stage is extremely rare. The captain says that even so, defeating that dream insect with only those two familiars would still be extremely difficult. A soldier then questions the captain about why he let White Rose eliminate the insect, since according to the initial instructions, they could not interfere until receiving an emergency signal. The captain says that one candidate has already died and the higher-ups need to ensure the number of monster trainers does not decline too drastically, saying that was a mistake because having good results in a match does not mean they can actually fight in the forest, as they are still too inexperienced. Back in the forest, Peng is surprised to see that Daci's wounds have already begun healing, showing how great Familiar's vitality is, and he also notices that his flesh is very tender, almost like fish meat. Stripey is sad, staring at the piece of her leg that had been torn off, and Daci looks at it with shining eyes, saying he wants to eat it. The spider becomes completely furious, saying she treats him like an older brother and yet he still wants to eat her leg. Dazi explains that after eating, the flesh grows back faster, Stripey becomes hesitant, and the protagonist gets irritated, saying that even after suffering such a severe wound, his familiar is still thinking about eating, and he cannot believe Dazi truly wants to devour a companion's leg. The spider ends up giving in with a trembling voice and says that if her friend wants to eat, then fine. But suddenly, everyone looks at the protagonist and he asks what is happening. Shortly after, they resume walking and another notification is sent saying that candidate Pan Feng has been eliminated. Peng comments that another candidate has fallen and says they need to find some food for Stripey and decide what to do after she heals and regenerates her leg. During the night, they find a place to camp, and he says many candidates were eliminated that day, so to get the highest score, they just need to survive a bit longer. He laughs, saying there are many point pillars scattered along the outer edge of the forest, and since everyone is rushing toward the center, no one will compete for the ones farther out. Destroying the pillars near the outskirts will already be enough. Besides that, the familiars need to rest to heal their injuries, so he emphasizes that everyone must be extremely careful, because the next day they will fight monsters on the outer edge of the forest for practice. He looks at Stripey and says, Badwind Mountain has wind and earth attributes, and the spider's body is full of vibrant energy. After eating and completing the regeneration process, she will likely evolve to level 20. The protagonist regrets not having had enough time to train her, because although she has good defense compared to familiars of the same level, she was helpless against a commander-level familiar. He notices her skin has begun to harden and thinks the molting process should be complete by morning. Then he lies down and tells everyone to sleep well because they worked hard that day. The next day, Stripey's carapace begins to crack, and she wakes up fully healed. The system shows the monster's condition as healthy, excited, level 20. Peng says that's great because Stripey is completely recovered and even her leg has grown back, and she reached level 20, putting her one step away from commander level. Once she reaches that stage, he will have 3 commander level familiars, and with Stripey's defense and her crowd control, she will fill the missing roles in the team. With everyone recovered and happy, he says it's time to look for more point pillars. Walking a bit further, they find one and destroy it quickly, but right next to it, near a small stream, he observes a frog and wonders why it looks so familiar. Using the system to analyze it, he sees it is a blue-skinned frog, level 8, normal grade, healthy, happy, fast, a monster sunbathing peacefully, weakness, electric, surrounding noise. Peng thinks the names are very similar, and maybe that's the cousin of the green-skinned frog. It spits and he dodges, thinking he already expected that, and wonders why the system doesn't display this disgusting hobby of theirs, because this spitting habit is also part of the blue skin nature. While he's staring at the dwarf frog, he hears a noise and looks at the drone. The presenter asks if everyone remembers the person behind the salty fish emoji pack, highlights that this examinee still hasn't been eliminated, and asks if they should check his current ranking. He is currently in the top 15 with a score of 1,765. People are impressed seeing he actually managed to reach the top 15. Duan says that ranking isn't bad because only 120 examinees are in the forest. The top 15 includes the points of those who've already been eliminated, and the requirement to reach the third round is to be in the top 12. So he is very close and definitely has a good chance. Once again, the presenter makes a strange face, saying they will be rooting hard for that examinee to reach rank 12. Just as Duan said, she points out they will now check the higher-ranked examinees, and, as expected, Moy is in second place and managed to earn another 40 points recently. And apparently most candidates earned the majority of their points by eliminating monsters instead of destroying point pillars. Sometime later, a notice is sent saying the exam is ended, all points will stop being added and will be recorded, and all examinees must move to the safe zone and wait for transport. The protagonist, exhausted, says it finally ended and now they can rest. He thinks they were lucky to find many point pillars in the last few days and that, thanks to Stripey's promotion to commander level, they defeated several monsters of equal level, gaining many points and rare materials. He looks at the sky saying their duty is to do their best and leave the rest to destiny, and that he already did everything he could, so he will feel no regret regardless of the result. Peng manages to reach rank 11 with 4,396 points. At a hotel in the Jiangnan-based city, the father of one of the participants is irritated, asking if he hadn't already told his son to try his best to reach the top 12. Because if he can participate in the Alliance's General Assembly of Young Monster Trainers, it will help greatly in the future. The boy tells his father he tried his best and asks if he didn't see his performance on TV. He asks his father to look through his contacts and see if he can find a way. However, the father starts yelling angrily saying this is ridiculous, and asking how his son actually thinks he can put him into a general assembly of such large scale, since he is not all-powerful, and demands to know when his son will start meeting expectations. The father stresses that now they are being watched, and the moment they make a single mistake, everyone will attack them like hungry dogs and destroy them. He tells his son to forget about this for now and give him time to think, because it's better to keep a low profile in the coming days, and he cannot go out with those trash friends. If he sees him with those people again, he will break his son's legs, and that is a promise. Meanwhile, the protagonist is walking when he receives a notification saying that the General Assembly of Young Monster Trainers will be held in 3 months. The candidate's performance was unsatisfactory, so the government decided to give them 3 months to grow, and now the age limit is 20 years and 3 months. The protagonist wonders what that is, and if they are crazy, because the measure seems meant to prevent people from turning 20 before the assembly due to the delay. Genshin approaches shouting and calling the protagonist, saying he has been looking for him for a long time and asking if he wants to have dinner since they are all from Chang'an City and should have a small gathering. He hugs the protagonist, saying they will have dinner together, and even Moi, who never smiles, agreed, though she was behind him nearly attacking him. Peng feels a bit embarrassed but decides to join. Genshin, excited, says it's time to go because he knows a good seafood restaurant nearby. A blonde man approaches, asking if he could talk with the protagonist for a moment, but he walks past him. Surprised, the man hands him a card saying the password is 66, and inside there is about 1 million Alliance credits, and that regardless of how the conversation goes, that is payment for taking the protagonist's time. Peng is surprised, saying he didn't know his time was worth so much. The man says there is a cafe in that direction and invites him to go. Peng smiles and asks him to wait a minute. Suddenly, Dumby shows up outside and the man is shocked. The protagonist explains that this is his familiar, who has always been a bit cowardly since childhood. So he needs to hold the familiar's head every night or he cannot sleep. And now he is there looking for him because he couldn't sleep. The man smiles, saying that is very thoughtful and precious because they always need to be careful no matter what they are doing. Shortly afterward, the two go to the cafe, and once seated, the blonde man says the reason he is there is to make a deal with the protagonist. Peng, curious, asks what kind of deal. The man places a card on the table saying someone is willing to give him a huge amount of money in exchange for withdrawing from the competition of the strongest young monster trainers of the Alliance, stressing that the amount is definitely higher than the reward for first place. And to show sincerity, he will reveal some privileged information. The man begins explaining that based on the information received, a monster trainer from the Mei district made a contract with a Lord-level familiar, and he is basically the favorite to win the competition. This means that even if Peng participates, he has no real chance of claiming first place, so he wants the protagonist to think about it carefully. Peng says he is just a poor orphan who lost his parents, and asks what there is to think about carefully, since it seems the man behind this is willing to pay a very high price, which shows how much he loves his own son. The blonde man says that is very good and asks if they can discuss the details, but the protagonist apologizes, saying that instead of the money, he prefers the chance to step onto a higher stage. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.